the bad ones in our police department. And I believe for that reason, they're trying to remove our city manager and our chief of police. I remember back then when we had Paul Walters, when we had this city going bankrupt, and we hired this city manager, and since then, things are a lot better. I believe we're, what, 6-8 million in the green. So in my opinion, Michelle and others, I hope we do keep the city manager and the chief of police. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos.
Hello, I'm also here to speak on item number 3 in relation to the city manager. And I just want to tell you a little bit what's happening nationwide. And the Santa Ana Police Officers Association is a member of the Fraternal Order of Police, which just released a 100-day plan, what they want Trump to do. And then in that 100-day plan that they want to do, they want to engage in racial profiling, violation of due process, and harassment of immigrant communities. So now let's think back about what happened in the elections, right? Where that police union invested $300,000 or more in campaigns. And all of a sudden, we have a council member that is saying, let's do a review of the city manager. Now, I agree about accountability. I agree that whenever there is wrong, there needs to be some type of check. But I don't think that the way that they're pulling it off right now is appropriate. It's an assault on democracy. It's a coup. It's an attempt to have a police state right now. So I want to ask you, Councilmember Juan Villegas, if we want accountability, let's start with the mayor. A lot of investigations have been attempted to be made on the political favors that the mayor owes, political debt. Now all of a sudden we want to get rid of the city manager. So I'm calling it right now. This is a coup, an assault on democracy. And if we want accountability, let's start with the top people. Thank you.
Thank you, Roman. Roman Reina, followed by Michael Kuvanovic.
Evening. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. It's a little different being on this side of the dais. You know, and I find myself in a unique position being here today because I've experienced a few things this last election cycle that just kind of raises some red flags, at least in my view, at least the perception. You know, I'm all for accountability, and we did a lot of good work the last 4 years. And I think the city manager that we hired has done a fantastic job. We're on the brink of bankruptcy. We lost our fire department. And the decisions that this leader made has put us in a positive direction. We evaluated him. We went through that particular process, and we ended up supporting him and moving it forward. During this election cycle, some individuals approached me and had asked me really basically to support them in firing him. And I told them I couldn't do that. I told them that that's not the way we should be doing work, that there's a process for everything, and you can't buy my vote. It's unique that the very first meeting with the very new city council members that were elected, that's the first thing on the agenda, which just baffles me because you haven't been here for the last 4 years, so what are you going to evaluate him on? The city council prior to already did so. You can showcase all the positives that he's done. We're in a surplus, where before we weren't. It just looks like shenanigans are taking place. It looks like deals were made and now they're coming to fruition, that they're now paying the piper. I don't really know, but red flags are just going all over the place. I would caution you as you move forward. There's a lot of responsibility sitting in that seat. It's not easy. It is definitely not easy. And at the end of the day, we need to do what's right for the community. Not for yourself, not for another organization, but the betterment of the community. I did so to my own detriment, and they took me out. Now it looks like they're paying the piper. I think we really have some concerns about this. I think we have a great man leading our city, and if you want an all-star, you have to pay an all-star price, and that's exactly what we have right now. But to be able to put it right out on the agenda, the first time out of the gate, an evaluation of the city manager, I think it's an abuse of your power, because you have nothing to evaluate him on. I really would caution you as you move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael, followed by Adriana Moreno.
Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council, Michael Kuvanovic, Klubnikin. Something's wrong with this picture. The last speaker made a pretty compelling case. It's like, okay, we got all the new kids on the block. I mean, how can you make an accurate evaluation? There is something wrong. Ilya Seglin is a canary in the mine. How many times has he got to this microphone since then? There's some unholy alliance between somewhere these agencies. Gabriella got to this microphone the last meeting, said she was at a political fundraiser and just casually said, oh, why don't we reallocate some funds from the police down to maybe some community programs? And the next thing she gets is a letter, threatened, a veiled threat, break your kneecaps. My name's Guido. Yeah, that's the kind, there's something wrong with this picture. And then to have a knee-jerk reaction is not going to solve anything. But there is some unholy alliance that once these things get put in the court, everyone washes their hands of it and says, well, it's up to the court. No, it isn't. There's some shenanigans going on with some agent. I'll give you an example with Ilya recently. He says, I don't trust anyone. I need a witness. He calls the police department. Can you go so I could visit my son? You'll be my witness to see they're abusing him. They say, no problem. It takes them an hour back and forth. They say, we'll show up. He waits 2 hours. They don't show up. Finally, they get there. He waits 2 hours at the home to visit his son, autistic son, who's being abused. They say, well, we're not going to go with you, Ilya. We're going to talk to staff. They talk to staff. Bye-bye, Ilya. Nothing wrong. Adios. There's something wrong. If a hair comes to the head of Nathan Seglin, harms him in any way, shape, or form, there's going to be a lot of egg on somebody's face. A lot of agencies have been given fair notice of an abuse of an autistic adult under the guise of conservatorship in a home in Santa Ana. There's something wrong with this picture, and I hope people just don't, write off Ilya Seglin because he doesn't speak good English. He's from Moscow. If I was in Moscow, I couldn't make a very compelling argument. I think he's done a pretty good job to say that there's something wrong with the picture.
Thank you. Adriana Moreno, followed by Roxana Rosas.
Good evening, Mayor Pulido and council members. My name is Adriana Moreno, and I'm an independent health consultant here in Santa Ana that I have the privilege to work for many nonprofit organizations. And I was here also a couple years ago to speak on this item to celebrate with the city council members a few years back. I want to speak on the item 3 that is going to be for closed session, also reiterating what some of my colleagues have brought up, that it would be irresponsible, I think, for someone to call for an evaluation for the city manager who has done a fantastic job. To my understanding, it's been the first time the city has been in surplus for many years now, and that was really the original intent why they got a new city manager. So I would ask for those of you that are considering removing him to think about that instead of bringing in an evaluation to possibly increase or highlight his achievements, it would be seen more as definitely a negative thing when he has done a fantastic job for the city. So I ask for you to look into that, and I hope that you keep the city manager, Mr. Cavazos, who has done a good job for the community and has had establishing relationships with community members, which was missing at one point for several years here. So that was my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Roxana, followed by Benjamin Vasquez.
Hello, I'm here speaking on item number 3. I support the city manager against the Police Officers Association. Working with the city, the manager has worked well along with the community. He has bettered our city. There is actually a surplus since a recession, so we should actually be thanking him for his feats. I acknowledge the Santa Ana Police Officers Association is taking over and trying to rid of our city manager, who has done an amazing job. Doesn't make any sense. I'm here requesting an investigation over quid pro quo violations and the city implement a political ethics commission to address political corruption in the city. Thank you.
Benjamin Vasquez, please.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm here to request an investigation over what I believe to be a quid pro quo or a favor for favor violations between the current Santa Ana Mayor Miguel Pulido and the Santa Ana Police Officers Association during the mayor's 2016 re-election campaign. We have seen things going on with the FPCC and the line swap. As a former mayoral candidate, I ran because I'm tired of all these political corruptions in the city. I am tired of everyday Santa Ana residents being ignored and elected officials who pay more attention to developers and people with money. My opponent, Mayor Pulido, did not even run his own campaign. Neither did City Council member Juan Villegas. Most of the heavy lifting was done by the Santa Ana Police Officers Association. I am concerned about quid pro quo violations and political corruption in our city. What did these candidates explicitly agree to in exchange for the Santa Ana Police Officer Association money? It's public record. They promised to fire the city manager and chief of police in exchange for political money. As a concerned resident, I am requesting the FBI in LA to conduct an investigation over quid pro quo violations and that the city implement a political ethics commission to address the political corruption in the city. The Sunshine Ordinance was just the beginning. It's time for a commission and FBI investigation. The FBI investigation should subpoena communications between the Santa Ana Police Association Franks and their endorsed candidates. Good night.
Seeing no one, we're now going to go into closed session, and we'll be back out when we're done.
No, we have some comments.
Oh, we do?
There's some comments.
All right, go ahead.
I'm going to let my colleagues go.
I do have some questions for the city attorney, actually, for clarification. There are several evaluations. One of them that was brought on last hour of the city manager, just ironically, just a few weeks after we had already done an evaluation of the city manager. My understanding is that there is some interest by some of the individuals on this dais to potentially remove, potentially on administrative leave, city manager. So my question for the city attorney is what constitutes a rightful removal of somebody, or specifically of a city manager, and any consideration on administrative leave? What would is there some type of requirement that would need to be met in order for council to consider that? And then also another follow-up question.
First, I'd like to begin my comment to the mayor and council members that it is never my preference to provide you legal advice in public, particularly when it regards a personnel matter. I'd be happy to do so if that is the desire of the council for me to do that. I also would like the city manager to at least go on record saying that he understands that we are discussing him in particular and that he waives the right to have that discussed in closed session.
Can't you just speak hypothetically about what it would take for the removal?
I can, as long as you
don't have to
understand
speak
that
about
it is
the specific-
hypothetical. Just because you reference the matter, I want to make sure that we are not putting that on the record for him in particular. The City of Santa Ana has a charter requirement that applies to your appointed officials, who are the city manager, the city attorney, and the clerk of the council. That charter provision provides that in order to terminate employment or to terminate the contract, that it requires a vote of 5. With respect to the city manager in particular, there is a process set forth in your rules that require you to adopt a resolution and to provide the city manager with 30 days advance notice. That is the case if you are moving forward to terminate for cause he has, that's his due process rights under your rules. For that's for termination. With respect to administrative leave, placing someone on administrative leave is not termination. We have employees in the city that we place on administrative leave. We have several at any given time. The legal requirement to place someone on administrative leave is whether the council believes that there is reasonable cause necessary to look into or investigate a claim or an allegation against an employee. That's the legal test. Is there some type of reasonable cause which would that you would want to take a pause and to take a look at? And the second part of that is whether you believe that in order to look into that effectively, that the employee should not be at City Hall. That would be the legal test. So it's kind of like a two-part test.
So my follow-up question is, if there has been an investigation that has already been taken place and a conclusion to that, could reasonable cause be reopening that, or would it have to be something that would be new? And then I do have another brief.
In order to place someone on administrative leave, I would have to evaluate those allegations. I'm not aware of any at this moment as we talk in open session that I can discuss, and I would have to evaluate them. So it's hard to tell you without knowing what they might be. We all know that there was a previous investigation. If there were any new claims or continuation of those claims, we'd have to evaluate them to see if they meet that reasonable cause standard.
So, and then my last question here is, whether we would, the council, create exposure, legal exposure, if there wasn't rightful cause for putting somebody on leave? And a related question is if there would be the appearance of potential retaliation if an employee files some type of harassment or makes some type of comment, and council then takes action after the fact, can it be perceived as retaliation, and do we then create exposure to the city?
So this is the answer that nobody likes and that all attorneys like to use. It always depends on the facts. So if you have an allegation that is closely related to previous matters that might have been investigated, we might make a conclusion that that's double jeopardy, that you can't do it again. If there's a new allegation that's completely independent of old allegations, then we'd have to evaluate that on its face. So I'd have to know that, and at this moment I don't have any information. We are speaking hypothetically, but we would have to evaluate that, and that's what we'd have to do. And then really it would be the council. The council is the decision maker with respect to any employee, the three that I mentioned. Any other employee, it's actually the city manager is the decision maker as to who he places on administrative leave.
We would potentially, if there isn't, again, a strong reasonable cause, then there would be potential exposure.
I would have to
the city.
evaluate that, and I'm required to do that nearly, very frequently. We have ongoing litigation right now over a case where we place someone on administrative leave, and that case is being litigated. And so we do have some background information that we can show you what was decided there and how we ended up in that litigation, if you desire to talk about that.
Thank you.
Vince or Sal?
Thank you.
Mayor, go ahead.
Just a quick question, Madam City Attorney. I wanted to follow up on the council members' questions because I am kind of confused about procedurally how we can proceed and move forward on this.
You're typing hypothetically, right?
And where it's completely hypothetical. So in a situation where an evaluation has been conducted, how could the evaluation occur in a case when you have two council members that can't address performance because there hasn't been that experience with that performance? So it's a question of standing, right? I would expect, let's say in a hypothetical situation, the mayor and the mayor pro tem here certainly have standing because they can base their evaluation on past performance. And with all due respect to the council members who are new, I just don't know what you'd be evaluating, right? And having access to the evaluations, that's perfectly proper, but actually conducting the evaluations is what seems counterintuitive, right?
So there's actually two parts to that question, a two-part answer to that question as well. The first part of it is what gives any individual council member the right to place on the agenda an evaluation. The Santa Ana City Charter authorizes any council member to put an item on the agenda. Personally, as your city attorney, and I've mentioned this before, I don't like the idea that an individual council member can place an item on closed session, whether it's an evaluation or a litigation matter, because there are processes. But nonetheless, that is your charter, and you do have a resolution that talks about placing 85A items on. So from a matter of procedure, that's your charter. Should you ever wish to visit it, that may be something that you want to look at. So that's the process. Anyone can place an item on the agenda. The second part of that, however, in the evaluation is there's case law in California that says under the Brown Act item for closed session on an evaluation, the evaluation can be used to either evaluate performance or to set standards for future performance upon which you can evaluate that performance. And that's something that we would have to go into closed session and find out. I don't know, hasn't been described to me in detail, the reason for the 85A. My recommendation would be, well, we're talking hypothetically, but my recommendation would be go into closed session and hear that out and see if there is a basis for doing it. And we can evaluate that.
Right. So, I just want to speak generally about some of the comments that were made now outside of the discussion and more addressing some of the public comments. Look, I think that some of the public comments that were made today were fair assessments of the city manager. I certainly don't say he's not somebody who hasn't made mistakes. he's the perfect city manager, he's an ideal city manager. There isn't one. There's not an ideal city manager, and you've worked, Madam City Attorney, in many cities, and I've had conversations with counterparts of mine. There just doesn't, they just don't exist. That being said, I think that the narrative here is very dangerous because there's a lot of exposure that the city has if we go down this path. And it also just doesn't read well when you have this being the first item of business in a closed session matter when we're talking about this. And I, in addition to hearing the public comments in support of moving forward, I also received communications from, as did my colleagues, from the Chamber of Commerce, the president of the Santa Ana Chamber of Commerce, from Ryan Chase, who is very involved in the downtown, and he and his family have been here for decades. And I also received a communication from the family at First American Title. Those folks have been around for a very long time. So I just want us to make sure that we tread carefully, and if we want to talk about evaluations and what punitive measures or maybe corrective measures that we need to take based upon the performance that we've seen from the city manager, then let's have that conversation. But let's not have the conversation that feeds into the narrative that was just spoken about, where it does look like there is some need to go and comply with some requisite that was made before the elections. And so that just doesn't look and doesn't appear proper, and that would lead to some consequences, and I think those have been mentioned. And so I just want to make sure that I admonish ourselves and this council to make sure that we're mindful of that. But again, that doesn't mean we can't address some of the issues that we feel the city manager has maybe underperformed, has maybe not addressed. Those are perfectly fine, and those are the conversations we should have. But this one just seems like a very, very difficult one that we'd be addressing.
Councilmember Tinajero.
I'm just going to be much more straightforward. I don't know if you guys ever remember this guy. His name was Nostradamus, who could tell the future. He could foretell the future. Well, 4 weeks ago, you heard me sit on this dais and say, hey, let me tell you what happened in this election. The Police Officers Association, Jerry Serrano, president. Franks has already been gone. We used to work with Franks. But this president came in and met with different folks saying, if you fire the the chief of police, we will support you. The only way to get to the chief of police is to fire the city manager. We are going to raise over $400,000. And those who support this, we will support. And those who don't, we're going to run someone against you. And I said it back then. Roman Reina looked out for you and not his political ambitions. Vince Sarmiento did the same. Because that, my friends, is corruption. In today's Voice of OC, I heard Mr. Serrano say that didn't occur. That is 100% not true. And I'm telling you why it's not true, because he asked me. He thought I was going to run for mayor. And you know the terminology he used as we were walking out of our meeting? So, Sal, are we going to throw a body out the window? This is who's just taken over our city. And what's scary about it is these are supposed to be the people that are the honest. If they're willing to lie about that, what else are they going to be willing to lie about? I don't see it. I'm trying to figure this out. How do you call an evaluation of someone when you've been here 10 minutes? Think about that. Does that not resonate? Does that not shake you to the core? I'm not a fortune teller. I'm far from it. But how did I know 4 weeks ago that we would be here today if those conversations didn't occur? Oh, city manager's the one right now. Chief of police, you're next. City attorney, you're following right after. You know why? Because the mayor can't have you on that seat. Because the mayor needs a city attorney who's going to bend the law so that he could do the crooked things that he's done in the past. That led us it led us to bankruptcy, to near bankruptcy. That's what it did. We do not have our own fire department anymore. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, appreciate it. We don't have it. But you know what this city manager did? He came in here at the worst times, and he brought us back. I've been here since 2006. It wasn't until the last negotiation that our employees finally got a raise. But you know why the police officers, President Serrano's upset? He's upset for a couple of things. One, for the first time in like 9 years, we have a surplus, $15 million. The city attorney, or the city manager says, hey, let's do something that's fair. Our employees haven't received a raise. Let's do something that's fair. Let's split it in half. $7.5 million will go back to the community for its infrastructure. The other $7.5 million will go to our employees. Is that fair? Do you think that's fair? I said, heck yeah, that's fair. He goes, and we'll split that 7.5 to SEIU and the Police Officers Association. Oh, but see, that wasn't good enough for Jerry. He wanted more. See, he believes that his union folks are more important than the other union folks. And he said that to me. Do you think they should get paid as much as we do? Or do you think they should get the same kind of raise we do? What you all need to understand, SEIU, is that he doesn't think you should get the kind of raises, even though you've given up the most money to keep the city afloat. The other issue is that they don't want accountability. You see, for the first time in our city, officers are being held accountable. I told someone this one day. I said, you know, back in the day, a football coach can grab your face mask, cuss you out, yell at you, throw you down on the ground, you'd get back up and everything was okay. Could you imagine doing that now? If a football coach did that today, it'd be a newspaper story. Why? Because times change. People get more educated. And that's what's happened here in our society. Our society has become more educated. They see that we need to help our community be safe. And being safe means that we need community policing, we need a relationship with our police officers, and we need to have the people that are at the leadership levels to be honest. So, what a surprise. What are you going to do when you get into office? Are you going to fire the police chief? If you are, cool, we're 100% behind you. Let me tell you something. I'm looking at the 460 form for Councilmember Villegas. He raised $3,297. Let me tell you what that buys. It doesn't even buy yard signs. Or it might be able to buy you a few yard signs. It can get you one mailer, but you can't mail it because you don't have enough money for stamps. He didn't run a campaign. He didn't need to because the fix was already in. The strategy was put in place. When I ran for office, the only time I didn't run a campaign was this last time around. Why? Because I didn't need to. But prior to that, I had to fundraise. I had to figure out a way to get my yard signs out, to get my message out, because nobody was buying me. The other thing is, the mayor, do you know that the mayor didn't even have a political action committee for this campaign? They ran it for him. Don't be surprised. This isn't new. We're going into closed session right now to pay back a political debt. That's what's happening. And if that doesn't shake you, I don't know what will. But it shakes me. And it's worrisome for me to even be talking like this to you today. This city manager brought us back from near bankruptcy. We now have a AA rating. We have over $40 million in reserves. What else do you want? Because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because there is no sense to it. It's political. Madam City Attorney, the mayor has taken loans from people. He has taken loans from people and not paid them back. The FPPC has fined him several times. At what point are we going to take this up to the Attorney General's office or send it up to the Federal Bureau of Investigations? Because I don't know about you. This community must demand that we set an investigation to our mayor. Because how do you take a loan? Think about this. How do you take a loan and not pay it back? Do you see how corrupt that is? That means that you could have given a political favor, they paid for it, you never paid it back, but you disguised it as a loan. Can we do that, Madam City Attorney?
Mayor and council members, there are two ways to do that. Under the city charter, the city manager has the ultimate authority to initiate and to continue and to offer any investigation that he feels is having to do with any subject matter jurisdiction of the city.
Can you say it louder, because I don't think they can
Okay,
hear
I'm
it.
sorry. Under the city charter, the city manager actually has the authority to initiate, continue, and to prosecute any investigation of any matter which is under the jurisdiction of the city. I have also in the past, when so directed by the full council, by the majority of the council, and where you have waived the attorney-client privilege, taken matters forward for you. And so those would be the two ways in which you could initiate something like that.
So I want to ask Councilman Villegas, if you were working the beat and you were out on the street working your job, and the supervisor, and you had a new supervisor that came the very next day, do you think it's appropriate that they check your job performance when they have never seen you perform?
No,
Yeah.
I'd like to just remind the council, we have on our agenda the closed session, and we are taking public comment as part of the closed session. It's up to you. If you have council comments after, we can have the conversations for the council comments, but we have to be mindful of the Brown Act, that we haven't agendized this matter on the investigation. But as you know, under the 85A, you can agendize, any council member can agendize an issue for the city council agenda.
But, so for not,
sorry,
can we maybe wrap up, Councilmember?
Just real
Sarmiento?
quickly, though, just to interrupt the council member, you can't, once you go into closed session, none of that can be discussed out here, so then we're forbidden by confidentiality under the Brown Act, so. So if there's ever going to be an opportunity to maybe
Absolutely, which I
discuss
said
it,
you
it
can
probably would be
85A
now
it.
prior to the
Yes,
to the
and you can
conversation.
85A it, and when you come out, just because you have a matter that's discussed in closed session does not mean that you can't discuss the matter. What you can't discuss is anything that was in there that's confidential. If there's a charge, an allegation, anything like that. But the general political issues that I think that you were raising now are clearly conversations for a public meeting. The question is, when do you have them? At what time in this process do you have them?
Well, I just think that it's interesting how 4 weeks ago I said this was going to happen, and I told you why it was going to happen. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled by why this is happening. It's happening because there's political favors to be paid. That's it.
Any other comment? If not, I'm going to say we go into closed session. By the way, before we begin this council meeting, let me just state that unfortunately, Mayor Pro Tem Martinez was in a car accident not too long ago, and she'll sit down some, but much of the meeting she might be standing, and I just want you to know that it's because of her injury. So with that, why don't we all join her and stand, and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you can remain standing, we have Curtis Smith, our police chaplain, who is going to give us our invocation this evening.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen of the community, let us pray. Eternal God, we come into your holy presence, asking you to invoke the richness of your blessing upon this assembly on behalf of the great city of Santa Ana. For the Santa Ana High School varsity football team, who will be honored tonight with certificates of recognition for their achievement of going undefeated and making it all the way to the CIF, we are very proud. We ask your blessing on this council body as they conduct the very important business on the agenda. Guide their actions that they will be positive and successful. May this council meeting, which was opened by being called to order, be conducted expeditiously with dignity and adjourned in harmony. We pray in the spirit of the serenity prayer, saying, God, grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the courage to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. All of God's people said, Amen.
Thank you. You may be seated. And now I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem Martinez to come around, and the Santa Ana High School varsity football team, please come and stand back here.
Before I begin, I'm going to wait till they all come up here.
Yeah, thank you. Smaller guys. That's right. Hey, come on, Mark. You're big. Yeah, you too.
Oh, I see him in the audience. I was just going to say, where is Jeff Bishop? How do we put this up here? Here we go. Jeff, after you take your picture, certainly come up here, and I'm asking Jeff Bishop, who is a principal at Santa Ana High School, to please join us up here. Please, Jeff. And actually, you probably remember him. He's somebody that swore me in 2010, and I owe a lot to this man, and he's doing amazing stuff at Santa Ana High School. I'm certainly a proud Saint, graduate of 1997, and, you know, it's with great amazement as I see these young men, and just, you know, I may just get emotional, but to know what you all have done, the spirit in this city is alive because of your hard work and determination to do good, not only in school, but in the sport you all possibly love, which is football. And, you know, as I read, you know, some of the key points, I'm not going to read them all because I think it would be fitting for your captains, your coaches, to really highlight the amazing work that you did this season that is forever life-changing, not only for you or Santa Ana High School, but for the entire city of Santa Ana. Everybody was watching, and we are extremely proud of all of you, and I want to give you all a round of applause. And I say these things because most of our kids that go to Santa Ana High School don't have all the means that many kids go to private school like Modern Day High School. And that's an example because of private school here in the city, and not to take away from Modern Day High School. But these young men come from challenging backgrounds, issues they just face of how to get to and from school. But they still know how to persevere. They know not to give up. And even though there are going to be times where we're not victorious, and we will not be able to win every game, but at the end of the day, they're all still winners because they're young men with integrity, hard work, and determination. And that's what made me proud. I had not been to a high school football game since I was in high school, and that's 20 years ago. And you brought me out to the high school football game not too long ago before you all took CIF. And I will tell you that as I watched in the crowd and I saw all your parents, your family members, residents excited and thrilled about what you were all doing. And so let me read some key points, and then I'm going to ask the coach and, of course, Jeff Bishop and some of the captains and players to say a couple of things. So please bear with me because this is important. What they have accomplished is quite amazing here in Santa Ana. So the Santa Ana Saints football team has had one incredible year. They were undefeated in their regular season, and that deserves a round of applause in itself. From 2010 to 2013, the Saints' record was 1-39. It has been over 30 years since a Santa Ana team had been to the CIF championship game. They finished their season 13-1, and they only lost being in that CIF game. The Saints went into the playoffs as Division 13 top seed. This year's win has been the most they've ever had since 1967. At the helm of the Saints is Coach Charlie. And Charlie, I don't want to ruin your last name. How do I pronounce that? T. Campworth, who is on his third season with the team. The Saints finished ranked on the top 25 teams of Orange County, first time since 1989. The program went 0-10 when this year's seniors were just freshmen. We congratulate the Saints for having an undefeated season and for making it to the CIF championship game. And certainly we have a lot of certificates that we're going to want to give, but I wanted to take a moment to ask the coach to please come up here, and Principal Bishop, to please say a couple of words about these young men and your season, and what does this mean for you all, and what does it mean for our students? And then I'm going to ask the Briseño brothers as well to please comment, because I know that everyone's extremely proud of you all, as we are of the entire team.
First off, thank you guys so much for having us. There you go. Thank you. We couldn't be more proud of these young men behind me, not just for winning football games, but some other things that were on there is we had no varsity players below 2.0 all season, so nobody was ineligible, so they all had their grades. They never get in trouble, except for talking too much. They're all very good boys, very good young men. And so it's just something to be proud that they're not just on the field winning, but they're on the field representing the community the right way. And that's what we're most proud of how they act. And you can see, Gerard, turn around. On our back of our shirts, we put "We Are Santa Ana," and it doesn't say "We Are Santa Ana High School." It says "We Are Santa Ana" on purpose, because we view ourselves, as the community, and we want to make sure we're always doing the best to represent the community the right way. Thank you.
Principal Jeff Bishop.
So a lot of times we create charter schools, and you're going to say, what's he talking about, charter schools? We don't need charter schools. And a comment I embraced some time ago, you've got Santa Ana High School that's been here for 127 years. It has the mark of us on that school. So we start creating something above what presently exists on Walnut Street. That's a statement about us. And when I think about what Santa Ana High School does, it's not about winning. Because yes, we all like to win. And we're going to continue winning. But when you have a coach that cares more about who the kids' heart and soul are, and you have kids that work their rear ends off day in and day out in spite of some of what they don't have. That's Santana.
I now want to ask either one of John Briseño or his brother to please come up here and make some comments.
I just want to say thank you guys for coming out to every of our football games. It's really a blessing, humble experience. I've been around a lot of teams all my life, and it's one of my best teams I've ever been with. One of my best coaches I ever had in my life. Been with all these coaches. It's a great experience. It was really fun to play in the Seattle Championship game, despite losing. But it was a great experience. A great experience. Thank you guys for coming out.
I've been living in Santa Ana my whole life, and then growing up, my uncle went to Santa Ana High School, and then I just wanted to follow his footsteps, and he played for the Santa Ana Saints, and then, when I came here, we knew our freshman team, I knew we were something special, and then, our team was going to making all the way, and then we did this year, and, I'm proud of my team. We did put in a lot of work, running sprints every day, and, staying after practice lifting, and before practice lifting, and now, just making all the way to the championship, going 13-1. It's not a bad record, but I love this city, I love my team, and I'm just proud to be a Saint. Thank you.
Is there anyone else on the team that would like to say something? No one else?
I'd like to say, do we have a student up there?
Come on, Steve.
Bring it up.
You're big. Oh my God.
I just want to point out to everyone, thank you so much for coming and coming to this little appreciation thing for us. I just want to say that it was an amazing experience for all of us as a team, as a family, to reach 13-1 and make it to the CIF final in such a long time. It's a blessing to be here with you guys, for all of you guys to be here and appreciate us and acknowledge what we've done. And what the coaches have seen and our principal, that is for the community. This is for everyone. We represent everyone. And the back of your shirt says, we are Santa Ana. And thank you so much.
And while she's getting the certificates, I want to thank Councilman Martinez as an alumni of Santa Ana High School for continuing to support us spiritually and emotionally. And also, we want to give thanks to Mr. Councilman Sal Tinajero that's trusting Santa Ana High School with his son as a freshman.
So, right, if you're a saint, what's the cheer? Once a saint, always a saint. All right, congratulations.
Congratulations, guys.
Let's have one more applause for the team and everything that they've done. Good job. And thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Martinez for inviting the team down for this presentation.
And
go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, what I wanted to let people know is that there is something special happening at Santa Ana High School, and I think it's something that you need to see for yourselves when you get on that campus. The students are excited, they're engaged, their teachers are engaged, and it's something very special, and I think that the principal, Jeff Bishop, has a lot to do with it, so I want to give him a round of applause as well for creating that.
With that, Madam City Attorney, is there anything to report out of closed session?
We do not have any reportable action.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead, and we have a lot of public comment. But before that, I believe Ken, you're here with some members from the Vietnamese community, the Buddhist temples. Why don't you come on up? I know we're going to do some presentation. I don't see you on the agenda. But let's come in for
Mr.
the
Mayor,
swearing-in ceremony.
Yes, it's actually a swearing-in ceremony. He's on the consent calendar to appoint him to the Planning Commission.
Come on up, and that way you can go home. Let's take that item. Which item is that?
13.
Are there other members to be appointed? I think there are several.
Yes.
All right, so let's start with Gem. And then Mike Tardif, if you're here.
Stephanie. No.
And then Cynthia. Is Cynthia here?
No, she's not here today.
Cynthia's not. Is Stephanie Naheda here? Yes. Stephanie is here. So Stephanie, Ken, walk around this way, please. And you'll administer the oath, madam?
Yes, if we can formally approve them or appoint them.
I would entertain a motion on all the candidates that those that are present, those that are not present. Those in favor, please say aye. 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 Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Now go ahead. You can swear them in. Do you want to do one first, or you want to do them together?
I can take them separately.
Ken, why don't you come on up? We'll do you separately.
I, Ken Nguyen, do solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemy, foreign and domestic, and I bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, and I take the application freely without any mental reservation or the public reservation. I will well and faithfully discharge the duty upon I am about to enter. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just do want to thank
Go ahead.
Now Planning Commissioner Ken Nguyen. He's been a great service for many years. I've nominated him to be our Planning Commissioner, so I'm proud to have you in that esteemed role. He's been on our Parks and Rec Commission. He's also our official liaison to the Vietnamese community, so we thank you for your service. We know your family members are here and some leaders of the Interfaith Council. If you can all please stand up so we can recognize you as well for loaning him to our community.
We'd like to recognize the President of Vietnamese Interfaith Council in America, the highest ranking religious leader in the United States. And also would like to recognize Councilwoman Thu Hoàng Nguyen from City Garden Rose. He sits way in the back there, and representing to Asia Cunningham from the office of Congressman Lou Correa.
So thank you and congratulations, Ken.
And Ken, I want to just thank you because I know you're my outgoing Parks and Recs Commissioner. I had you for close to 10 years, so thank you for your service. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're still going to be a commissioner, and you're in good hands. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Oh, Ken, I'm not going to get up because it's going to take me a while. So.
I, Stephanie Naheda, do solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And I take this application freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to say thank you, Stephanie, for
Thank you.
previously serving under Councilmember Roman Reina. So thank you, Stephanie, for accepting. She's doing a wonderful job on the Personnel Board. Thank you again.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just very quickly, since we have two newly planning commissioners, just want to direct to our planning director that immediately they get through orientation. Planning commission is probably one of the most important commissions that you can serve on the city, and it's vital. They make major decisions that they immediately get orientation, and possibly even go to Sacramento and some orientation with planning. I always think it's important for them to get as much knowledge before they're making big decisions for the city. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilwoman Martinez. I've got quite a few speakers. Let me take some now, and then we'll probably get into the consent calendar. I have speakers for that as well, and then I've got more public speakers. So let me take a couple right now, and then we'll get into the consent calendar. Is Michael Kubernath, you were here earlier. I think you want to speak again. Jose Hernandez and Alex Vega. Let me take those three.
Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council, Michael Klubnikin. I got some bad news to tell this group here that the Board of Supervisors has declared war on the public. I'll give you an example. Before the election, you could if there was a gang injunction unfairly in your neighborhood, you could come, fill out a speaker request, have the clerk of the board read it, and then they'd frame it, put it on the overhead, this is the neighborhood, this is that, and that. Then they'd call public speakers to say, hey, this is unfair, this is this, this is that. Well, guess what? You can't do that anymore as of November the 8th. After they were elected, they took away your right to come before a meeting like this and give your 2 bits in there. So there's something wrong with this picture. You reap what you sow. You don't try to silence the public. Anybody will tell you, you try to come against the church in China, you know, they tried to snuff out freedom of religion. The strongest church on the planet is in China. So you try to silence the voice of the public, it ain't going to work. And you say, well, what has this got to do here? Well, it's a slippery slope. If they're doing that at the county level and treating the public that way, where now you have to just go, you know, at the front of the meeting to say your public comments and homogenize with the agenda comment, and then you might not even discuss it for 4 hours later. So whatever your comments are has been watered down. So I'm here to tell you, there's something wrong in Orange County. It's a credit to Orange County Register. They said the feds are stepping in. Well, guess what? It's not about jailhouse informants with the DA. It's about forced conservatorships where they take over your life like a police state, come into, throw you into court, and then you got to fight them. And a guy like Elia comes up here because he's maliciously prosecuted by the district attorney. I come up here because he turns a blind eye to real estate fraud. So there is a cesspool of corruption in Orange County. OC stands for organized crime.
Thank you, Michael. Your time is up. Jose, please come on down, and then Alex.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, new City Council. Oh, where's Solorio? So I want to first of all say that it's really unfortunate what's happening with the city manager. It's obvious that what happened during the election and the $400,000 that the police union was able to put gave some certain kind of direction to the new council members that are now trying to get rid of somebody whom they've never worked with. It doesn't make any sense. It's obviously politically driven. So I hope that that's not the case, and we can continue to work with folks that have been willing to work with community members. Secondly, I want to say I would support district elections or ward-based elections here in Santana. It's obvious that that's how we're going to avoid carpetbaggers from coming into our community that don't really represent the districts or represent the community and are doing it just to further their own career politician goals. So, district elections, that's what Anaheim did, that's what all sorts of cities are doing, and also being able to make sure that it's not gerrymandered. So it's really representative of the culture in the community. Also want to talk about Sanctuary City. Obviously, a lot of folks here are here to talk about that. This is the hot button issue. We're leading the way here in Santana, in Orange County, where the country is going towards this racist, bigoted, anti-immigrant kind of rhetoric. We're really standing up. So I hope that you, Mr. Villegas and Solorio, and the folks here on the council will be supportive of the ordinance to make sure that we are supporting them. But also with that, it's obvious that we can't really have a sanctuary city if we have an ICE contract. So we need to stop making money off of the separation and the tragedy of our communities. Because enough is enough. It's this modern day slavery, and we need to end this practice here in our city. I want to say that the Heritage Foundation donated money, and now they're expecting to get what they donated for. So I hope that amendment is not passed, because we don't, if they would just build the affordable housing, they wouldn't need to pay the in lieu fees, but they are. And so obviously this is a situation where they're getting hooked up while the community is getting the short end of the sticks. We want hookups, we want subsidies, but it seems that only big foundations can get them.
Thank
I
you.
still got yellow. And then
we're going
finally, I want to
only.
support El Centro Cultural and them being able to get funding, because those are the kind of organizations that we need to fund.
Jose,
Thank you very much.
Alex? And by the way, for the record, Madam Clerk, let me know. We're just going 2 minutes. Everybody gets the same time. So when the light is yellow, yellow's
so
the new red.
Now from 5 to 3, down to 2?
Now it's 2, Alex. And
oh
you
my
gotta
God.
Stick to what's
so
relevant.
I was in my teens. I was 18 the first time I came.
Go ahead.
May I have Dr. Vargas, because I request for Dr. Vargas to be here before I start. Dr. Vargas. Dr. Vargas. El intérprete.
So you're going to speak in Spanish, even though
Spanglish.
you're well able to speak
Spanglish.
English.
I speak Spanglish.
All right, go ahead, Alex. He can hear you.
It's kind of late, huh? Thank you for the delay. Now he's going to do it in Spanish, and I'm going to try to do it in English. I was in my teens the first time I came here, and a lot of things happened in Santa Ana, and the reason I got involved is because in 1993, March 3rd, the 3rd day of March 1993, it was a year in my life. They sent somebody to kill me, and they shot and killed my brother Rudy. Rest in peace. And that's why I said, I'm still searching for that bullet that was meant for me and got my brother instead. Rest in peace, Rodolfo Vega. So I hate corruption. Because of corruption, I should be on Fair Haven, not Rudy. So when they talk about corruption, Mr. Tinajero, I know you. I know about the baseball. I know about the things you did with your other brother, my brother. You remember Nativo Lopez? Do you remember him? Okay. Sarmiento, he doesn't live in Santana for 2.5 years. Voting in Santana, I'm a Santanero for life, I said. In Santanero in the afterlife. What's wrong with Santana? Now I'm going to mention somebody. They said, Alex, now you work hard to get people elected. Now you have nothing but corrupt people. And I said, yeah, but now it's my corrupt people. Sorry to say this. Yeah. I'm not ashamed of this color. No. I got white, black, and brown in my blood. What part of me want you to hate? You want me to hate the white blood, the black blood, or the brown blood? Can't hate. Santanero for life, and Santanero in the afterlife. So if we talk about moving from place to place with Santana, that's okay, I don't care about that. If Sarmiento decides to leave and back to Santana, he's welcome. But for 2.5 years, he's voting in issues, Santana issues. Miguel,
Alex,
I
please
just
wrap
don't
up. It's
want
already yellow.
I don't want to start to say anything anymore.
All right.
I
thank
said
you.
enough about corruption. Like I said, I'm in overtime. God bless you. God bless America. God bless Santana.
Thank you. And Cesar, look, you are here to translate when somebody goes, yeah. So you're not gonna.
They did it in Spanish the last time I was here. Mr. Sarmiento.
It's okay.
Why not in Spanish?
We're not gonna go
Are
there.
you Mexican, Miguel, or not?
We're not gonna go there.
Are you Mexican?
We're not gonna go there. This is the translate from Spanish to English.
Thank you, senor.
All right. So with that, I'm going to move the agenda because we have a lot of people here that want to speak about Sanctuary City. And so I'm going to, call on speakers. I would just ask you that, look, we're being courteous. We're moving a lot of folks behind you so that you can speak. So when you speak, keep it to 2 minutes. Let's start with Robert Oliver, I believe. And then when folks want to clap because you like what you heard, please go like this. And we'll try to move it quickly so everybody gets a chance to speak. So with that, please, Robert Oliver, followed by Benjamin Vasquez. Please go ahead.
Good evening, honorable council members and staff. I'm a son, a proud son raised by a single, undocumented immigrant mother. Mom worked days at a sewing factory and evenings on weekends as a cocktail waitress. And on those rare occasions when she came home late from work, my sisters and I wondered what happened to her. Did La Migra get her? And if so, what would become of us? What would we do? Now, Mom's story is not unique. It's being played out in our city with people with similar stories, and we see them. It's a young man riding his bicycle to work at dawn, hoping that a car doesn't hit him. It's the paletero pushing his cart down the street under the scorching July sun. And it's the young lady riding the bus to college because she has a dream that she could be somebody. And I submit to you that they're worthy of your protection because all they want is a piece of the American dream. The same dream that your forefathers had when they came to this country not so long ago. And what are we if not a nation of immigrants? Immigrants who pick food in the fields that wind up on our tables. Immigrants who have built this country's railroads, bridges, and highways, and who have fought and died for us in war. Immigrants who with their blood, sweat, and tears have made this country the great nation that it is. And so I say to you, that nation's calling you, history's calling you, imploring you to show some compassion, to show courage, and to lead. And if you can lead, I will follow you. History's waiting for you. Vote for the ordinance. It's the righteous thing to do.
Thank you, Benjamin. Go like this, please. Benjamin, followed by Seth Davis.
Hello, good evening. I'm here in hopes that we get a sanctuary city passed today, and I'm hoping you do the right thing. You became politicians to better the life of our families and our children. And since, I think, 2004, we've been known as one of the harshest places to live, Santa Ana. And it hasn't changed. It hasn't gotten any better. Your legacy is ruined through that. And to have a sanctuary city will help along that way. We're supposed to help the people who are the weakest, the ones who are the most vulnerable. That's your job. As sanctuary city, we're going to take away fear. And we're going to insert hope in people and families that will better the city. And I understand that we had a whole football team, Santa Ana High School here today, and some of those kids are undocumented. Some of their parents are undocumented. So it would be hypocritical of you to bring them up and support them and not support them in the real life issues that we have here in Santa Ana. If we lose money, it's not the way to vote. The way to vote is the standard of living of people. We already spend more than half of our money on police. 53% of our budget goes to the police. The values of our city, when you spend more money to criminalize people than for their future, is already wrong. And we've been doing wrong for so long. We need to have a sanctuary city, but not only that, It doesn't mean anything if we don't end the ICE contract. We need to implore both of those things. And I hope that you two new city council members are with us, that you're with our families, and you give us hope. And if you see the fear, I was at a rally for the janitors SEIU, where only half the members showed up because the other half were too scared after Trump came in. So please, vote for the sanctuary and the ICE contract.
Thank you for your comments. Seth Davis, followed by Leah Littman.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Seth Davis. I'm a professor at UCI Law. I write on constitutional law in the federal courts, including the rights of states and cities under the 10th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. Under the 10th Amendment, the city of Santa Ana has the authority to adopt the sanctuary ordinance. This ordinance is a legitimate constitutional exercise of the city's authority to regulate for the health, safety, and welfare of its residents. Under the 10th Amendment, local public welfare is a matter for state and local concern, not a matter for the federal government. President-elect Donald Trump has promised to appoint a justice in the mold of Justice Antonin Scalia. In Prince v. United States, an opinion by Justice Scalia, the U.S. Supreme Court held that the federal government cannot commandeer state or local officials to enforce federal law. Prince struck down a statutory provision that commanded local officers to enforce federal gun control laws, including by sharing information about individuals. There's been controversy and confusion in the media about a city's authority to enact a sanctuary ordinance, but a faithful reading of the Supreme Court's precedents leads to only one conclusion. Under Justice Antonin Scalia's anti-commandeering principle, the federal government cannot command cities to help it carry out mass deportations or order local officials to surrender confidential information about undocumented immigrants. By enacting the sanctuary ordinance, the city would be exercising its 10th Amendment rights to regulate for the welfare of its residents. However much it may insist, the federal government cannot force this city to carry out the president-elect's deportation policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee Littman, followed by Samir Ashar.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Leah Littman, and I am an assistant professor of law at UCI School of Law. I write on constitutional law and the federal courts with a particular focus on federalism. Before I became a law professor, I served as a law clerk for Justice Kennedy on the U.S. Supreme Court during the year the court decided NFIB versus Sebelius. In NFIB, the court held that the Affordable Care Act's Medicaid expansion was unconstitutional because it coerced the states into expanding their Medicaid programs by threatening to withdraw the Medicaid funds the states were already receiving. NFIB versus Sebelius says that President-elect Trump cannot indirectly force cities to carry out federal immigration laws by threatening to withdraw cities' federal funds. That is the anti-coercion principle. The administration cannot coerce cities into enforcing federal immigration laws by threatening to cut off funds that cities are already receiving under federal programs, especially community development grants when those funds are not related to the federal government's immigration enforcement plans. In NFIB, the court said the government couldn't take away money used to provide health insurance to some populations in order to get states to provide health insurance to other populations. NFIB says there needs to be a tie between the federal funds and immigration. NFIB therefore means that the administration can't simply yank the city's community development grants because the city won't participate in immigration enforcement. Money that the city receives under other federal programs just isn't related to the federal government's immigration enforcement plans. A lot of the discussion about sanctuary cities has focused on federal funding and NFIB and the anti-coercion principle. But the anti-coercion principle is not the only limit on President-elect Trump's ability to take away a city's federal funds. For example, the administration cannot withdraw federal funds from cities in order to get cities to take actions that themselves violate constitutional rights of residents. If the president-elect's deportation and immigration enforcement policies involve detaining residents on the basis of race or without a finding of probable cause, it would be unconstitutional to withdraw federal funds from cities that try to disentangle themselves from the president-elect's enforcement plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samir. Followed by Jennifer Kaw.
My name is Samir Asher. I'm a clinical professor of law at UC Irvine School of Law and co-director with Annie Lai of the UCI Immigrant Rights Clinic. With our students, we've represented numerous Santa Ana residents in deportation defense and wage exploitation cases. In addition, the clinic is a member of the OC Immigrant Rights Policy Work Group, which is advocating for the ordinance that's on the agenda today. I'll speak very briefly about just a few sections of the proposed ordinance having to do with the prohibition on information sharing between the city and the federal government. 2 points that I'd like to make. First, it's essential that the city not disclose sensitive information about its residents when it comes into contact with those residents to other agencies, including the federal government. When individuals, residents, approach the city for assistance, they share information inevitably across a range of different types of categories, including immigration and citizenship status, but also as victims of crimes, as victims of domestic violence. This kind of information has to be kept between the residents and local city workers and authorities. If it is released to other agencies, it violates the trust that's built between residents and local government. There are some actors in federal government that don't understand the trust that exists between local government and its residents. And it's important to reinforce that trust through the sanctuary policy that is on the agenda. The second point I want to make is that the city would be on strong legal footing by including immigration citizenship status amongst a broad range of types of sensitive information, including crime victim status and sexual orientation, gender identity, other types of information. If that's all included within the sensitive information category, then that puts the city in much stronger legal footing vis-a-vis the federal government. No court has upheld the federal immigration provisions which attempt to compel localities to comply with the cooperation, that is to turn over information to the government. No court has ever upheld those in the face of a blanket prohibition on disclosure of sensitive information that residents might share with their city leaders, officials, authorities. And courts have been actually quite strong that the federal government cannot interfere with the operation of local government operations and cannot tell city leaders what duties its employees should have and circumscribe those duties so as to prevent individuals from sharing information and compelling that information to be turned over to federal authorities. There's strong legal footing here, and we hope that you do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If I could please have Jennifer, followed by Karina Gutierrez.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Coe, and I'm a law professor at Western State College of Law, where I also direct the law school's immigration clinic. My research focuses on the federal deportation system and especially the interplay between criminal and immigration laws. I'm also a member of New Song Church here in Santa Ana. I'm here to speak to two specific provisions in the draft ordinance. First is Section 7F. Section 7F creates an exception to the ordinance's general goal of preventing city resources from being used for federal immigration enforcement. Specifically, it says that some of the most important protections of the ordinance will not apply to three groups of people: persons with pending felony charges, individuals with criminal arrest warrants, and persons with any felony conviction. Now, I know that immigrants with criminal records are not politically popular, but they are our family members, they worship with us, they are members of our community. They are people who may make mistakes, but people nonetheless, And as currently drafted, Section 7F casts out far too many people from the protections of this important ordinance. It would, in some cases, give the police department the green light to violate the Constitution. It also fails to recognize that immigrants with felony convictions have already done their time. It would sweep up those whose convictions may be old or whose convictions may be due to domestic violence or other trauma. Section 7F is so broad that it reaches people who have not been convicted of any crime and, in fact, may ultimately be found to be factually innocent, or whose only crime may be an immigration violation, such as illegal reentry. And Section 7F ultimately actually offers less protection than current state law. So the bottom line is that Section 7F actually does little to improve public safety. It will increase fear. It will decrease trust. My second point is simply that the current draft also leaves out important protections for many because the text qualifies immigration law to be limited to only civil immigration law. Now, it is true that the act of being present in the United States without immigration status is not a crime. However, the lines between the civil and the criminal can be blurry, and the incoming administration can manipulate and expand the meaning of criminal immigration law. So limiting the ordinance simply to civil immigration law also threatens the effectiveness of this current effort to create sanctuary in the city of Santa Ana. So to enact a meaningful policy, I urge the City Council to eliminate Section 7F and to also eliminate references to civil immigration law in the current draft. Thank you very much.
Karina Gallagher. Again, if you can do your fingers or do this, please, it's easier to hear people, and that way we're courteous to everybody.
Good evening, council members. My name is Karina Gutierrez. I'm a staff immigration attorney with Public Law Center. And today I come to you not only as an attorney on behalf of my clients, but I also come to you as a human rights activist and as an undocumented DACA recipient applicant. I am here today to tell you, in addition to the comments by my colleagues, which I fully support, to indicate that with my clients and with family and friends, I have seen due process rights being violated for all of our members of our community. And so I am here to urge you that in addition to looking into the proposed changes to the ordinance, that in your talks and discussions in regards to the surplus in the budget coming up next year, that you consider universal representation for immigrants. I have seen too many of my clients and family members, as well as friends, who sign off their rights when they have immigration relief. And they have not only signed off rights when they have no other relief of immigration, but sometimes they do. And they get separated from families that are here with legal status. We have heard Ms. Martinez, council member, indicate that the Santa Ana High School students face many challenges. One of those challenges that they're facing right now is having their parents go through these proceedings without representation or adequate representation. So I urge you to consider that as well moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And now Carlos. And after that, Denise Hinojosa.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Carlos with Resilience Orange County and also a member of the Orange County Immigrant Rights Working Policy Group. So I have given the clerk the copies of the letter that we're sending to you, and the letter addresses a lot of the points that the law professors just brought up to you, and also includes more than 30 community organizations, lawyers, and attorneys as well that know immigration law as well. And so I think that it is nothing new to say that immigrants are not connected to crime. That is a fallacy. That is a myth. That unfortunately the upcoming administration is trying to perpetuate, as well as law enforcement agencies and institutions. And so that I want to make it clear. The second point that I also want to make is to ensure that this ordinance does not fall behind what the state is doing. Santa Ana can lead or can it fall behind? Right now, we have the Trust Act, the Truth Act, and Senator Pro Tem Kevin De Leon is introducing a package of strong laws that include some of what Santana is doing, but Santana can strengthen it. So the way that the ordinance is as of right now, it's below the standards of what the state should do. So I'm urging you to definitely consider all the changes that we're proposing, specifically also 7F, which criminalizes and violates due process of law and blurs the line between police and SIs. So that is all, and thank you.
Thank you. Denise Hinojosa, and after that, Ario Cortez. And if Ario Cortez could please stand behind her, and then Sandra Ortega. That'll way to go a little bit quicker. Thank you. Please go ahead, Denise.
My name is Denise Hinojosa. Oh my God. My name is Denise Hinojosa, and I have to endure poverty and depression due to my husband being detained by ICE. I am here to remind you about the human impacts of deportation. I also want to express that you should reject Section 7F because felons deserve a second chance. There are many who pose no threat to public safety. ICE hyper-criminalizes, painting the most vulnerable as the worst criminals, becoming a priority for deportation. Stop the separation of families. I have gone through so much from keeping my husband from being deported. That moment where you feel like protecting, fighting, standing up, feeling like you can handle anything and everything your way, then it becomes too much, overwhelming, causing stress, making my anxiety affect my health in a big, big way. It's serious. Oh my God. Oh my God. Families are affected by acts that are not serious crimes, as ICE claims. The lack of funds and no attorney gets you automatically deported without even fighting your own case. And to me, it's something that's not even right. Like, seriously, that is not right. Uno no es como una esclava. You know, I practically paid $15,000 for bond to bring my husband back. I don't have $15,000. So what did I do? I got a bounce man, and I got him an ankle bracelet. I have to pay monthly, $420 monthly, plus the attorney fees. This is going to be more than my paycheck. I'm living paycheck to paycheck, and I can't even afford it. Why? Because I want my husband with me. I want him with our children. I don't want him, getting deported. This is sad. Like, it's not right. And this has affected me so much that it's not even funny. It's like, I can't even speak right now. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Ario, and then Sandra, if you can stand behind, and then after that, Alexis Teodoro, if you can also please stand. Please go ahead.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Jairo. I'm with Orange County American Youth United. We're an organization made up of undocumented immigrant youth and U.S. citizen youth who come from mixed status families. We're here to support the Sanctuary City Ordinance, along with the changes that Professor Coe recommended to Section 7F. We believe that in order for this policy to have teeth, those changes need to be made. In our experience working with youth, we've seen firsthand the impact that these deportation policies have. And we've seen not just, like the immediate impact of having, your family member deported or being sent to detention, but sometimes, them themselves seeing, being the ones that open the door when ICE comes in through the door, or being present, right, like when they are arrested, and then from there, like, just next thing they know, their parent has been transferred over to immigration custody. And so, like, as we see these impacts that these immigration policies have had for a very long time, we're very hopeful that we are discussing this ordinance today, but also, for us, as we've seen the way sort of like that they've come into place and really, quickly kind of like merge with our criminal justice system, right? Which we know by all means is completely imperfect, and it's filled with its own set of biases against people of color, that the changes to Section 7F need to be made to strengthen those protections and to ensure that we don't rely on a flawed criminal justice system as a determination for who should be considered, a person that deserves to be with their family, that deserves opportunity, and that deserves a chance to succeed. Thank you.
Sergio, if you can please come and stand. Please go ahead, Sandra.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Ortega, and I'm with CLU, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. We have embraced the Sanctuary City Resolution, and we have also embraced the fact that you are taking steps to create a true sanctuary city and going beyond a symbolic resolution and creating sanctuary policy. Oftentimes, some good works is actually self-serving. The true value of such service becomes obvious to all when it is truly explored and discerned. This is what we see with the resolution. We are in crucial times, so it cannot be about charity or doing something because it is the right thing to do. We must see real change. The moral character of an act is determined by the moral principle that prompts it. Because of this, I see that having a resolution is a feel-good message being sent to the most vulnerable. However, we all know that you must continue to make every effort possible to ensure that all Santa Ana residents have inherent worth and dignity. It is your moral responsibility to create sanctuary policy because there's so many out there like Denise. So all Santa Ana residents know that they are safe and aren't being criminalized. I believe that establishing a training and oversight commission is key. This commission would be composed of community members and stakeholders to help oversee the implementation of a true sanctuary ordinance. The commission will also ensure that people have a voice and increase transparency and accountability on the part of the city. The Blue Ribbon Task Force Commission is essential to uphold sanctuary in the city of Santa Ana. Additionally, we all want a Santa Ana that thrives. This means there is affordable housing, more parks, not police, district-based elections that ensure all of Santa Ana is equally represented. The Housing Opportunity Ordinance is a means to provide funding for affordable housing, so I urge you to oppose the amendment and ensure responsible development that benefits families. The community is priority, so we do not believe in a break for the developers unless there's additional community benefits. And supporting 80B provides for the much-needed affordable housing, as well as using surplus allocation funds for things that benefit the community, not having more police. I urge you, as Santa Ana decision makers, to be morally responsible and do a true good work.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandra. Alexis, followed by Sergio, and after that, Alba Piedra, please.
Good evening, Council.
Bring the mic up just a little bit. There you go.
Good evening, Council, City Attorney, City Manager, the Clerk. Thank you all for being present. I just want to highlight a couple of things that were immediate red flags when we first checked the language of the ordinance last week. But before that, I also want to acknowledge the democratic and willingness of, for example, Council Benavides of talking with us in terms of this language when you first made your comments a couple of weeks ago. It's been sort of a journey, and time has moved really quickly, but we've been able to work very closely. So I just want to acknowledge that. I also want to acknowledge the presence of the UCA law professors who themselves have a caseload and every day try to protect the civil rights of our communities. They've been an immense help. I know that there's council members who are alumni from UCI, so I just wanted to highlight because the UCI Law School has done tremendous work in our community, and we wouldn't be here without them, including Western State Law School and all the legal partners in Orange County. So I divided my sort of testimony in 5 very brief, concrete points. Number 1, and I thank you, City Attorney, for the conversation we had briefly about what the OC Immigrant Rights Policy Working Group thought about the language as it currently exists now. We feel that it strays away from the heart and the spirit and the initial intent of the original resolution that was voted on not too long ago. Secondly, Section 7F I'm just going to call it like it is inherently racist. It is anti-black. There's a professor at UCI named Ana Muñiz who wrote a book about the history of gang injunctions and where they come from. And it really comes from a community that was hyper-policed because it was full of black folks in the neighborhood of Cadillac Corning in LA. So Ana Muñiz, who's an expert on gang injunctions, narrowed it down that it really came down to the fact that white folks were afraid of black youth. And that was the sort of gang injunctions in the Cadillac Corning. So not only is 7F racist towards Latinos, it is inherently anti-black. So I just want to state that. Because there's a whole array of coalition nationally, the Undocumented Black Network, who's organizing to make sure that the experience of black immigrants don't get erased, and we cannot do that here. My third point, our task force, we really are thinking a civilian review board, a task force with subpoena investigative power, because we do not trust law enforcement. We know, and you know, the Samuel Sixtos case, Samuel Sixtos cannot be forgotten. You know the Vargas case, the undocumented youth who was beat up by Santa police officers. He is permanently mentally disabled from his experience. 7F criminalizes Sixtos and Vargas.
Thank you.
My last point, I just want to remind the council that we committed to turning this ordinance into sanctuary before January 20th, 2017. So I just want to make that as a reminder.
Thank you.
Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you. Sergio, followed by Alba, followed by Castillo, Gregorio Castillo. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sergio.
Bring it down. There you go.
Hi, my name is Sergio. I'm one of the youth involved with Resilience of OC. One thing I wanted to talk about was about the sanctuary cities. And I found out that last week Santa Ana is most likely going to become a sanctuary city. We just have to wait for all of you to vote on it. And I've had experiences with like police members coming to my house searching for my aunt. And my aunt and all of the family from my mom's side are immigrants. So the only thing I'm worried about this contract is just about my mom's side and her. Because without my mom, I basically have nothing besides my dad. I love both of them. So for sanctuary cities, I think you guys need to explain it to some of the folks that don't understand the concept of it. Because at first my mom did not understand sanctuary cities. She just thought it was going to be kind of like a dumb way of promoting Santa Ana to get a better population and to make it more kind of like more popular and kind of raise the house taxes. And so I explained it to her, but she still doesn't get the concept of it. She just thinks that once more like immigrants find out more about this, she thinks that you guys are gonna break the contract with you guys are gonna break the contract that you made with Santa Ana to not have ICE with us anymore, and you're just gonna basically deport all the folks here. And she gets pretty scared about that. So I just want to make it more clear to you guys that you guys need to terminate this contract with ICE. Because if you make this a sanctuary city, you gotta try and make the whole country national with this law. Thank you.
Thank you. After Gregorio Castillo, Ali Mir, please go ahead, Alba.
Hello, council members. My name is Alba from Resilience OC, and I'm happy that Santa Ana is in the process of becoming a sanctuary city. But I don't want, we don't want sanctuary to just be a label. We want laws that protect our undocumented community, but not just our undocumented community, all of our community, because we're all affected by it. Being a youth in Santa Ana is really difficult because I have a lot of undocumented loved ones that they mean a lot to me, and I go in fear every day, worrying if they're gonna be taken away from me. So that's why it's important to me to make Santa Ana a sanctuary city that have laws that enforce it. We need to listen to our community. You all can't afford to mess up. That's it.
Gregorio Castillo. Gregorio is not here. All right, if Gregorio is not here, let me go on to Mayor Tapia, Mayre Tapia, followed by Leonel Velázquez. If they're not here, Leonel, come on down. And after that, Salvador Sarmiento. Mayre Tapia, please go ahead. Need a translation? ¿Necesita traductor? Ok, espérese un segundito. Ok, empiece a hablar porque ya va a poder escuchar lo que está diciendo. Empiece, por favor.
Okay, buenas tardes, mi nombre es Mayre. Soy líder de OCO y de Comunidades Saludables en la Educación. Soy madre de 4 hijos en el distrito de Santana. Santana es una ciudad con más inmigrantes en el sur de California. Por esa razón es importante que la ciudad de Santana tome liderazgo en proteger la población. Termine el contrato con ICE y declare una ciudad santuario antes de que entre a la administración en la Casa Blanca. También quiero apoyar la 80B para que sea vivienda de bajos recursos, pero hoy quiero iniciar el diálogo para lograr tener control de rentas en Santana, que tanto se necesita para la comunidad que vive en pobreza. Gracias. Dignidad y no miedo.
Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Mayre. I'm a leader of OCO, Healthy Communities in Education. I'm a mom of 4 kids in the Santa Ana Unified School District. The city of Santa Ana is the city with most immigrants in Southern California. That's why it's important that the city of Santa Ana has the leadership to protect the population, to end the contract with ICE, to declare Santa Ana a sanctuary city before the new administration comes into the White House. I also like to support ADB, so to have a low-income people housing. And I'd like to start the dialogue in order for us to have rent control in Santa Ana, because it's very much needed for the people who live in poverty. Dignity, not fear.
Hi, my name is Leonel Velázquez. I'm a OCO organizer, Orange County Community Congressional Organization. I took a survey in Santa Ana, and what I saw is that the residents now live in fear, violence, and trauma. We need to ensure that residents are free, safe, and healthy. We must protect against violation of basic due process. We must make sure hospitals and schools are welcoming to all, because everyone deserves safety when they are seeking social services. The city must not request or share any sensitive information to ICE. Also, please stop ICE contract. Dignity, no fear. God bless you.
Thank you. If I could have Salvador Sarmiento. Salvador Sarmiento, followed by Leonel Velázquez.
Hey, buenas tardes. Buenas noches. So, I handle legislative affairs for an organization called the National Day Labor Organizing Network, NDLON. And my job is basically to help localities that have been dealing with kind of federal overreach for literally what's been about a decade of federal overreach with programs like Secure Communities, 287G, et cetera. We've been doing this for a long time. And I just want to make 2 really quick points. One is that yes, it's important to pass the ordinance, but it's important to pass a good ordinance. It's important to, let's be really honest about what we're confronting. When we say criminal aliens, the folks, we might have different definitions of what that means. The folks on Trump's team consider day laborers or low-wage immigrant workers looking for work, they consider them a criminal enterprise. And we might have a lot of disagreements, but I hope that we can agree that day laborers looking for work to feed their families is not a criminal enterprise. right? And so the jail-based deportation programs that we have, and having ICE in the jail, allows the incoming administration literally to have a tentacle in ICE jails, one. The second thing is that the conversation around the exceptions to the policy is really a conversation that other cities had a long time ago. Philadelphia, Boston, Tuskegee, Alabama, for goodness sakes, they had this conversation about making exceptions about our neighbors 3-4 years ago, and they decided that it was clear. You don't make exceptions for your neighbors, you don't poke holes in the Constitution, and you don't make exceptions, dangerous, arbitrary exceptions that might not seem so bad today, but we're having a national conversation about limiting federal overreach. And if you poke holes in the policy today, I guarantee you that the sheriffs and the city mayors in Texas, in Alabama, in South Carolina, in Virginia are going to poke a heck of a lot more holes in these policies. And so we depend on you today, not just to pass an ordinance. That's not sufficient. We need you to pass a good ordinance and to amend it and remove those exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you, Salvador. If we could have Lonel Velasquez. Lonel Velasquez, is he not here? Then we'll move on with Gilad Salmon.
Good evening, council members. My name is Gil. I'm a resident here in Santa Ana in Ward 2. And I'm speaking about this. I spoke last time as well. And I'm speaking about this because I'm an immigrant. I immigrated here at the age of 9 from the Middle East. And so ordinances like these are really important to me because it's important that this city is a sanctuary for all people. Whether you're an immigrant who's brown or an immigrant who's yellow or an immigrant who's white, it doesn't matter. I think we need to all be taking care of each other. And it's really important to remember that these policies affect not just the people who they directly affect, not just the undocumented immigrants, but it also affects the people who live here. I thank God that that my status is taken care of. It wasn't for a little while, that it's taken care of, but at the same time, it affects people here when they have to worry about their neighbors, when they have to worry about their neighbors' kids, and so I just really urge you to remember that these policies affect all of us. And I urge you to do everything you can to remove the exceptions that have been talked about. I urge you to look at other things where we can do as a city to stop using documentation status as a requirement, as a minimum. So one example of that is, serving on city commissions. You can only do that if you're eligible to vote. Let's cut out all requirements of documented status in order to be involved here in the community and be involved here in our city. And so I urge you to look at not just the things that have been brought up, but across the city to make sure that we're not using documentation status as a precursor for being involved in one's community. Thank you.
Thank you, Gil. Alex Vega. Alex Vega. Did Alex leave? Looks like Alex is not here. If we could have David Carbajal. Oh, here comes Alex. David, just wait. Alex Vega.
Español. Hablo español. Señor Vargas.
Hold a moment, Alex. He's coming down. You may begin.
Buenas noches, Michelle y el resto del concilio. Voy a hablar algo de inmigración y es lo que yo pienso. A lo mejor la gente no piensa igual, pero Santana tenemos una cárcel modelo donde los que están detenidos por inmigración están en las mejores condiciones que en cualquier parte de los Estados Unidos. Entonces, si se pierden esas camas y les garantizan un lugar mejor que Santana, qué bien. Pero desafortunadamente no creo que haya un lugar como Santana. Si alguien ha estado en la cárcel de Santana, que levante la mano. Te tratan muy bien. La gente que está ahí por emigración, hay gente que tiene mucho tiempo, que ha estado en otros lados. Entonces, pensando en contratos y todo eso, para tratarlos de una manera humana, como la ciudad de Santana, va a ser difícil. Sé que estamos en momentos difíciles económicamente. La ciudad de Santana está pasando como muchas ciudades por cuestiones de dinero, de bancarrota. Y otra vez voy a ser incisivo en esto. El señor David Cavazos, mis respetos, para mí, ha hecho un muy buen trabajo. La experiencia que él tiene, yo fui a Phoenix, yo estuve en Phoenix en los 80s, manejando un negocio de 40 acres. Entonces me invitaron como activista comunitario a nivel nacional y estuve en Scottsdale y pasé a ver Phoenix. Es otro Phoenix del que yo vi en los 80s. Y yo le dije aquí una vez, dejó sus huellas en Phoenix y ya las está dejando en Santana. Ahora de la política, yo no sé. Yo soy ignorante de la política. Yo soy comunitario. Que Dios les bendiga. Gracias.
Thank you. We're going to do translation, and then David, you can proceed next.
Good evening, Michelle, members of the council. I want to talk about immigration here. These are my thoughts only. I think that, in my opinion, Santa Ana has a model jail. It's better for the detainees. They have better conditions than in any jail in the United States. If we are to lose those beds, I don't think they'll find better beds elsewhere. There's no place that has better jails. I've been in Santa Ana's jail. If you've been through Santa Ana jails, in Santa Ana jails, raise your hand. They treat you very well for immigration or other things. There's people who've been there a long time. And contract with ICE, well, that's a different thing. They do treat people humanely there. We're having a hard time economically, and we have to consider that. Considering Mr. David Cavazos, I respectfully say this, that he's doing a great job. I worked in Phoenix in the 80s. I had a business with managing 40 acres there, and I was in Scottsdale, and I went to Phoenix, and it's a totally different Phoenix then than it was back then. He left his mark in Phoenix, and now he's leaving his mark in Santa Ana. What they're talking about is politics. I don't know about politics. I'm just for the community. God bless you.
Thank you. So now Peter Katz. Carvajal, and then Peter Katz.
Just following up that comment real quick. There's no such thing as a good prison. Prisons are cages, and nobody belongs in a cage. But I want to just start off by saying, you might remember me from last week when I interrupted your little party inaugurating what you guys claim to be 2 city council members, but what was actually the Santa Ana Police Association. The reason I'm here tonight is because I want to express concerns specifically on Section 7F of the proposed ordinance. It kind of reminds me of SB 1070 in Arizona and the prosecution of people of color that happened about 6 years ago in Arizona. That's not right. Immigrant communities suffer from racial profiling and anti-immigrant sentiment, and I'm afraid this would create further stigmas and further tensions between law enforcement and our local communities. It's important that we think of those that have made mistakes in the past but have made changes to their lives. Let's just rethink criminality. By the way, the police has murdered about 1,000 people this year. It's time we defund the police locally and we invest in the health of our communities.
All right, Peter. And then Marilyn Montaño, if you can please stand behind Peter, you're next. And then Julian Garcia, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Yes, Maria, there is a Santa Claus. This is the Tuesday night before Christmas, and I know you're going to come down on the right side of history and deliver a Christmas present to the residents of this city. I support a very strong ordinance for a sanctuary city. And you know, you look at our history, we had a president that said the only good Indian was a dead one. And to those trail of tears, we have a reservation apartheid system today that we have today. We had a Congress that said an African American brother and sister was only 3/5 of a human being. And we've come a long ways through the dogs, the police, the water cannon, and the lynching of Americans. The civil rights movement has come a long way. From Fire Island and Stonewall in New York to Tenderloin in San Francisco, our gay brothers and sisters have fought for justice as well. But we still have a very long way to go. We have a FISA court, the immigration courts, the ICE contracts, restorative justice. There's so much work to be done in this great city. And so look at our women. It was only 96 years ago that they got the right to vote, to own property, and file for divorce. And just a few years ago, they had the right to determine what to do with their own bodies. So let's get to work and build a strong ordinance and send this country a message. The fight has to continue for our undocumented people and residents of the city, the DACA children, the dreamers. I mean, these are human beings. They're not aliens. They're residents of this city. So please do the right thing and adopt a strong ordinance and send a message across this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian, followed by Roxana Rosas. Julian Garcia?
It's her first, and then Julian. No, it's her.
Julian, I think she was before you. I may have made a mistake.
For Maryland?
Yes, go ahead, Marilyn Montaño.
All right. Hi, good evening. So I also was one of the person that came at the last special meeting that interrupted your inauguration. And just to let you know, I mean, people are really concerned because, I mean, we know you're backed up by the police union, and that's very concerning. Has been a lot of police brutality, you know, not just only in Orange County, but in other counties. So you can, you know, everybody's kind of an alert, right? And I'm here because I'm the daughter of undocumented parents. My dad works as a day laborer, so you know when he goes out and he tries to pick up work at Home Depot, not only is he putting his life in jeopardy, but other people around him who are getting paid under the table just to make ends meet to pay rent. And you know, rent right now is a really big concern because of all the gentrification, and you know that increases the rent. And so you know, those are some of the issues that are very concerning in our household. You know, the housing insecurities and ICE. You know, when they come knocking, looking for someone, when ICE comes looking for someone, not only do they come for one person, but they look for other people, especially if they're in apartment complexes. You know, so that is, you're in a danger when you're in that situation. I live in McFadden and Sullivan. There used to be a library there, you know, and people just don't walk outside anymore, you know, and so I'm hoping that you guys make the right choice by making Santa Ana a sanctuary city by, you know, having this ordinance. We can't just have a lip service. We need you guys to do action, you know, so I hope that you guys do the right choice, and we will be watching, so thank you for your time.
Thank you. Julian Garcia, followed by Roxana Rosas.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Julián García, soy un trabajador en la industria de la limpieza y también un líder en mi sindicato.
Un segundito, Julián, un segundito a que baje el traductor.
Oh, ok.
Ok, ya puede empezar porque él ya está bajando. Okay. Empiece.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Julián García, soy un trabajador en la industria de la limpieza y también un líder en el sindicato SEIU-USWW. Muchos de mis compañeros y yo apoyamos a muchos de ustedes en las elecciones del pasado 8 de noviembre del 2016. Caminamos tocando puerta por puerta y haciendo llamadas por teléfono para apoyar a varios de ustedes. Mis compañeros y yo sentimos mucha satisfacción de ver aquí a algunos de ustedes que ganaron, y también satisfacción por el gran trabajo que realizamos en equipo con ustedes. Es por eso que estamos aquí, para pedirles y asegurarnos que voten a favor de que Santa Ana sea una ciudad santuario, para apoyar a la comunidad migrante, y que Santa Ana sea una inspiración y ejemplo para ciudades vecinas, y de la importancia de trabajar juntos, para beneficio de nuestra ciudad, de nuestros ciudadanos, sin importar su país, color de piel, idioma o creencias religiosas. También queremos pedirles algo más. Hace como 2 años, compañeros trabajadores en el Departamento de Policía de Santa Ana perdieron sus beneficios. Y queremos pedirles que por favor contraten una compañía de unión para que ellos vuelvan a tener sus beneficios. Yo espero que lo tomen muy en cuenta y que sé que tomarán una muy buena decisión. Por su atención, muchas gracias.
Good evening. My name is Julian Garcia. I'm a worker in the cleaning industry. I'm also a leader in my union, SEIU, USWW. Many of my fellow workers and I supported some of you in the elections of last November 8th, 2016, and we walked doors and walked the neighborhoods for you, calling on your behalf to support some of you. And my friends and I, my fellow workers and I, feel very satisfied to see that some of you have won, and also great satisfaction for the work that we did as a team with you. That's why we are here to ask that you assure us that you will vote in favor of making Santa Ana a sanctuary city to support the migrant community, and that Santa Ana be an inspiration and an example for neighboring cities regarding the importance of working together for the benefit of our city and all their citizens, regardless of their country of origin, the color of their skin, the language, or religious beliefs. Also, we'd like to ask you something else. About 2 years ago, some of our co-workers of the department of the police department in Santa Ana lost their benefits, and we'd like to ask you to please contract with a union company so that they can have their benefits again. And I hope that you consider this and that you will make a great decision. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, sir. If I could ask the clerk and the city manager to look into that. I think that we may have addressed that at the last council meeting, if I'm not mistaken. Is that?
Yes, Mayor, members of the City Council. The City Council approved an option that the staff recommended to make sure that we bid the benefits that are outlined in the union.
Entonces, no sé si escuchó, señor, pero la semana pasada en la Junta del Cabildo tomamos ese asunto y creo que se aprobó unánimemente. ¿Sí? Thank you for that. Roxana Rosas. Pues venga a hablar. Come talk. Aquí dice Roxana, pero...
Buenas noches, miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Marcela Rosa, soy residente de esta ciudad desde hace varios años. Recientemente, yo es mi primer año que voto en estas elecciones, estuve muy pendiente de todos ustedes como candidatos y me llamó mucho la atención ver su origen latino. Realmente me sentí orgullosa desde un principio, voté por algunos de ustedes. Pero yo creo que la ciudad, todos los residentes, o muchos de los residentes de Santa Ana tenemos un grave problema que no pasa desapercibido por nadie, principalmente por ustedes que tienen tantos años aquí en la ciudad como gobernando. Tenemos un problema, las personas que vivimos en esta ciudad rentamos y nuestro sueldo, más de la mitad de lo que pagamos de renta, se va en más de la mitad de nuestro sueldo. No hay control de renta, pero no es lo más grave es que vivimos en condiciones pésimas porque vivimos en lugares insalubres, en lugares sucios, en lugares que no se llevan a cabo reparaciones porque si hacemos alguna queja inmediatamente nos piden que desocupemos. A veces nos han subido la renta hasta 2, 3 veces al año y nosotros tenemos que seguir continuando. No pagamos poco, pagamos mucho dinero y no se hace nada al respecto. Yo les pido a ustedes que se trabaje sobre una ordenanza de control de rentas que es urgente para la ciudad. La mayoría, mucha gente de aquí, de la ciudad, somos de escasos recursos económicos. Otro problema, yo me acabo de enterar, tengo días siguiendo esta situación, estoy involucrada. Y me acabo de enterar de que la compañía Heritage, que tiene la intención de construir un promedio de 1,200 unidades en esta ciudad, por ley, de acuerdo a la ordenanza que existe de vivienda que existe aquí en la ciudad, por ley tiene que destinar el 15%, que serían 180 viviendas, para dar costo accesible para nosotros, las familias de bajos recursos. Pero se está negando a hacer eso, no obstante que ustedes ya les otorgaron el costo de $9 por pie cuadrado. Les han dado todas las facilidades para que lo hagan, pero ellos se están negando. Y ahora vienen a solicitar un cambio al acuerdo que de origen tienen. Entonces yo me pregunto, si una compañía tiene el deseo de construir y de mejorar la ciudad, ¿qué beneficio tenemos nosotros los residentes de la ciudad? ¿Realmente es beneficio para la comunidad o es beneficio para la compañía, para hacer más rico al rico? Yo creo que ustedes, su objetivo, somos nosotros, la gente, los residentes que vivimos en esta ciudad. Y yo les pido, los incito, por favor, para que realmente velen por los intereses de nosotros, la comunidad que vivimos aquí. Gracias, buenas noches.
My name is Maricela. I've been members of the city council. My name is Maricela. I've been a resident of the city for many years. This last time was the first time I voted, and I watched many of you as candidates. And I see, I'm proud that many of you have Latino heritage, and I voted for some of you. And I'm here because many residents have a problem that some of you don't seem to have noticed, is that the rents, when we pay our rent, our salary is more than 50%, more than half of our rent goes to salary. So we don't have any rent control here in Santa Ana, and we live in bad conditions, unhealthy conditions, dirty conditions, and when we dare to complain, they threaten us with eviction. And they increase our rents 2 to 3 times per year sometimes, and we need to have an ordinance. We must have an ordinance for rent control. We have many low-income residents here in the city of Santa Ana. Another problem is that I just found out about is that this heritage company projects to build 1,200 units, and by law they must destine 15% of those units, about 180 units, for low-income housing, and they're refusing to do so, even though you approved them to keep the fee at $9 per square foot, and now they refuse to do that, and now they come back and want to change the terms. So I'm wondering if the city of Santa Ana wants to improve the city or improve the conditions for rich people. So I'm asking you to look into this and to look out for the community.
Okay, Adriana Moreno, Elizabeth Weber, Hugo Munoz, come on down, Hugo. And after that, Luis Aleman.
Good evening, City Council. Buenas tardes a todos. My name is Hugo Munoz. I've been a longtime resident of Santana. I was actually born and raised in Santana. I'm here to speak in favor of the sanctuary city. My mother was a young mother, 24 years old, and was pregnant. That child that she was carrying was me. At the time in the 80s, there were some ICE raids going on in the city, and luckily my mother was able to escape the raid long before she was wrapped up in it. But something that strikes me is that my mother never forgets that story. In fact, she always reminds me. And it bothers me that long before I saw the light of day, I was criminalized. And so this issue is very personal, but it affects me personally because I also have family that is undocumented to this day. But also because my faith impels me to talk about this issue. I'm Catholic, and we're currently celebrating Advent season. Advent is a time of joy, a time of hope. It is a time when we prepare our hearts, prepare our minds for the coming of the person that we consider to be Christ, our Savior. And so, Christ was also persecuted, died at the age of 33, for those of you that know that story, fun story. He was persecuted by the Romans, he eventually suffered the death penalty on the cross. But it is my faith that impels me to be here tonight because these folks have evangelized me time and again, and I've heard so many stories of pain and trauma. And I've been so incredibly moved and touched by these stories. And thank you. And I'm humbled to be here present, sharing this historic moment with everybody. And I also just want to say that I'm in favor of, that I don't want an amendment for 75B for the heritage. But if there is absolutely going to be an amendment, if there needs to be some changes to that, namely $15 per square footage and so forth.
All right,
and also district elections, we're all in favor of it.
Thank you.
So
Luis
thank you guys.
Aleman.
Good evening, council members. I stand here not only as a member of Santa Ana community, but also as a board member of the Orange County Young Democrats. And throughout the years, we have helped many of you get elected, either through our endorsement, through walking for you. So we, as a board, came up with a statement in support of the resolution. As you know, our undocumented brothers and sisters are filled with fear and uncertainty in the face of the Trump administration. The new administration has promised sweeping crackdowns on immigrant communities, which could result in the separation of millions of families. Orange County Young Democrats is an organization composed of young people across our county, many of whom are immigrants and many of them who have immigrant families. We support the vote to make the city of Santa Ana officially a sanctuary city and to bring an end to the ICE contract as soon as possible. Santa Ana can stand with other cities and be an example to the rest of the country of what it means to be an immigrant city, or we can stand by and watch as our fellow immigrants are stripped of their rights and labeled as illegal, even though they're people. We urge our elected officials to take the necessary steps to help protect the undocumented workers and people of this city. It is imperative that in these uncertain times, we stand with the immigrant brothers and sisters. Our country and state and our city must stand together against xenophobia and the separation of families. And in the spirit of the Christmas season, we leave you with a quote from the Bible, from Proverbs 31:8-9, which says, "Open your mouth for the mute, for the right of all of those who are destitute. Open your mouth, judge righteously, and defend the rights of the poor and the needy." Thank you.
Thank you. And Luis, I believe, was the last speaker. No other speakers, right, Madam Clerk?
None on that.
Nobody I forgot out there that I called and you weren't around? Just on the sanctuary city item, that's all I'm talking about right now. We've got a bunch more speakers, about another 60 speakers on other items. So let me bring it to Councilor Benavides, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everybody for a very impassioned message and a call to action to do what's right by the members of the council here before you. And I also want to thank my colleagues who supported the passage of the sanctuary resolution at the last meeting. Before us on tonight's agenda item, we do have an ordinance with some draft language that was put together by our staff. And there have been some mention of several modifications that are being recommended by members of the community, and particularly a number of attorneys who work and teach at both UC Irvine and Western School of Law. And I want to thank you for your research and the language that you have put together. And before everybody's placed on the dais here, there are the recommendations of those modifications were placed here for all the council members. Also have been emailed, and our city attorney has had an opportunity to take a look at that. It's also been provided to other staff. So what I would like to do tonight is to go ahead and stand with members of the community to do the right thing, to make those modifications, to strengthen and follow the spirit of the resolution that the council approved at the last meeting. And so what I'd like to do is make a motion that we approve
Is there a second to the motion?
With the draft language.
I think I'm going to make a second to
Go
that
ahead.
motion with the entire draft language. And I just, first and foremost, I want to thank every single individual who came up here and spoke, because this is a hard fought, this is a hard fight. You've been at this for quite some time, and sometimes I know that you've felt like you hit your head up against a wall, but the reality is this, is that as I go and go to different schools and speak to students, and you start to see that they are fearful of this. This affects their education, it affects their psyche, and what we want to do is create a strong community that feels safe and empowered, and that knows that the community stands with them, and that if ever anyone tries to harm them, that you will be there to defend their rights. And so I thank you, and I second that motion wholeheartedly.
Any more comments? Councilor Sarmiento? Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I wanted to thank everybody as well who helped with some of the draft and amended language, and I want to thank our staff for working so closely. And I think it was said repeatedly by the public speakers that there was a good relationship here. We worked on the resolution. My only concern is that there's going to be some conflict with some of the language, because I know that there's some clauses in there that are, I guess they could be referred to as savings clauses, and I had the benefit of speaking with a colleague of mine, Mr. Oliver, and he raised that those are problematic. So I'm glad that the council member suggested that we strike those. I just am wondering, Madam City Attorney, is there any way to just remove any reference to questioning anybody about their immigration status at all? And maybe that does away with the conflicts with federal, with a federal question, and maybe we just say, look, when somebody, we don't want to inhibit the police officers from conducting themselves when there's a crime being committed or questioning being taken. But is there any way that we can say, look, your status, immigration status, is not relevant to that detention, that arrest, that exchange that the police have with any resident in the city? I just don't see it as germane or anything, because then it calls into question federal funding status, and it just complicates it more. So it's just a sort of a broad question, but
I think we can do that. What we've been doing is this has been a work in process. We started with the reso, started with that language. So with the motion that's on the table, with this language you've accepted, we can go back and further refine. What we'd have to do if we decided to further refine it is we'd have to introduce a new first reading the next time. But we'd be happy to look into those issues and review this so that you can at least get started and adopt this tonight if that's your desire. We could always come back and make it better as we proceed.
Take a look at 8 U.S.C. Section 1373. That may be in conflict with a lot of the original language that might already be stricken as a result of the amendments. But as long as we don't have that, but maybe we just do away with that altogether, Chief. I don't know if that's even necessary for your officers to conduct, questioning. I just don't see that as a relevant.
We don't ask about immigration status now, and we never have.
Right. So, and to those, I've received numerous emails from people who say we're going to be compromising funding to the city because of this action that we're taking. Well, we feel it's so important that it's a risk that we have to take, but we also understand that we've been conducting ourselves as a sanctuary city. And I want to thank the chief and the staff, because all these things have been done already. And so we are de facto, by definition, a sanctuary city. So those funds would have been in peril in any event. We're just codifying what our practices have been. But it's important, as somebody said, because that hopefully will serve as a model for other cities, just like we're adopting language from cities like San Francisco, Los Angeles, Chicago, those that have large immigrant populations. But not only that, but those that have the courage to support these types of measures. And for those who have difficulty doing that, understand that we represent a community of immigrants. We represent a community of many undocumented residents. And so for us to disregard that and ignore that, that's reckless. And that's something that we can never stand for. So I want to thank everybody who came up and spoke, and I want to thank in advance my colleagues for being supportive of this ordinance. Thank you very much. Thank you. Juan Villegas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Santa Ana has always been a sanctuary city without saying. I want to reiterate what Councilmember Sarmiento said. This is a good thing. I support it. Shows commitment to the community. But, no one knows exactly what's going to happen in the future. So if we have a severe impact to the city, I recommend that we revisit this just to see where we're at. Maybe we can monitor it, like they were saying, they suggested. So, I want to just say that so we can move forward. Thank you.
Any other comment? Mayor Pro Tem Martinez. I got to get used to that. Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam City Attorney, I just want to clarify for the record that the ordinance that we are approving today has no ramifications towards federal funding. Can you, based on the ordinance that you put together, can you please state that for the public?
Yes. As of today, we see no ramifications for this. We've put together with your city's federal advocacy group in Washington, D.C., a list of our legal arguments that we would raise should those issues come to bear. And so we're prepared to recommend this to you. And don't see any immediate threats, but we are also preparing our legal arguments in the event that we should see some threats come down the way.
Great, thank you. And I just state that, as you know, we have a new president coming in on January 20th, and he's made a lot of things clear, and I don't think this ordinance is going to have, as the city attorney mentioned, any ramifications, but it doesn't mean that cities, not just Santa Ana, but cities across this nation, that won't be impacted in other funding, with CDBG, our transportation funding, that may come, but that has nothing to do with this ordinance here today. And so I just want to state that for the record, and I'm certain I will be going to Washington, D.C. Sometime in January myself, and so I hope to be advocating on our city's behalf to make sure that no funding from CDBG or any other funding, for example, transportation possibly from our streetcar, may not get funded. And those are the things that we really need to pay close attention to, because that really is going to affect our HUD, our housing funds, and our other funds that we get through CDBG. And so that's always a concern of mine and back of my head, and that I hope that my colleagues will be cognizant of that, because that's possibly where we will lose some potential funding, and we won't know that until 6 months to possibly a year. And so we need to be very leery about that, because it may be coming before us. And on another point, I just also wanted to make reference that many members of the community talked about the jail and how we need to get out of that business. If you all recall, 6 months ago, I was the only council member on this dais that said I wanted out of the jail business. And so I continue to say we should get out of the jail business. It is imperative, as we are up here today discussing about becoming a sanctuary city by ordinance, but also that we always have protected our immigrant community. We are not doing so by continuing to have a jail only for the reasons to use that money from the federal government to keep the jail open. The jail is not sustainable. This has never been an issue for me about who is housed there. It's always been an issue about sustainability, financial solvency. This jail is not financially solvent. And we must do whatever we possibly can to get out of that business. And we shouldn't wait 30, 60, 90 days. If this council is committed to doing what we're doing here today, we also should be committed to expediting the closure of this jail and looking at a reuse study. And to boot, at the last council meeting, $50,000 is not enough for a reuse study, Mr. City Manager. And so I'm going to ask this council here as well to add it to $150,000, because, and I would like to ask you, Mr. City Manager, you believe that $50,000 is sufficient to do this reuse study?
Thank you, Council Member. We don't believe it is. We did recommend $100,000. In the spirit of austerity, it was reduced to 50, but our recommendation stands at a minimum of $100,000. But we only have $50,000 available.
Thank you. Well, I would like to ask my council here as we move forward to make an amendment, as I saw in the ordinance and the resolution that you all supported at the last council meeting that I didn't have the opportunity to attend, to extend and add the $100,000 and moving forward, as you made a resolution saying that you were going to phase out this jail and you were going to support the reuse of this study. And so that is my recommendation. If you all don't take it, I just want to put it on the record that $50,000 is not sufficient to do this reuse study. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, I think it's not agendized.
It's not.
Put it on.
We'd have to bring it back at another meeting.
She can give direction to staff, and then the city manager can either bring it or
I'll second her, or I'll back her suggestion on that to come up to the next meeting.
Yes, Ms. City Manager. Okay. All right.
The item has been issued already, but if the council acts at the next meeting, then that would make it...
We could agendize it for January. All right, so with that, more comments on what we're voting on here today. Please,
Yes.
Councilor Solorio.
Yes, thank you. I think all, great civilizations are judged by how they treat their weakest and most vulnerable. And in communities like ours, it's our immigrant community, especially our undocumented immigrants. I myself, as many of you know, was born in Michoacan, and my parents were farm workers. I worked in the farms myself. I've seen what these raids do, and I see what these split-ups of families do. Previously, too, I was in the State Assembly and was able to support legalizing driver's license for DACA students so they can go to college and work. I'm also in the California Student Aid Commission, and we have a California Dream Scholarship to give funds for undocumented students in our universities in California. So I'm really pleased to see this resolution. I want to thank the council, this ordinance. I want to thank the council and the community for standing behind this work. But I'm also here to tell you this isn't enough. I think we got to oppose the Trump administration on many things, starting definitely with breaking up immigrant families. I'm also concerned because here in Orange County and Santa Ana, we have many with Muslim backgrounds, and so we want to stop any registering of our individuals who come from a Muslim background or any type of registration based off religions or ethnic backgrounds. We also need to make sure they don't take any of our health care plans. We rely on these health care plans that we have. I know for our janitors here in Orange County, we work very hard for SEIU janitors have the right to health care coverage. Also, I'm very concerned about any efforts to take away a woman's right to choose. We got to protect, our women. We also got to protect any other efforts to harm, women's reproductive rights. Also, as Council Member Mayor Pro Tem Michelle Martinez said, at least the federal administration, they raised the question of funding. And we should stop any effort to take even one of our dollars, because those dollars were hard-earned. The hard jobs that our folks do are big and important jobs. They're jobs with dignity, and we do not want to see those dollars go elsewhere. Also, I know I mentioned to some in the audience earlier today that I've been watching other cities like the city of Los Angeles, the city of San Jose, where they have an Office of Immigrant Affairs. And that's something that the city may be working with universities, with the nonprofit community, that we should have a team of attorneys to help those individuals that are caught up in this immigration mess. I know we have our great and respected attorney Alan Mesquine, and would like to have some conversations with you about this. And I was very pleased with the university representatives that were here. So I hope that we can work on that together so we can really protect and help our immigrants. But definitely today, I stand with you. I stand with the community in protecting our residents and our immigrants. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm the final speaker on this. Everybody that want to speak has spoken. Three things. One, I remember Ray Davis, before my time, really made this city a sanctuary city. He started organized efforts by the police department to, not discriminate and to not incarcerate, not distinguish, based on immigration status. And I think that's part of the reason why over the years we've become more of an immigrant community than other cities. I think it's because of that progressive policy back then. Also, as others have mentioned, I just want to request of staff that if things change and we know that for some reason we're in danger of losing money, we need to revisit everything, because we owe it to this community, the entire community, to try to get as much money for the city as we can. For a long time now, I think I've been out there in the forefront trying to make sure we get a complete census count. And some may say, well, what does that have to do with anything? Well, it's got a lot to do with everything. And we've had big problems in the past trying to get the immigrant community to participate in the census because people don't want to be counted, because if you're counted, maybe you're going to be identified and maybe you're going to be deported. And we've been very successful working through the churches, through the schools, going door to door, and getting people to participate, to have confidence in the city, and to get, frankly, our numbers up. And those higher numbers have meant tens of millions, I think over the decades, really hundreds of millions of additional dollars that have come to the city because we were able to get more accurate counts than we did in earlier decades. So I am, with those items, I believe the right thing to do is to support, this sanctuary city ordinance that's coming before us. And with that, I will ask for we already have motion and a second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Mayor,
Now,
I want to thank Santa Claus for being on our side.
Peter, it's hard to vote against Santa Claus, you know that? And it was a good talk as well, a very passionate talk, Peter. Or Santa, I should say Santa. All right, let me now come back to the consent calendar. Let me take one speaker that I have on the consent calendar, and then we'll go into the consent calendar itself. On item 25A, I have Chris Schmidt.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager.
Speak up really loud.
My name is Chris Schmidt. I'm here tonight representing West End Community-Oriented Policing, which is a nonprofit organization in our city that helps organize the Neighborhood Watch program and other events. Tonight in front of you is item 25A to form a month-to-month lease agreement with the property owner where the West End substation is currently located. Just to give you a little background, 18 years ago, the West End substation was created under the guidance of Dave Lopez for the residents of the West End of our city, so that they didn't have to come all the way to downtown for certain services. At that time, the property owner, Mr. Kelter, was kind enough to grant us the property free of charge at no cost to the city. Unfortunately, Mr. Kelter is no longer with us. The current owner is requesting to form a month or a year lease so we can pay for it. Our city is looking at a month to month. My concern is, in the West End Community-Oriented Policing is we're kind of sending a signal that the substation isn't important to the West End. The police department just put in a public safety officer by the name of Erica Baca there this year, and I've worked with her. She's there Monday through Thursday for the residents to go speak with her. I've worked with Erica for several events in our city. One of them was a trunk or treat event, and also on the 9th of this month, 15 Santa Ana kids got to go on a shopping spree at Target. On behalf of West End COP, we would hope that the city would form a one-year lease to show a sign of solidarity that this substation is important. It's located at Harbor and McFadden, is visible from the street, and easily accessible to the public. Once again, we request your support on item 25A. Thank you very much.
All right, so look, I know Councilwoman Martinez has a bunch of items to pull. What I suggest is let's pull all your items and anybody else, and then I'll take a motion on the balance, and then we'll go item by item.
Can't we just take 25A since Chris actually pulled
All right,
this
let's.
item?
Is there a motion or discussion on that?
It's on my items, and so I just wanted to clarify, Mr. City Manager, that we have been, what we're asking is to go month to month. So my question is our police chief or you or anyone from our staff looking for a location where we permanently can be at, and when would that be coming to this city council, or do we have any assets that we could enter into in that part of town? And I raise this question because we all know that the West End, there are a lot of issues that have occurred that I've brought up to this council and the public's attention with the crime, with the drug issue, with the crime, with the prostitution, and the West End has always played that that particular substation has always played a vital role for us, and it's probably one of the only substations left that have community participation and people are engaged and they do good things. And so I want to make sure that we continue, and we have to find a way to sustain that. And so I'm hoping that what we're doing here today, you're asking us to go month to month, but I would like to see a report come before us, and what's the plan to sustain a West End station if it's not there because it's not feasible. Where else can we possibly go, and what are our options?
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. The intent here is to go ahead and recommend this, of course. This was somebody who had donated the property for many years. There are, like an East End substation, which doesn't charge rent, and that's always preferred, but we could not find anything. So during the next year, we'll come back to you and see if we can find something. But at a minimum, we want to go ahead and recommend this. And if we find something at no cost or lower cost, we would come back to you.
And I only ask that, and I'm very grateful of the property owner, over $400,000 to allow us to read. I did read the memo in detail, and I only ask what I'm saying here today is because we have a lot of development happening on the West End off of Harbor, and we have certain developers there of how can they, they've been open to doing community centers, substations at over there off of Standard with Minnie Street. How can we enter into some kind of agreement with them over there? And so I would just ask of you, Mr. City Manager, and the staff to look at the current developments that we have there and how can we partner up with them. We have to be creative and innovative, and we also have to find partnerships like that. And I know that many of those developers are only in the beginning stages of developing their property. And so I know we've asked in the past that we wanted community centers on and so forth. How can we ask in one of those developments to do a West End community center for our police there? Thank you, and I'll move the item.
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Before I ask Mayor Pro Tem if she has any items to pull, are there any other items that other council members want to pull?
Mr. Mayor, not an item to pull, but I do want to abstain on items 22A and 22B. I think those items may relate to a previous campaign supporter.
Okay.
So I want to abstain again on 22A and 22B.
Any other items by council members?
Those same two items, Mayor, I actually wanted to pull, but I'll just make a brief comment now. We're looking at purchasing a couple vehicles from a local dealer, Orange County Guarantee Chevrolet, which I think is a great thing that we're supporting potentially a local dealership. That's the comment I want to make. No need to pull it beyond that.
All right.
Thank you, staff, for doing
that. Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, please list your items, and then I'll look for a balance.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So bear with me. 19D, 19F, 20A, 20B, 25E, 25F, 25.
Go a little slower.
25G, 25H, 25I, and 31B. Do you need me to repeat that?
Madam Clerk,
she needs
you to repeat them, and I do too.
19D, 19F, 20A, 20B, 25E, 25F, 25G, 25H, 25I, 31B.
Okay, I would entertain a motion on the balance.
Is there much there? I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Motion by Solorio, second by Benavides. With that, those in favor on the balance, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Now let's go. I think it's 19D as in David.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll be very quickly. Of course, I am supportive in 19D, which is a request for proposals for preparation of the technical studies and services as part of the Santa Ana Comprehensive General Plan. I did have a request from if our planning director can please approach. I have a question. And first off, I want to thank you, Hassan, for really articulating what you want to do here in the RFP process as we embark in the general plan second phase to hire, to go out, request proposal to hire consultants who are practitioners and experts in this field to make sure that we actually do the general plan. And so we're going to be updating about 12 8 elements and adding 4 additional elements.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And which I'm very grateful for that. And that's a lot of information, a lot of data, bringing all those people together. And I've talked in the past about, as we move forward, how open data is very important for a city like Santa Ana. And as we're updating this general plan, it's really the vision moving forward for the city. How can we start, of course, with your department? And I'm not sure how we work with these consultants and how we gather all this information that we're going to be gathering in over a year period of time. I saw in the memo that they need to commence by July of 2019. So they have about a year, a couple months, depending when this comes, your RFP process, how long it takes, a month or two, and you recommend before us who are going to be those practitioners to do that work. I want to see how, because I didn't see in the RFP, how open data and information that we're going to be gathering, how can we then use that? Because eventually the city is going to move and creating an open data platform.
Yes.
And the information that you're gathering is extremely vital to not just the city of Santa Ana and internally with our departments, but externally, and how we actually look at housing, how many nonprofits are actually wanting to get information and data so that they can do their grants to be competitive. But even our own Parks and Rec department may need some of your information, or our police department. So how can we work, and I'm not sure how you can mesh that into the RFP, how open data and information is going to be very vital, and how they gather that data, that we would be able to use that data to put it online so that people could access it.
All the data, if I may answer it, all the data belongs to the city and not to the consultants. And we may be a couple steps ahead. Right now, staff has established a website simply for the general plan, and all of the raw data that we're going to gather as we work on that information will always be available to the public. That control is with staff, not with the consultants. And then in the very end, everything that we do will be digital. All of the information will be digitally available. We will have a general plan website, and all of the information will all continuously accumulate there, will be available to the entire public.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if there's no any comments, I move the item.
Second. Those in favor, please say aye. 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 Those opposed, motion carries. Next item.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the next item is 19F, which is moving forward with the comprehensive annual financial report for fiscal year ending June 30, 2016. I first want to thank our city manager and our financial director for providing them in our agenda some of the independent auditor reports. But today is the first day to actually see the full comprehensive audit. And as you know, I was the chair of the finance committee, and I'm no longer chairing that committee. And so I didn't have the opportunity to review in detail this CAFR report. And so I'm not sure where my colleagues are. I'm not sure if they received this prior, but this is the first time that I've received this. And I can't move forward in approving this tonight without being able to evaluate this on my own. And so I would just ask that we postpone this to the next council meeting. And if
is that a motion?
That is a motion.
There's a second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next item is 20A, which is the economic development services. And what the city manager is asking us is to enter into agreement for $500,000 with the Chamber of Commerce. And so today we need 5 affirmative votes. And I remember the conversation that we had prior to the staff going through this process. And I asked a question to our city manager that how was this going to be tied to our economic strategic plan? I was not at this council meeting when this city council supposedly approved the economic strategic plan. And so to me, I'm not sure how this agreement is tied to the economic strategic plan and how that is aligned. We just embarked in doing over a year this economic strategic plan. And so I would just ask the city manager or the staff if they can please explain to me how this is tied to the economic strategic plan, because why did we do an economic strategic plan if we're just moving forward and just allocating money without being tied to the goals or the metrics of that plan?
Thank you, Council Member and members of the City Council. It is tied to the strategic plan. And council heard that plan and recommended that we work directly with this group. And I'm going to ask Mark Morley to give an overview of the contract concepts and how it's tied to the plan.
And the services, the economic development services that the Chamber will be providing is tied to the Economic Development Strategic Plan through the tourism and marketing. There are several components, beautifying the city, attracting new businesses that this proposal is going to accomplish.
And can you tell me, because I read in the report, and so to me, nothing is tied. It's tied to the goals of our regular strategic plan,
right?
Not the economic strategic plan, and that's what I'm alluding to. I'm not alluding to the city strategic plan. I'm alluding to the economic strategic plan that we embarked on over a year and a half ago to 2, and so that is my concern. And so I could open it up to the city council for dialogue, but I just wanted to bring that to our attention.
Mr. Mayor, if I...
Yes, go ahead.
So, Mr. City Manager, I remember that we had retained a consulting firm, I believe it was a local firm, RSG, that was supposed to draft this EDSP, and I know that their first draft was almost fatally flawed. It was all marked up, and I remember seeing that it just had a lot of problems, and we were going to have them go back, and from what I recall, their principals weren't working on this, they had associates working on this, so it was a real problem, and we had 2 working groups, which was an economic development roundtable, and then there was a small one made up of smaller business owners, and they were going to opine and comment and help. So that's where I remember us leaving it, but I don't see this being mutually exclusive with us being able to fund this $500,000, because what it does is it helps the chamber and it helps the members be able to start figuring out how they can start addressing some of the concerns that we have with economic development. If we wait till the draft plan is completed, then we lose another half a year, we lose potentially another year, and we just can't get to work. So the whole idea here is to try to incentivize the private sector, to try to provide resources, and I know I've had conversations with Jonathan and Ryan and Dave Elliott from the chamber, and look, I think what we're doing is time is just not our friend on this one, and so we need to do as much as we can and leverage these funds quickly.
So maybe I could just address that very quickly. So at the meeting, there is a very strong outline here, and I have included it, and it's the things that we're not doing. The outreach to the business community, the tourism campaign, which is lacking, the chamber outreach programs, which have been very effective, but there was $1 million budgeted, and the council said, go and do a contract with this group, and that's what we have before us tonight. And then, based on your direction, we did meet with that business roundtable. In addition to the people that were at it, the small business individuals, Claudia was there and some others, Mr. Chase and others. And then we're going to go back to that group again with the additional $500,000. So this is the first half of $500,000. There'll be a second $500,000 forthcoming, which is tied to the plan you just described.
Great.
Mr. Mayor.
All right. First, Councilman Arias and Solorio.
Thank you. Just to try to address some of the questions that have been raised, I think there are, unfortunately, the economic development strategic plan didn't come back as strong and ready to implement as we would have hoped and preferred. But the overall purpose and our overall goals remain the same. There are opportunities to support economic development within the city, business attraction, business retention, and that's precisely what the proposal here addresses, amongst other things, supporting our current businesses more effectively, and also doing a more effective job of drawing business investment into the city that at the end of the day means more jobs in town, means a higher tax base, and more funds and resources that we could then invest back into our community by providing services. So given that, what I'd like to do is go ahead and move this item because
Second.
we do have definitely want to be able to get things moving as quickly as we can. Again, in line with
Benavides in a second, I think, from Sarmiento. Any more? Did you want to comment as well, Jose Solorio? Go ahead, Council Member.
Please, Mr. Mayor and council members, in a similar vein to Mayor Pro Tem Martinez. Something else that this work should tie in with is the branding study that is currently underway, because if you're going to do business outreach, it really should tie in with the city's vision as well. So as that moves forward and this moves forward, we need to figure out a way to tie a little bit, including on some timing. Also, I recently was talking to the great leader of the chamber. I mentioned we have a good chamber right now and a good board, but we have about 30,000 businesses in Santa Ana. A lot of them small businesses, and a lot of them really aren't involved in the chamber. So we need to figure out how to reach a little bit deeper and involve others. These retention meetings are a good start, and hopefully this work will help. Also, I'd like to volunteer myself, and maybe there's another council member too, to work with the chamber, so that as we're working on this, that this really does tie in with other initiatives that the city has. Finally, $500,000 is a start, but this really should be an annual and ongoing program. It makes no sense to invest one time and not pursue it. I mean, if this is a priority for the city and for the community, which it should be, growth and economic development, we need to have an ongoing commitment to do this important type of outreach. But today, for this agenda here, obviously this is my first real meeting, so I'm proud to support it with those suggestions.
Any additional comments?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to state for the fact it's not that I'm opposed to the Chamber of Commerce or what we're trying to do from economic development perspective, but if you recall the conversation I had here 4 months ago up here with my colleagues when we were doing this study session to discuss this particular item, I asked our city manager if this council approved the economic strategic plan, and he told me yes. Here you are up here today, council members, saying that plan was not approved, and that's why I was so adamant that how are we doing an economic strategic plan and not allocating our resources to those goals and objectives? It just doesn't make sense. Why did we go through these processes? And so for those reasons, I cannot be supportive. And so you guys can cast your ballots, but I'm going to have to be a no vote.
Any response, Ms. City Manager?
The plan was presented to the council, a final plan, and one of the directions was to follow up with this money to work with the chambers and those small business groups.
All right, so having said that, we have motion a second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. No.
Aye. There's one no vote. Now let's go on to 20B.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is another item that's very disturbing to me as well, that we seem not to follow processes. And I'm going to be asking my colleagues here that when we embark in giving public funds, and here 20B is to contribute to a pension fund to 15 police officers, that I have no record or contract that this city council entered into. And today they're asking for this city council to move forward and approve $150-something thousand that money actually for the past 5 years has been given to PARS, and I've never seen the initial agreement, and so I'm not sure how today we actually can support this. And it's perplexing in that this city council needs to do really a forensic audit on our finances, because if we've had, and I've requested a forensic audit for this city for 6 years, if we would have done a forensic audit, we would have seen that this was occurring without the city council's approval. So here today, I can no way support us approving this item.
Mayor?
Yes.
We do have a response to that, but this particular item I think is different from the one that the councilwoman's referencing. So why don't we, Ed, can you clarify?
Let's make sure we're on the right item.
Yeah. One is a pension stability fund, another one is a...
I think the councilman or the mayor pro tem was referring to 25H.
25H, that's correct.
Okay, just want to make sure. And we do have
But you were speaking on 20B is the one you spoke to.
I went too far on my...
That's the city's pension stability fund. You jumped up.
I jumped the gun
Okay, can we go back to 20B
Yes,
then?
let's go 20B.
All right,
Yes, I
now
jumped
make
the
your
gun.
argument on 20B.
Because it has to do with the same thing,
I
pensions.
think you're for this one, though.
Yes, Mr. City Manager, as I mentioned earlier, I was probably one of the first people that talked to you about this and having to have a stability plan for our unfunded liability, because the city's is tremendous, over $423 million in counting as things move forward and not hiring enough employees. And for me, the concern, and you look at the CAFR now, definitely it's posted on here, not only for the city of Santa Ana, but for all 483 cities across California. And our unfunded liability, and I've always been supportive, but based on what we're experiencing at the federal level, I today cannot support any surplus dollars really going to any programs here today, because we don't know what our future is going to look like 6 months to a year from now, and we need to be conservative and we need to figure out how can we save those dollars. And I would recommend that this city council move those dollars into the rainy day reserve fund until we figure out really what essentially may be the impacts for the city of Santa Ana at the federal level. That is my motion.
Is there a second? I'll second it. So you're basically saying put it in the rainy day fund until either there's an audit or we figure out exactly what's going on.
Can I make a comment? So we least.
Okay.
So this has been a long-standing proposition, and actually the people in the council have asked that we do this. It was very instrumental in our credit rating to have a stability fund. And what this is going to do is basically allocate money so that if and when there's a dramatic spike, for lack of better words, in pension funding, we don't have to go and reduce salaries, mess up our budget. And this is more of a smoothing. And this is the only thing we've done, which is very little, to address our unfunded liability. So I'm a little bit worried about the impact on our credit rating. I do understand the concern about the future, but we do have our rainy day fund fully funded. And we also have an additional economic uncertainty fund. I think this is a small amount of money for $500,000, and I worry, Councilmember Martinez and Mayor, that this could end up having a dramatic impact on other issues.
I'm just making a statement that the total amount of surplus dollars that you're actually allocating here today, I will not be supporting any of the items. And so that's just my stance. And I believe that it needs to go because there's a lot of uncertainty, and we talk about being fiscally conservative as we move forward. And we're addressing as we move forward that there is a lot of uncertainty. And so I'm just going to, an abundance of caution, be very cautious and decide to be able to put our surplus funds in a reserve fund until we know what our future really looks like.
Councilmember Sarmiento, please.
Thank you. Well, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I know that there is a lot of uncertainty, but that's precisely why this fund should be begun, and we should put some seed money in. And that's what I see this as, is seed money. And this is a way for us to let our creditors know, let folks that are evaluating us and assessing us, to let them know that we're prudent. They see that we have a reserve fund that's in the $40 million range. They see that we have surplus funds. Now they see that we're going to have a pension stability fund. All those things bode of good stewardship and good fiduciary responsibility by us. And for us to say, look, we don't know what the future is going to bring, that's exactly why. These pension costs could spike at any time. And if you look at all the agencies throughout the county, they all are trying to do the same thing because we know our pension costs are going to spike. We know that they're going to trend upwards. So for us to not do this now is going to be, I think, much more reckless than funding it at a smaller amount and showing that we can increment that up. Maybe during the surplus discussion, maybe this $500,000 turns into $1 million. I don't know, but maybe that's a conversation that we have. But we need to get started on this now, or else we never will. And then we're going to be looking at ourselves, wondering why, when we had money available, we didn't invest in the right thing. This isn't a reckless expenditure. This is something that I think is going to be very, very prudent for the city going forward.
Councilor Benavides, please.
Thank you. I would echo what Councilman Sarmiento stated. I understand Mayor Pro Tem's comments and with the points about uncertainty in the future, but that's precisely what we're trying to do here, is to have some of those funds available to be able to address some uncertainties. They might happen in different areas. Pension, payments is one of those, but we also have that reserve. We have the economic uncertainty funds that we intentionally committed to establishing a few years back. So for those reasons, I'm not sure if that was a motion. Councilman,
Yeah, she did make a motion.
So I think the motion was not to
Correct.
So I don't know
Again,
if
staff
you're
recommendation.
I don't know if you're going to.
You make a second.
I did.
And
But
Mr.
the-
Mayor, I just want to just state for the fact that this fund is not new. We actually approved this last June, and we actually put $500,000 from our general fund. So I just want to make sure that my colleagues understand that this is not the first time that we're doing this, that we already have $500,000 into the account. And
Right.
moving forward, yes, appropriation of our current surplus funds that we have. Yes.
Were you done,
So-
Councilor Benavides?
Well, from what I understand, the motion is to not proceed with staff recommendation, and
Correct.
I'd like to, if maybe it's a substitute motion, to go ahead and proceed with the recommended item on the agenda.
I'll second that substitute
Okay,
motion.
so we have a substitute motion. I would just warn that, we just did $500,000 for the chamber, now it's another $500,000 here. I know there's several other items coming up along the same vein, and I just want to support Mayor Pro Tem in saying, let's just take a moment and reanalyze everything. That's part of what you're saying, right? And until we are certain after an audit that we know where we're at and that we're moving on a prudent, sound basis. Councilor Solorio.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I've only been on the job for about a week, but I've been hearing from numerous employees and departments that we have a lot of vacancies. There are a lot of authorized positions in the budget that aren't being filled. So before we continue to give away surplus money that we supposedly have, I really want to feel better about our financial position and how many positions are vacant citywide and what our real position is. So for this item, and I think the remaining items that deal with the use of surplus funds, I do not plan on supporting, so maybe we can.
All right, so we have a
continue that.
substitute motion. Let's vote on that. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those
No.
opposed, no.
No.
So those four no. Now back to the original motion by Mayor Pro Tem. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
No.
Motion carries. Now, next, sure, it's 4-3. I think no was Sarmiento, Tinajero, and Benavides.
Let's do a roll call.
And yes was
For the record.
Solorio, Villegas, myself, and the Mayor Pro Tem.
Let's do a roll
Substitute
call.
motion?
Let's do a roll call.
On the original motion.
What was the substitute motion?
The inverse.
So
Let's
let's
go ahead. You want to roll?
Support staff recommendation.
Go ahead. Roll
Councilman-
call vote on the original motion.
Councilmember Sarmiento.
No.
On the original
or the
motion.
substitute?
On the
which is
substitute or the original?
You want to go the substitute first?
You have to vote the
That's what we
substitute
voted.
first.
Can you please
I
state
know,
for the
but we
record what
already
the substitute
voted
motion
down.
is?
All right, let's do the substitute motion. That's the support
the
staff
substitute motion is
recommendation.
staff recommendation. So
All right,
that
let's do
substitute
that one.
motion-
That one, I believe, failed, but let's confirm.
Substitute motion, Councilmember Sarmiento,
Yes.
Councilmember Tinajero,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
No.
Mayor Polito,
No.
Councilmember Benavides,
Aye. Yes.
Councilmember Villegas,
No.
Councilmember Solorio.
No.
All right, that's what I said. Now let's go to the original motion and do a roll call on that.
What is the original motion?
The original motion is to
deny.
To
deny.
Yes.
The
deny.
inverse.
Yes, I just want to make sure it's clear.
Councilmember Sarmiento,
No.
Councilmember Tinajero,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Polito,
Yes.
Councilmember Benavides,
No.
Councilmember Villegas,
Yes.
Councilmember Solorio.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Motion carries.
All right, next item,
Thank you,
Mayor Pro
Mr. Mayor. I
Tem.
just had a question on this. I'm supportive of 25E and 25F, which is to hire the environmental consulting services to provide traffic impact study for Metro East mixed use overlay. So I'm just going to bring them both, and maybe we can vote because they're both the same, talking about the overlay district expansion project, and then the environmental consulting services to provide parking study for the Metro East mixed use overlay. And Hassan, I just wanted to make sure that whoever we go with, and when we do this process, that there is community outreach, and that we're able to assure that when we're talking about the parking and also the traffic, because those are some major big issues in that specific area, especially with the new housing development that we have. I forget what it's called on First Street, but I have heard concerns that there's more impacts, and I'm glad that we're moving forward and expanding the overlay and looking at traffic and parking because I personally have received a lot of calls, and just want to say that I'm glad that we are taking a look at this, but making sure that there is a lot of community input and the consultants are able to work very closely, and our staff.
Will do.
Great, thank you very much. And I'll move both items, 25E.
Is there a
25F.
second? Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Next item.
Mr. Mayor, that's 25G. That's about Bristol. As you know, my position is a no vote, so just want to state for the record.
All right, I want to entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Next item.
Now it's 25H, which I mentioned about the 15 police officers agreement to PARS. I have not seen any initial agreement when this took place. I know the City Council approved and executing an agreement to start PARS, but I personally cannot support. I don't want to continue. I pretty much want to table it, but that, again, I'm only one council member, and it just really concerns me that there was no contract ever brought to this City Council. And for the past 5 years, you all have been transferring money to PARS to pay for this 15 officers. My question is that, why those 15 officers? How did they get that deal? And who was a part of that? And what staff members? And why is this finally coming to us now? That's very upsetting, and it irks me that we continue to do things like this that are not transparent, that are not open, and we're violating the people's trust, and it's wrong. Yes, Ed.
Okay, I'd like to try to clarify. In 2009, 2010, the city asked the POA to defer pay raises. The POA agreed with one condition. This is part of negotiations for the MOU. That condition was the 25 members who had planned to retire in 2009, 2010 would receive the raises to be reflected in their compensation reported to PERS. The city agreed to do that, and it was brought to the council, adopted by the city council in an MOU, totally transparent. That language is contained in the MOU. Shortly thereafter, PERS notified the city that that was not PERSable income. The decision then was made by my predecessor to enter an agreement with PARS, which is a substitute retirement program, to make up the difference between what they were going to get through PERS and what they would have gotten if PERS had allowed for that compensation. That agreement was brought to council, was approved in council. Staff report April of 2011 was done in open session in front of the council. I believe that those two documents are legally binding. I believe that those are vested benefits for those retirees, and the city has no choice but to continue this agreement. That's my position. That's my belief.
Any comment? And now we're talking about $125,000 per year total.
And that was.
And this is for the lifetime of their retirement, correct?
Correct.
So, do you remember who voted for that?
I was not here at the time, but I know it was brought to council. It was adopted by council. The MOU was adopted by council. So whoever was on the council in 2010, 2009.
Can I ask why that agreement is not attached? I would like to see the initial agreement
It was
that
in
was
the
done
MOU.
with those 25.
It was part of the information that was reviewed by the city attorney's office. It's in the MOU, that provision, providing for that benefit.
Do you want to continue it, get all the information?
I think there's some urgency involved.
Yeah, there's some penalties involved if we stop it.
At the end of the day, Mayor, if we could, nobody wanted to bring this item. I just found out about it a few days ago. I did consult with the city attorney. The bottom line is that we had an agreement with these officers. They trusted us, and this is the only item it's the only way we can do it.
All right. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
No.
Next item?
No.
One no vote. Next item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next one is, again, 25I. I am a no vote.
Any comment from staff? It's a $31,000 item, apparently to purchase some Bristol Street improvements.
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next item is 31B, which is the conditional use permit to allow a 60-foot high wireless communication facility, SBA Communications at 2700 South Fairview Street. I know that the Planning Commission approved that, and it was a 7-0 vote. But my question is, and I've mentioned this, and I have not supported any additional cell sites in our city because I asked if we were going to move forward with making sure that these cell sites were retrofitted for earthquakes. And I read the memo, and nowhere in there does it indicate that this cell site will be retrofitted for earthquakes. And it's not if, it's when. And I shared with the staff about a year and a half ago that the city of Los Angeles moved forward and asked all its cellular companies that were going to put cell phone towers up, that they were retrofitted for earthquakes. And so I just want to state for the record that I'm not supportive, because I don't believe that this 60-foot antenna is retrofitted. So I'm a no vote.
Go ahead. Staff want to say anything? Hassan, you want to say anything? No. Okay. So with that, Councilor Solorio?
Again, I'm new, and so I don't want to, overly intervene on this one. But going forward, I think what the Mayor Pro Tem has said makes a lot of sense. And if we don't already have boilerplate language for that, we should for any contracts moving forward. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Okay. What is the pleasure of the council?
I think.
Let's receive and file.
All right.
Let's vote on plank.
So we just move on then?
Yes.
Would you like a motion?
It does need a motion, yes.
It does need a motion. I'd entertain a motion on the receive and file.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
No.
Those opposed, one no. Motion carries. Next item, Mayor Pro Tem.
That is it for me on the consent calendar. That was it.
All right. So now we go on to item 50A. And I think there's some speakers on that. Is that correct, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, we have one speaker. Mr. Salmon.
Okay, one speaker. Gil Salmon, please come on up.
Good evening. My name is Gil. I'm a resident here in Santa Ana. My family lives here. We're going to be here for a while. But one of the things that concerns me about this ordinance is that you are banning commercial and outdoor cultivation. My concern is that the AUMA has specific language that we would lose out on public health funds and some other funds if we restrict those two pieces. And so it really concerns me that Santa Ana would be missing out on state tax money for public health and other uses by banning commercial and outdoor cultivation. It's not included at all in the staff report, and so I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Also, you talked a lot about an economic development plan, like allowing commercial cultivation, especially indoors, if we regulate it and tax it, could be a really big boon to the city, bring jobs, and allow us to spend more money on things like open space and some of the things that you're hearing the community come out and advocate for. So I just hope you look at it both from the point of possibly losing state funds, but also from the point of limiting potential for job growth. Thanks.
Thank you. With that, any comment or pleasure of the council? Councilmember Solorio?
Yeah, a couple of questions to staff. Number one, is it really necessary that this pass before the end of the calendar year, or can we continue to work on this at a later date?
Yeah, with respect to the timing, the only item that we must take action on is the item which would permit the indoor recreational growth of up to the 6 plants, because what we need to do is make that consistent with the proposition that passed.
Right, and that was my thought. For me personally, I'm okay if this ordinance covers just that piece, but on the whole, I'm not supportive if it continues to have a piece that requires folks to come to City Hall to pull a permit for this. Number one, because I think it's onerous. Number two, I don't know that a permit fee is identified. And finally, there's no enforcement plan for if there are issues with that and the potential use of this money, how we would enforce it. If anything, I would see, the reverse of if there is, outdoor cultivation in someone's backyard, that maybe we fine them for doing something that is commercial in nature or beyond the 6 plants, but to today vote on a fee, really a tax for no particular amount and with no particular enforcement plan, I'm not supportive of those provisions.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you. So I do have a couple questions as well. One, who's going to regulate it? Number two, who will enforce it? Is it PD or is it code enforcement? And is it going to, again, depending on who's going to enforce it, PD or code, for this permit? My question is, again, as Councilman Solorio mentioned, is it, we're going to be asking people to come and get these permits. Do we know what that cost is going to be? How are we going to identify if they're actually, have 6 plants in their homes? And, and if it's going to be code enforcement, it's obvious that right now we currently only have 13. We're going to have to hire a lot more code enforcement officers, because I doubt the PD is going to want to knock door to door in residential areas wanting to know if you're only growing 6 plants.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor and council members. This item before you here, when it talks about the actual permitting for cultivation, the actual permit, it only describes the type of permitting process that we're going to put in place. It doesn't describe the type of fee that we plan on anticipating bringing forward to the City Council. When the city develops what the fee is going to look like, the standards, the guidelines in terms of implementing such a program, we will bring that forward to the City Council. This is just to bring the item to the City Council in terms of a plan that we want to do in terms of a permitting program. So the fee has not been established. We haven't determined what that fee is going to be like. There are other cities that do have permit for personal cultivation at home. Some of these cities include Paso Robles, Citrus Heights, City of Dublin. As a matter of fact, the City of Riverside also has a permitting program. There are benefits to having a permit program. They include ensuring community safety, health, and benefit by knowing exactly who is growing these 6 plants in their residence. It will alleviate a lot of the workload for code enforcement and PD if they end up visiting these sites, or if we get any complaints. Our city staff can look at a database that's established through an application process. If we get any complaints in terms of odors, inadequate accessory structures, because the personal cultivation is either has to be indoors, which is in the residence, or it has to be an accessory structure or an enclosed structure. So there are some guidelines that need to be met in terms of the plan.
Mayor?
Yes, Ms. City Manager.
I just conferred with the city attorney, and I did speak earlier. The only item is the complying with state law that was mentioned. We do plan on bringing on January 17th a briefing paper that will outline a lot of the policies we're recommending, and we are able to wait until then if we want to take action on the other items.
So what is the pleasure of the council? Continue it until the January meeting and see a more full package?
Well,
Councilmember Tinajero?
Don't we have to take action, Mr. City Manager, on being consistent with state law, the item that deals with being consistent?
The action that we were trying to put into place here because right now under our current rules we have a total ban on all the growth, no matter what. We were trying to now permit what state law permits, which is residential. You can grow plants in a residential or accessory facility, which is enclosed, but we added the permit requirement. So tonight, if you don't accept this, we're going to have to come back anyway and kind of detangle that. We're going to have to untangle it because the way this is drafted, it was drafted to permit the growth indoors, but with the permit. So I could, if you take a break, I'd go redraft it. But I think as long as we're not going to cite for it, and we recognize that state law says you can grow plants in your home, up to 6 of them, we aren't going to cite anyone for that. We can come back on the 17th with the revised ordinance if that's your pleasure.
So we wouldn't enforce the permit process?
No, or
yes, go ahead.
Madam City Attorney, or could we just make a motion that gives direction to keep the elements relating to the permitting of the up to 6 plants and strike out any other references regarding the permit or the commercial and outdoor cultivation?
You could do the first reading tonight and just say that you would revise it's in section 5 of the ordinance, section 18-620, to strike the language that would only read individuals 21 years of age or older, and strike who obtain a residential permit. And you would just say they may plant and cultivate up to 6 plants. If you wanted to do that, you could do that first reading.
I'd like to make a motion with that specific language.
Okay, on that, any other comment? For the record, I think there's better ways of handling it, so I'm just not going to participate in that. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed,
Aye.
motion carries. Next item, would that be 50B?
Yes, that's correct.
This is an ordinance amending Chapter 33, Article 7, Santa Ana Municipal Code relating to the role of duties.
Does he have? I think he has comment.
Do we have a speaker on that? Come on up. Why don't you just stay up there, Gil?
You're hitting all my points tonight. For the new council members, I am a Environment and Transportation Commission member appointed by Mayor Pro Tem Martinez. And so this specifically relates to my roles and duties on that commission. And actually, the staff report doesn't mention at all what the vote was on this by that commission. It was pretty split. And the main concern we have with this is that you appointed folks earlier to commissions because commissions play a really important role in this city to allow folks from the community to have a voice, an actual formal official voice in city government, and to play an advisory role to the city council members who appoint those folks. What you'll see in this ordinance is that it actually splits what the advisory role is. So in matters relating to the environment, specifically around city trees, the advisory role would be to council. But then on matters related to transportation, the advisory role would be to the Public Works Director. That to me makes very little sense to split it like that. Go one way or the other. I have a preference. I can imagine which way that goes. I would prefer that we maintain that this is a commission that has an advisory role to City Council. I don't know why we would want to have one role be advisory to council and one role be advisory to the Public Works Director. On top of that, there's some specific language around transportation issues that concern me. One is that the entirety of the advisory role would be specifically around like general plans, like master plans, and not on specific transportation projects. And so I'm concerned about that as well. So my ask of you would be to amend this ordinance to have the commission play an advisory role to the city council in all matters that this commission reviews.
What is the pleasure of the council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I too am perplexed that this action would even be brought to us. We do appoint commissioners to be advisory, not the Public Works Director and his role. And I have a lot of respect for our Public Works Director and the work that he does. And I understand that sometimes commissions could be very burdening to our staff. And in particular with ETAC, we do get a lot of complaints about, trees in certain neighborhoods and business areas. And that does take a lot of time. But this city council council appointed members to give us advice on transportation issues. And one of our biggest topics here in the city that we have moving forward is transportation. And so we would hope that, we have a planning commission and an ETAC commission, that they would be able to advise the city council, because we don't see everything that, that may come before them. And a lot of the information that does come from before us is sometimes filtered, and they do a very good job in really assessing certain projects that have benefited the city. And so I would make a recommendation, that we do make sure that this ETAC commission still maintains its role as an advisory committee to the city council.
We go against this?
Mm-hmm.
So your motion is against item 50B then?
Yes.
All right, I will second that motion. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Can I ask
Go ahead.
questions of staff? So my understanding is that the committee members went through a process. I think they had an ad hoc to make some recommendations on, in fact, expanding their role to include transportation or transportation-related items, and this was an attempt to bring that forward. I think one of the main questions is about who they're providing their advisory role to. Can you just address that? Because I don't know that I understand what Councilman Martinez mentioned, and I don't know that I could be wrong, but I don't know if the intent is to do away with it altogether, but to potentially maybe address who the commissioners are advising, I guess, if you will. So, but if you can address
sure
the item.
They actually set up an ad hoc committee. This process has been going on for a year. Originally, this commission was basically responsible for urban forest and the trees within the city, and then the request was made to add transportation, environmental, water, wastewater to this thing. And through the process, it was agreed by the commission itself to basically report and be advisory to council on the areas of urban forest. And as it comes to transportation, water and wastewater, it would be advisory to Public Works Agency. The reason for that is for transportation areas, we have Development and Transportation Subcommittee, which most of the issues come directly to two members of two councils. So these would be redundant, and also this, if there would be also advisory committee to council on transportation and water, this seems like a committee called Public Works Commission. And usually, in my experience, the Public Works Commission, because transportation, water, and wastewater become highly technical, the members of the committees are usually people that were professional in the area and are residents or doing some other things and provide that kind of advisory to council. For that reason, the role of commission, when it comes to transportation, water, and wastewater, because it's highly technical nature of this, was kind of a split to provide advisory to Public Works Agency.
Go ahead.
To clarify, even though it's the Environment and Transportation Committee, there really isn't. The focus has been the urban forest. There really has not been much in the area of transportation, and that's what the discussion that has been going on for over a year. And the action tonight is to add that, to allow for the committee to bring some of those items. So no, I understand that it's to expand from urban forest to include.
Gil, isn't it to reduce your scope, in your opinion?
No.
Go to the mic, please.
So, yeah, I mean, he's absolutely right. And Fred and I have been going back and forth at this on the committee level. The committee, the Environment and Transportation Advisory Committee, deals with matters related to the environment and to transportation. And that's how it stands. That's how the committee was originally created.
And you like that?
We like that. The only thing we're concerned about is that it's odd to have a committee play an advisory role to council on one issue, the environment, and not on another issue, transportation. And whether it comes to SAMHSA or the streetcar or anything, I think that it's important that a council have an appointed board of citizens play an advisory role to that council. If that's the ETAC, fine. If it's a new transportation commission, I want, that's fine. But at the end of the day, you guys should have a board of appointed citizens who advise you directly on transportation-related issues.
Thank you.
So if I can just finish my
So if I may, basically roles and responsibility of commission was expanded.
Right.
It was
Okay. That's what I
ordinance
understood.
was just for trees and urban, and through this thing it expands to all the areas of public works agency.
Yeah.
And some of them would be duplicate work because they're being covered under development and transportation subcommittee as well.
So I appreciate you clarifying, Fred, and I understand some of the question and the potential of duplication, but I do think that there are other roles, committees. We have the Parks, Recreation, Education, Youth Commission. There's a Parks and Recreation Board. There's a Planning Commission that addresses items that ultimately come before council. So I don't think that there is necessarily a conflict if the advisory is to council on both those matters. So I know we have a motion. I don't know if that's the intent is to well, at this point the motion on the floor is to deny this altogether.
And leave it the way it is, basically?
Leave it the way it is, and also include to make sure that they're the advisory to the city council, not the public works agency on transportation.
So this is what I would recommend is rather than I guess it's a substitute motion to only make the modification that they advise the council on both. Yes. Because I think if we deny it, then we're eliminating the
I'll second that.
Yes,
all right.
Yes.
Is that a friendly amendment?
Yes. Yeah. Accept.
Yeah. It's technically a substitute because the motion is to not support 50B. My recommendation, the substitute motion is to approve 50B with the modification.
Which is what she was attempting to do in
that's what I was trying. That's what I
motion.
understood.
Yes.
It's the same intent.
Yeah, that's fine. Go.
Those in favor of the substitute, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Now, 50C we've already done. 50D.
No, that's continued.
That's continued. 55A.
Move the item.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. 55B as in boy.
Move the item.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. 65A. Do I have a speaker, Madam City
Not on
Clerk?
65A.
I don't think so. I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, just for clarification on 65A, what we're doing here today is approving the annual calendar of the regular city council meeting. And I know our clerk indicated that we typically choose either July or August. I think last year it was August and the year before, but prior times it was July. And so I'm not sure if we've made a decision. I know we went to August because of this calendar year for some of our former council members that were school teachers. And so I would just ask, are we going to continue with August, or are we going to go back to July and having that meeting dark? Or do we have that discussion later on? Because I know that's the item that she brought forward, either July or August.
Any comments?
I think it really depends. I mean, most schools come back like on the third week of August or fourth week of August. So I don't know. I mean,
we can continue August.
We can continue with August.
Yeah. Make the motion to continue.
Well, that's what's recommended?
No, it's either July or August.
Got it.
So I think we want to choose August. So we have a complete calendar.
Look, there's benefits to July, there's benefits to August.
I know, used to do it in July all the time because he would go on vacation.
Right.
But
I understand.
I think because I don't really have a real hard choice here, but So the pros and cons is in August, you're closer to the school year. It's a little warmer. Some people tend to take vacation. July, some people say, hey, let's take the July vacation. So it just really, whatever the council.
I think the main thing about August is school begins, and it seems earlier and earlier each year now in August.
That's true.
And so maybe if folks can indulge me there, July tends to be smack in the middle of summer because most schools get out in June. July, you for sure have the whole month, and then August, you're going back to school.
The trend is to move the school year as close to May is what's happening. Many districts now are starting to end their school year in May, and they start in the second week of August. But that's not the case in our district.
But in either case, July, you're smack in the middle of it, correct? So would you indulge me and go for July?
I don't really care. I just want to make sure
All
that
right,
we have a calendar.
let me move for July.
I'll second that.
All right, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, those opposed, motion carries.
Look at November.
Next, you want November? Let's do 2 meetings a year, or 2 months a year. Madam City Clerk, now we're on 65B.
Yes, that's correct.
What is the pleasure of the council?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to state for the record that I did communicate with our clerk that I am no longer will be serving on the TCA, so that's going to have to be filled, and as well on the Newport Bay watershed. I am removing myself from both of those committees, and the city attorney, this clerk has notified both of those agencies already that effective January 20th would be my last day, so you all will have to fill that.
Why don't we run it by the new council members if council members are not opposed?
Well, one other thing is I know that I was appointed to the Orange County Water District, and I know there may be some conflicts with the OCFA meetings that I serve on as well. So I would open it up to the new council members as well to look at the fire authority as an opportunity for them also.
What happens if they want the water district? No, I'm kidding.
All right. And barter. Everything's open.
So we don't have to decide this minute. Right. Let's just bring it back, please, in January, and maybe that'll give people a chance to review things. So with that, let's continue it for 30 days.
Yeah, good idea. Thanks.
Is there a motion?
Move the continuance.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Item 65D is in David.
It's C.
C.
C as in Charles, yes.
Mine is
It's
not
the
in here.
Budget calendar.
It's the budget calendar we do every year.
On page 9, yes.
Councilor Mayor Pro Tem, any comment?
No, I have no comments. Move forward with the item.
Motion, second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Item 65D is in David.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to be recusing myself from this item as KidWorks that I work with is being considered tonight.
Okay. Let me
And
call
Mayor,
on
I'd just
Mayor
like to
Pro.
make a more complete disclosure because this item represents what we consider to be a Government Code Section 1090 issue. It's a remote interest. We need to make sure that the city clerk's records fully, explicitly contain the recusal by our Councilmember Benavides.
So did you get a sufficient description or no?
I'm trying to get that in here now. That's what-
Councilmember?
Yeah.
I think she wants you back.
Just for a moment, if you could remain present, because this is a more formal recusal than our normal FPPC regulation. I just want to make sure that it's formally recorded, that the city clerk has the purpose for the recusal.
Okay, we have about 20 speakers. Okay. So let me start taking comment. Are we done with the recusal? All right. Luis Sarmiento, followed by Elizabeth Legrin, I believe it is, followed by Maria Velasquez.
Mr. Mayor, as they're coming up, and I don't know if this is the right time, but as I mentioned earlier, all these surplus items, given the time and other issues.
Look, if we're going to vote it all
it.
down or continue it,
I'd like to continue
we
right.
may want to do that before all these fine people speak, unless we want to hear them speak and then take it up.
Is there a second to continue?
I'll second the motion.
So your motion is
to continue it.
To just continue the items, so we don't take it up tonight.
Correct.
I'll second.
Those in favor, please say aye. 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 We will keep all your cards and just come back in 30 days. So with that, item 65E. Pleasure of the council on this. This is
the ward elections, right?
65E. I only have one. Okay, let's take the one speaker. Gil, are you still around? Skip it. All right.
What I like to
go ahead,
because I thought we were going to get either a little presentation. I'd like to table this, if that's okay with the remainder of the council, and bring it back 30 days as well.
Second. To table it permanent, is that a substitute motion to table it? Because he's continuing it for 30 days.
No, table it for 30 days.
Yeah. That's different than continuing. Typically when you table it, it's indefinite. A continuance is date specific.
Well, I can continue it for 30 days. I'll make a motion to continue it for 30 days.
Second. All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next item. 65F as in Frank.
Mayor?
OE. Yes, Mr. City Manager.
Just a real high-level discussion. We did have a projection of a surplus of about $3.5 million, and we're pretty much on target. We did have a $9.1 million number here simply because we received a triple flip in July, but because of the timing in July, we had to accrue it to last fiscal year, so it's more of an artificial surplus, and so we have items there related to that issue, and we had made previous decisions to reduce the enterprise fund. It was unanimously approved by the council to discontinue charging the graffiti fund. That was approved by the council. The Civic Center Safety project was already approved and is ongoing. And of course, we need to be a member of the 800 megahertz partnership cost. We also have monies under recommendation 2 for the 800 megahertz partnership cost for that have been identified, and a commitment for the county animal hospital. And so if there's a desire on the council to continue the discussion on the other items because it's surplus funds, these are more of appropriation items, number 2 and 3.
Okay, let me take testimony from members of the audience, and then we'll get into the discussion. Lynette Guzman, followed by Gil Salmon, followed by Nancy Mejia.
And Mayor and council members, if I may, before your public speakers come up, I would just like to remind the council that with respect to taking action on certain items like contracts in the future, I would caution you to make sure that at the time you take action on the contract that you're also making the appropriation. For example, we do have a few items here where actions were taken on a contract and now you're being asked to make an appropriation. So the contract may have been approved by, for example, a 4-0 vote, but the appropriation requires 5 votes. So I just want to remind the council as you prepare to do this in the future that if you're going to make contractual commitments that require the expenditure of money, you need to make the appropriation.
Shouldn't staff do that and bring it to us in a package form?
I think that we will look at it. I've mentioned it to the city manager. We need to make sure that our staff reports do reflect that.
Because it would be hard for us to try to figure out every single item. And
I just think we need to make sure that on the staff reports that under the financial impact section that you're being requested to make the appropriation if you're being asked to adopt the contract.
And I would put that back to staff, make sure they bring it back in a package. So Lynette Guzman, followed by Gil, followed by Nancy Mejia. We're on 65F as in Frank.
Good evening, Council. My name is Lynette. I'm a resident of Santa Ana and also a City Commissioner for the Recreation and Parks Agency. But today I'm speaking as a resident, passionate about bringing open space to residents, all residents here in Santa Ana. The fiscal year surplus allocation plan provides 2 options. I urge you to vote for option A, which secures funding for a skate park and a park development joint use. This option will best serve the needs of park-poor communities here in Santa Ana. It will provide open space and recreation, health, and fitness for people living in high population density areas. This option will best serve the community than option B, which funds enforcement efforts that have historically contributed to negative consequences, such as the criminalization of youth. I urge you to vote for option A, which will fund for more parks and open space in which our community can come together, be active, and live strong, healthy lives.
So I'm here to echo the sentiments that were just shared with you. My name's Gil. I live in Henninger Park, which is ironic because it's part of the city that has no parks. And one of the things that we're sorely missing is open space in the city. I have a 1-year-old, and I hope that by the time we get around to building skate parks and more open space, that he'll be able to use them. So, right now we visit some of the parks in Santa Ana, and it'd be nice to not have to drive to them. And so anything that we can do to add parks in the city would be great. And so I also urge you to go with option A. And in the staff report for the skate park, there are 2 options. One is Memorial Park, and the other is Angels Community Park. I would just hope that you look at Angels Community Park. It's it's closer of the 2 to Santa Ana High School, and it's also in a more sort of park-poor area of the city. So I hope that you spend the funds there. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And now we have one more speaker. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Nancy Mejia, and I work at Latino Health Access. I was excited recently to be at the Roosevelt Walker groundbreaking. There will be a new added permanent park and community space through a joint use agreement. In the next year, the building is expected to be done. So this is going to actually provide a very high needed open space in a very park-poor neighborhood, which is the East Side neighborhood. We want to encourage more of this type of investment in our community. When we invest in spaces for children to play, we invest in the long-term wellness and health of this community. I am here tonight to ask that you continue to invest in our families and that you continue to invest in the health of our community and allocate the $2.6 million you are deliberating on tonight from the surplus to option A, as recommended by the Public Safety and Neighborhood Improvement Committee. This would support the funding for 2 new parks, including a skate park that I know youth that were here but had to leave have been advocating for. And also the other recommendation is potentially for the lot in the Lacey neighborhood across the street from Café con Leche. Santa Ana continues to be one of the most park-poor cities in the country. We have one of the highest obesity rates. So half of the children in the Santa Ana Unified School District are currently overweight or obese, and we continue to have one of the highest diabetes rates in the state. And so the other option you have before you is to give the $2.6 million to the police department. You heard tonight from several speakers that over half of the city budget already goes to the police department. And of the $9.1 million that you have to approve tonight, again, over half of that is being recommended to go to the police department. So we ask that tonight you choose to invest these $2.6 million to invest in health, to invest in youth, and to invest in the long-term wellness of our community. Thank you.
I know Mayor Pro Tem wants to speak, but let me go with Councilor Benavides.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the members of the public who came out and spoke on this item. We do have an opportunity to invest and make something, have these one-time funds become something that pays dividends for many years to come. It's again our funds that are one time. So the options that we have, some of them are going to go away within a year's time. We can put it into overtime. We could put it into something that's a very limited, specific projects, or we can invest it into developing something, developing parks that will be, again, be able to provide public safety by way of prevention programs, right? By getting our young people to be involved in something positive. So I'm going to, and again, quite a number of these different items already are supporting a number of infrastructure investments into public safety, which I think is a good thing, providing those tools to our law enforcement officers. And I do think that it is good and important to be able to have a balance. I know a number of years back, council, when Councilman Solorio was on the council the first go around, there was a significant amount of improvements that were made in parks. There were some funds that came down, I think, from the state that the council back then worked hard on because to bring to the city, because our parks were in need of some improvements, of a boost. Of some of them were playgrounds were in disrepair, and now we have new playgrounds throughout. They're well utilized, but they were new a few years back when they were invested in our parks. And at this point now we have an opportunity to take the next step to create new parks, both skate park and then a new park in a very dense part of town. So I'm going to make the motion that we support option A, and then the other items as well, 2 and 3, which have already been discussed previously by council. So on option 1, option A, and then supporting the other 2 recommended items on the agenda.
Okay, do we have a substitute motion or any different other comment?
Yeah, I'd
Councilmember
like to
Solorio?
speak, like the prior items that relate to surplus, especially this one because it's a big amount. I'd like to also suggest continue this over to the next meeting because, again, I'm new and I want to really get a better assurance that we, in fact, do have surplus money and not just keeping a lot of city positions vacant, whether it be in parks or library, the clerk's office, public safety, etc. I do agree with my colleague, Councilman Benavides, that we do need to invest more in parks, like a skate park, park development, joint use, but I don't know that this really says where it would be. That's important, as well as park development really is better considered in our capital improvement program because, we're not going to be able to build a skate park or any other park overnight. It's really something best placed in our capital improvement program, and that's really a best practice for how to spend these type of dollars. And for those and other reasons I mentioned earlier, my preference would just be to continue to the next meeting.
I'd be happy to second that motion. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Motion carries. So with that, we're now on item 75A. But before I do that, Iglia, are you here? And Robert? And remember, my last name is Pulido with an O. You always say Pulida with an A. But you're wearing your nice brand. You're looking good. You got the blue. No, I messed up. He's going to speak on 55B. We've already voted on that, but I didn't. There's so many cards up here. I didn't see it, so just keep it short. Go ahead.
I appreciate very much that you don't skip 55B. I thought that it would not happen, that I will not allow to talk.
Forgive my ignorance. I forgot the thing on your head is called A.
Yes, yeah.
And
but
it's a new one.
I can talk a long time
Thank you.
about if not for
Go
my
ahead.
time.
We'll start again.
Okay, please.
Now, what is it called?
Kipa.
Kifa?
Kipa.
Kipa.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll start again.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Pulido. So
I was really nice to you.
Yes, I'm sorry. Pulido.
Thank you.
Thank you. And a respectful member of Santa Ana City Council member who represented people of Santa Ana. My name is Ilya Tseglin. Regarding the item 55B, I am the people, I am the voice of my son Nate, and 90,000 of disabled, the 100,000 of their family member. I know that a great number of honest police officers does deserve donation of equipment for athletic activity and in support for many benefit to police and the respectful chief of police, Carla Rojas. I'm wondering why the honest part of police enforcement engage in full play of protecting and covering up of illegal activity that is going on in the group home 903 South Harmon Street in Santa Ana. For 3 years, it's continued. I deeply touched by Santa Ana City Council member to engage first city manager David Cavazos and last time city attorney Sonia Carvalho to assist and save innocent life. The result, to respond from David Cavazos, not the same as respond Sonia Carvalho. Reason? No response. I don't know. Or they part of this foul play, or they are indifferent bureaucrats. They don't care. I can say you, what is started to Jews will come to everyone. If my son is killing in this facility for profiteering, and I call many times to police, and they are coming and pretending and don't go together with family, and I cannot get any report, that is not a good for police department and for city of Santa Ana. And city manager and attorney have to do their job.
Sir, thank you.
Thank you.
If I could please have Robert. And Robert, can you stay within your 3 minutes? Thank you.
Hello, Honorable City Councilors, Robert Teglin, brother of Nate Teglin. As I've stated previously, my brother Nate Teglin was kidnapped 3 times, first in 2007 in San Diego, and then twice by the same Irvine Police Department, kidnapping him from the same home, illegally, unconstitutionally at the behest of the Regional Center, using the Adult Protective Services in order to remove him from the home, place him in various cruel placements, and because of the fact that he was released 3 times because it was illegal, but it was done for the profiteering of the Regional Center, he was released 3 times on the writ of habeas corpus. They placed him in the group home in which he's been illegally confined, put on psychotropic drugs, and basically being poisoned to death and being severely abused and choked and so forth, and continues on and on every day as we speak. And nevertheless, it's amazing how not only the judges don't want to intervene, and the police are supposed to intervene to the extent that they have a jurisdiction to intervene as far as assaults and choking and so forth, and yet when it comes to family homes, they'll come in and kidnap the family member for no reason. They'll just find a reason, or they'll make up a reason. And this is a case where now 1 year, 7 months later, they decided, let's reward the abusers, remove conservatorship from the parents, give it to them. So they thought they could cover up the crime, and the financial fraud and so forth, $50,000 a month that is used to keep him illegally confined. And he's legal. He's not an illegal immigrant. He has a United States citizenship, as my parents do as well. And they didn't come here for opportunity. Both of my parents are professors of mathematics. They were well-to-do in Russia before they came, but they came for freedom, and they're illegal. They're legal immigrants, and yet he's being used, being exterminated right now in the presence of the police and in the president's. So if you want to protect, if you want to have the authority to protect people, I would love you to protect every resident, but if you want to go against the federal government to protect
Thank you, Robert.
people
If you could please
when
wrap
your own
up.
city is severely corrupt and is exterminating an individual who is entitled to protection under the U.S. Constitution, that takes away a lot of credibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. I have 75A. Yeah. Next, we have 75A. We have a couple speakers, starting off with Ryan Smaller with Downtown Inc., to follow with Robin McNair. Public hearing. So let me get my points here to officially open the public hearing, Robert, before we begin here. 75A, this is the time for public hearing to consider approving the 2017 Downtown Business Improvement District. We will have CDA staff available to answer any questions, and we do have members of the audience who wish to speak to us on this specific item. And so I am going to open the public hearing. And Ryan?
And can I have you distribute the books? Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Martinez and council, staff, and community who are here and watching at home. Thank you so much for hearing this item. This is the last part in a multi-step process, annual process to renew the bid. I've been working and helping run your downtown business improvement district for over 2 years. When I first got here, it was hard to find more than a few people who were on the same page. And today before you, there's an entire book of our shared accomplishments. By working together and building the biggest coalition of people working together that downtown has seen in most recent history, we've been able to create events, amplify marketing, increase our clean and safe responsiveness, and work with our stakeholders directly to get them access to services and opportunities that they need in their community. It's a privilege to help run your bid, and just to help explain a little bit about what we do. We do a lot of the stuff you hear about and see downtown. You all should be getting our weekly newsletter, which we've sent out over 105 weekly newsletters over the last 2 years. We do the monthly art walk, which is a signature event for not just downtown, but the city as a whole, servicing artists, servicing educators and community members, and bringing everybody out. We sit and convene with city staff, county staff, organizations that want to work with our downtown businesses, and we help connect them in. And we constantly hear about the excitement both created throughout the county and in our own community about the stuff that we're doing downtown. 2016 was a landmark year for us. At the beginning of the year, doing a $5,000 event was a really big deal for us. And by the end of the year, doing $20,000 and $30,000 events was happening every month, including our Santa Ana Street Breakfast, which brought 1,600 people downtown for breakfast on 4th Street, and doing our monthly our arts roundtable events, which have consistently brought 300 artists and arts educators together to build the arts economy. We're looking forward to a landmark year in 2017, where the most important thing for us is to establish our joint oversight of the parking revenue that we agreed to setting up with you guys in 2014. Even our most basic things like my salary isn't secured by our $100,000 funding that we get from an assessment. And though we've been able to pretty much double the assessment through sponsorships, ticket sales, and grant writing, we need to make sure that we're here every day to be able to work, and also that our basic programs are covered. And so we created that revenue with you guys and want to make sure that that's there in 2017 for us to access and work together on. Also, we want to continue our leadership in building a creative economy here in the city. We work a lot on what we call the pipeline, which makes sure that every kid in this community has the opportunity to grow up here, be prosperous, be successful, own a home.
Thank you, Ryan. If you could please wrap up.
Yes. And so we want to continue to work with you and the community on that. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan. If next we could have Robin McNair. Robin?
Ryan's tall. Good evening, City Council. Thank you so much. My name is Robin McNair. I am a resident of Santa Ana, and I am the Visual and Performing Arts Specialist for Santa Ana Unified School District. I'm here to speak to the value of the work that the bid does for our community, our education community. My relationship, or what I understand of the bid, is my relationship with Ryan Smoller of Downtown Inc. and Madeline Spencer of Santa Ana Business Council. And over just in 1 year, our relationship has exploded into many amazing opportunities for our students and their families and our teachers and our district employees. We have approximately 56,000 students through grades K-12. Of those, approximately 33,000 are receiving arts instruction during the instructional day. We have almost 5,000 certificated and classified employees, and we're the 5th largest district in the state of California. So this is an important relationship to get our students and their families and our educators connected to the city. I'm going to rapidly list through several things that I would love to pontificate on, and I think you'll understand when I go through this list. Several of the amazing collaborations that we've experienced just starting in February of this year. The Arts Roundtable events, bringing together community and building an economic workforce that impacts our students and educators. We participated in the Santa Ana Breakfast, the Media Summit, which right that day, they wanted some of our students to be engaged in internships. The Art Walk every month. I think you'll see the profile of the community participation has completely changed over the last several months. The weekly downtown newsletter gets out to SAUSD. Our parent meetings, we're engaging, like for example, Santa Ana High School was engaged in a parent traffic safety meeting recently, and getting them connected and empowered to be civically minded and connected. The development of our School of the Arts at Santa Ana High School, where I am proudly housed, where we have the opportunity to make all these amazing relationships that it would have taken me years to build, but because of the bid, we have those relationships in place to support the work that we're doing there. The introductions and the connections to key city and community partners, master classes, master teachers that are coming in to reach our students, the development of the school pipelines and pathways, internships, things that Ryan was mentioning, the Savor Santa Ana. We're having an arts festival in March of 2017, the first that we're able to do along with the literary festival. We had a flash mob last year with over 100,000 views, and then in addition, we're going to do that again because now we want to be engaged.
Thank you, Robin. If you could conclude your
comments.
comments.
All right, thank you. I just want to say thank you for your support of the bid and in allowing the opportunity for our students, our families, and employees of Santa Ana Unified to be connected to their community in ways that they haven't been before, and we look forward to this continued relationship.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yenny Bernal. Yenny.
Sorry. Good evening, Council and City staff. I thank you very much for your time. I know it's late and we're all hungry and tired. My name is Jenny Bernal, and I am currently the Downtown Santa Ana Coordinator. I came to Santa Ana about 10 years ago. I was very young, and I got the chance to be exposed to a gallery, and from there kind of started to dream about how I could impact my community through art, because that is what I do. Currently, I also am an art instructor with the after-school program with the Santa Ana Unified School District. So basically, Downtown Inc. has opened many doors for me. I have met wonderful people like Robin, where we have been able to integrate our community in Art Walk. During our walk, we bring local and artists from all over. Honestly, some of them have come from other states. Some others come from Mexico. We work closely with the consulate, and I am very proud to say that for the first time, artists are actually getting paid for what they do. They get paid for playing at our events. They get paid for their art installation displays. They get paid to do workshops, which is impacting the community greatly because it's a therapeutic way of releasing how we feel. I can honestly say that Ryan Smolar has been one of the most empowering people that I've ever met that work in this kind of environment where it's kind of like a I hate you, so I'm not going to talk to you kind of thing. So he's very open and he is brilliant. And if we don't get a renewal of the bid, we just won't be able to continue to do and move forward in the way in which we are with including Santa Ana College. They've been painting murals. This is the second year they've done it. And it's just opened many doors for me and for my local artists. And I hope that you will support us on this.
Thank you, Jenny. If you could conclude your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dino Perez.
Hello, City Council members and staff. I'm here to speak on behalf of the bid. My name is Dino Perez, and I was born and raised in Santa Ana, where I continue to live, work, play, and shop. I work with Community Engagement, a local nonprofit that brings art to underserved communities. I have been given the opportunity to be an artist in residence at Grand Central Art Center. I work full-time as a graphic artist here in Santa Ana, and as an artist in residence at Grand Central Art Center, I am working directly with a community in the Lacey neighborhood of Santa Ana, where I organize monthly events for the residents. These events have helped bridge a gap between neighbors by building community and facilitating communication, and I've watched the community grow closer and stronger in engagement for the last year. I know that many opportunities have been made available through support in downtown, and would like to see that their support continues so that other artists will have the same kind of opportunity. Without Downtown Inc., I wouldn't be at the level I am in my career, so I'd like to see other artists have the same opportunities that I've had. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If we could have Frankie Castle next. Frankie Castle, followed by Raul Yanes.
Hello. Yes, I'm a local artist from Anaheim, and I've actually reached out to Santa Ana because I knew that the art walk over here was very, very growing and very prominent. So I wanted to reach out, and just about in April 1st was my first. I took the leap of faith. I sold my business of 17 years. Before that, 26 years without painting, and I was born an artist. I've been creating since I was a kid, but I went a different route, and I just something was missing. The arts was very passionate for me, and in April I took the leap of faith, and I came to Santa Ana, and it's been amazing. You know, it's been tough. It's been very tough, but still I'm doing what I love. And from there, we actually I got connected with the nonprofit Santana Unidos with Jonathan Hernandez. We did a collaboration where we unveiled our collaboration at the Art Walk in October, and it was amazing, you know, to be able to do that. And we sold actually one of the paintings that we did together to raise money for that. And I want to thank you guys actually because you guys gave me one of those blue certificates of recognition, yes, for the youth. And I do a lot of community work, and I love to give back, and I want to thank you guys for doing that. And just recently I actually also got for staying, because I've been doing it from January throughout the whole year. I just got a call in December for a December Art Walk. There's a new business that just opened up in at the East End, El Mercado Modern. Beautiful place, and my art just ties in perfect with their concept, and I'm look forward to working with them. And none of this stuff would be available without, you know, the art walks, without being month to month. I just can't wait for the art walk to come about, and for never having painted for that long and just going full-time art. You know, it's been tough, but you know, the sacrifice is easy when the vision is clear. And I've been very blessed to be working with Ryan, with Jenny is amazing. She does an amazing job. With Robin, I'm also talking to Principal Bishop on doing some murals and some artwork for the School of Santa Ana, and kind of beautifying it with the visual, with some color and a lot of work. So,
Mr. Castle, if you could conclude your comments.
I'm sorry?
If you can conclude your remarks.
Yes,
ma'am. It's going to turn red soon, so.
Absolutely, sorry about that. And no, I just want to thank you guys for everything.
Thank you, Mr. Castle, for coming to Santa Ana. Absolutely. Thank you. Raul Yanes.
Good evening, members of the council. I welcome
the new member councils, Jose Solorio and Juan Villegas. Welcome. Tonight, I'm here to speak about the district improvement bid. It's been great for us. We have been doing we've been doing events that have been good for the community, good for the businesses in the downtown. And I'm here tonight that the bid be approved again and be considered by all of you. And that's it. And I hope you have happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Llanes. Claudia Arianes.
Oh, my goodness, we waited for a long time. How are you? Good evening, everyone. Good evening. My name is Claudia Arellanes, Santa Ana merchant. I would like to encourage all of you to vote in favor of the downtown bid renewal. It clearly has worked, and in fact, we ask of you to consider adding more bids in the city. And saying this, I want to thank you, Mr. Cavazos, for your support, for the support you have done in the downtown. Under your leadership, you have encouraged us to move us forward. You sit us on the same table, and that has kept us together. I mean the two groups. As you can see, this is our year of partnerships, and we feel great about it. And for these two gentlemen, new that just arrived in this council, I have a piece of advice, if I may, Mr. Villegas and Mr. Solorio. Be responsible with the city that elected you. Don't take sides before doing your homework or your research. Don't listen to gossip. Be your own selves. Make your own informed decisions. Integrity is what matters and what will make you shine. And that's all I have to say. Merry Christmas to all of you, and thank you.
Merry Christmas, gracias. Thank you. Next, I don't see him in the audience, Sam Romero. Sam, I don't see Sam here. Followed by Madeline Spencer. Madeline. And our final speaker is Chris Schmidt.
Good evening, council and city staff. There's actually, we had to do a lot of different kinds of metrics and to give you so that you had something for a report, etc. One of the things that I have a request back at the council and also staff is that some of those metrics be given back to us, because there's a whole series of things that we've been waiting for in the downtown that we actually haven't seen. And one of the first things that I want to mention is that a long time ago, it's been since last spring, we've asked for mitigation strategies that have to do with the streetcar coming in. So we know that throughout the downtown there's going to be construction, and a lot of times cities put up different kinds of measures so that that construction is known by people. They won't stop shopping downtown, and also that the businesses are safe so that they can be secured in that time. We've sent that report in, and it's also been sent to the Sonia Calvaro and Public Works, OCTA, and we haven't gotten any response from you since spring, and they're doing the construction measures right now, and I just don't understand why we haven't gotten any response, and I'm hoping that we will be able to get that soon. There's a few other things that we haven't seen, which have to do with like you guys right now are stopping the CPEG funding for 30 more days. There was supposed to be like $12,000 for newsletter support, parklets, kiosks, movable furniture, landscaping, murals in garages. We don't know what happened to each of these things. $100,000 for placemaking, activation for the Artist Village assistance, and a majority of the things were on the pro forma form for the parking. So we're still waiting on a lot of that, and I respect that we have to turn in this stuff, but just like you brought up at the very beginning of the meeting, we're going to start to need to some kind of accountability to know that the things that you say that you're going to do for us are also going to get done. So that's all I have to say, and I look forward to next year, and I know that we're doing good work, and we will continue, hopefully with the city.
Just a brief follow-up question for you, if you don't mind. Those commitments the city has made, how were those representations made? Were they part of the budget, or what special allocation?
Actually, I was excited to hear you say that you were interested in actually working on economic development and things in the city, and I think it would be great for us to be able to sit down and have a meeting. I can actually show you the pro forma form.
Maybe we could have this conversation off.
Yeah,
so
that you know exactly what it is we're talking about. Thank you.
Chris?
Good evening. I'm here in support of the downtown bid. Downtown has been called the economic engine of our city, and I believe the bid has been vital in helping make our downtown economic engine run. I've been working with Madeline and Ryan over the last year on several events where they've done wonderful things for our city. I believe the Santa Ana Street Breakfast was probably one of the best events our city's put on. 1,600 residents got together in downtown to have breakfast together. I'm hoping we have another one next year. My understanding, after years of discussion, they're actually looking at creating the second bid in our city in South Main Street. I've been asking Ryan for information so I can give to the businesses to get them in favor of it. So I'm here tonight to ask for your support for the downtown bid. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Do we have any more speakers?
Those are all the cards I've received.
Great, thank you. Has the city clerk, and I know that we received a couple items, has the city clerk received any other written communications regarding this matter which has not yet been distributed to the city council?
No, I have not. And
Great,
I have
thank you. We also have Will Hope of Finance and Management Services that will report if a majority of the protest has been received, which would preclude the city council from approving the 2017 assessment report.
And I'm happy to report that no protests
Great, thank you. Mm-hmm. Does the city council have any further questions, comments, or discussions? Councilman Solorio?
Thank you. Just some comments. I want to really commend the leadership of both groups. Number one, it's nice to see peace with both organizations. There hasn't always been that, as well as a lot of efficiency, a lot of good work. This is a great representative example of what you're doing. I was so proud. I put it on my own Facebook. I'm really proud of your work, and I was really pleased to hear of the partnerships with K-12, and I want to encourage more of that. I think by working through our schools, it's an excellent way of reaching our entire city community about what's happening in the downtown and involve them in many ways. So I'm grateful for that. Also, moving forward, another thing I'd like you to think about is, because all these events are fun events and I'm sure they require a lot of help, we should think about internships for our youth and young adults so they could see opportunities in business, opportunities in marketing, et cetera. And that's, one big initiative that I want to work on, is to really have more opportunities for young adults and students to get involved in our community, learn and prosper. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Councilman Solorio. Councilmember Sarmiento.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll be supporting the bid as well. I think I'm encouraged by somebody who mentioned beginning one in South Main. I think that would be a great secondary site, and as we go from there, we look at other pockets in the city that could benefit from this. I think this mutual commitment by everybody, both the public and the private sector, serve a solid purpose. My concern is always, when you have two groups, are they both performing equally well? So that's just something I would continue to raise to staff, that we are demanding, because this is important that the funds that are allocated to both, whether it's a 50-50, should render the same results. So we don't want one being more having more of a burden or responsibility than the other. I think both of them have to be equally responsible, and I know that I think that's what creates harmony, when both are carrying their weight. Sometimes one is a little weaker than the other when it comes to dual bids, and that's always a concern. So to the extent that we can continue to be responsible about that, and I know I heard from one of the groups that there's heavy events there as well, so that burdens sometimes some of the merchants, the hours of operation, all that has to be discussed, and there has to be good lines of communication. But we can certainly improve on what's been a success so far. So I'll be supporting the.
Thank you, Councilman Sarmiento. Any more comments from the council?
Go ahead.
Councilman Tinajero, then Councilman Benavides.
Okay. First, I'll be supporting this item as well, and I want to congratulate everyone involved. Back in 2006, when we first got onto the council, I couldn't get into a room with people battling it out. It was very difficult to see. So this shows what communication, professionalism, and really a goal to work towards. How when people they set differences aside and focus on what they can work on. What a positive change that is in our downtown. So I want to thank you. I want to thank everyone that's working in the arts in Santa Ana. To have over 30,000 students now that are working in the arts within their school day is a pretty amazing feat. So my congratulations to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Benavides.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I want to echo some of what the comments that some of my colleagues have mentioned, particularly Councilman Tinajero just now. When we have various speakers all come together in unison in support of this item, I think it's a beautiful thing. We were here years ago where there was a lot of division in the downtown, which is unfortunate because the downtown is just such a special special place in our city's history, a special place of just cultures coming together, of diversity. So I commend everyone that has worked very hard. See that Ayan is here, who've been in our community for a long time. Raul, a number of other folks, again, from Santa Ana Business Council, Downtown Inc. That's one of the things that years ago, I remember talking to the city manager and sort of charging him with, if you could bring these folks together, because again, each of them independently have a heart and passion, commitment. They've been working hard to build their businesses and serve our community. And it's wonderful to be able to see our community working together. So thank you, city manager, your staff who's out there serving, both our officers who are out there, the downtown patrol, our downtown liaison, and just overall, just a great thing. Look forward to the continued success there and the potential expansion into other bids throughout the city, including South Main. So with that, I'll be supporting the item as well.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Any more comments from the council? If not, I will, before I ask for a motion to support the resolution, I have some brief comments. First and foremost, I just want to thank Ryan, Downtown Inc., and of course the other business council for the tremendous work that you all have done and really aligning with one another. Even though sometimes you may have difference of opinion, you all have been able to bring large amount of people together and from various diverse backgrounds. And I think that's important. So not only focusing to K through 12, but being able to really bring outside businesses, as the young man, Mr. Castle, alluded that he's from Anaheim and he's been able to come to Santa Ana. And so that just showcases the work that you all are doing. And so by far, I will say I could take any credit or this council, but thanking you all for the hard work and determination that you all put into this, because I know it hasn't been easy for you all. And I will ask our city manager to please provide, because we also need to be held accountable, as Madeline did mention, about the money that was supposed to be allocated from the parking. And Mr. City Manager, if we please can get an update and possibly sit down with them to figure out the funding that was supposed to be allocated from the parking fund, from the parking performa, where we're at with that. I think that's important for us to provide to them, and what is that timeline. And then the second thing that I would just ask of the group is that as we move forward and placemaking becomes very important for you all, also looking at the traffic safety. I know you all know there are a lot of traffic issues within the downtown. In particular, Jim Kendricks always comes down as it pertains to Broadway, and he's very frustrated, saying that he's been on this issue for 6 years. I've asked our staff to talk to him about that. We do have plans moving forward, but how can we all work and possibly work with you all to bring folks around if traffic safety is really a major problem? And now with the streetcar going into construction, how can we work together to help mitigate some of those issues in the near future? And I also too agree and believe that as you all grow, you are going to need continual support, not just from Chamber of Commerce, us continue to allocate that $500,000, but looking at organizations like yourselves that are really making true investments within placemaking, trying to create, our artists and small entrepreneurs that are really trying to, come to their own. And we've been doing these micro grants, but sometimes that's not enough. There's additional training that's needed. And so I would hope, and I want to thank you for the report that you provided based on all the events and what you all are doing and what's next to come, that if you just can keep in mind, and I know it takes money, and to sustain in particular some of the positions as Ryan mentioned, that's kind of hard. The 100,000 or 150,000 is very difficult to continue to cover. And so what can we do to work with you all to figure out how do we create sustainability down in the downtown with the energy that we're currently having. And so with that, I just want to thank you all. And I am going to ask if there is a motion on the floor and a second.
Move the item.
Second.
Move and second by Tina Harrow. May I have a roll call?
Councilmember Sarmiento?
Yes.
Councilmember Tina Harrow?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez?
Aye.
Councilmember Benavides?
Aye.
Councilmember Villegas?
Aye.
Councilmember Solorio?
Motion approved unanimously. And I'm going to ask our mayor to please come back in.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just, for the record, I spoke to the city attorney, and we reviewed a map, and the muffler shop that I'm a part of over on First Street is very close. It's within the boundary line, so that's why I did not participate. If the clerk can just put that in the record. 75B, is it now? Isn't this the Downtown Business Improvement District? No, B. Got it. This is the consider adopting the First Amendment to the Development Agreement for the Heritage Village Mixed Use Project at 2001 East Dyer Road. Ana Uria wants to speak. Why don't you come on down, Ana? And that is the only speaker that I have on that item. Oh, they're over here? Here, you look through these. I'll look through these. These 75A, right? Here they are. Man, there's a bunch of them. Go ahead, Anna.
You do have a couple other speakers,
yes,
right?
I do.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Ana Ursua, and I am a campaign coordinator with the Santa Ana Building Healthy Communities. For some of you who are joining our council, Santa Ana Building Healthy Communities is a 10-year health initiative in the city of Santa Ana that is working with a number of community-based organizations, neighborhood residents, adults, and youth to see improvements in the conditions of health of our community. I want to begin by congratulating you for taking a unanimous leadership tonight in naming our city a sanctuary city by law tonight. So I want to congratulate you for taking that leadership. I also want to say that in addition to protections, you will hear tonight that we urge that we also see opportunities for our community. So I will ask that community members that are present in the room, some had to leave, but community members that are present in the room that also want to see not only protections, but opportunities for Santa Ana families, please stand. And I will remind you that some of the most heartfelt experiences that you heard tonight include that Santa Ana has an incredible housing crisis, that our families are rent burdened and spend more than half of their income on rent, that a study conducted in the Lacey neighborhood showed that far more families live below the poverty line, that we know that there's overcrowding and homelessness, and that we cannot overlook this. We must not overlook these conditions and run the risk of exacerbating them by prioritizing higher income development. So I speak to you tonight on the agenda item to amend the to amend the agreement with the development on the Heritage Project, and I want to recount the several benefits that this project is already incurring. This project has amended the zoning of an 18-acre area of land in the city. This project is also going to be benefiting and grandfathered into a $9 a square foot for the affordable housing in lieu fees are going to pay instead of building affordable housing. We were able to have a brief meeting with the developers who assure that they want to meet their requirements and be contributors to the community. We shared that this has looked like community organizing and community solutions that come from members of Santa Ana, from the most underprivileged communities. We shared that there are models like community benefits agreements in which this can be done in a way that does provide direct benefits and does help to meet the needs of existing residents. So because we cannot wait until investments trickle down to Santa Ana residents, we believe that we must not phase the payments of this project until we see, or unless we see, a direct benefit to the families of Santa Ana that are still living in the harsh conditions of overcrowding, so that we may address some of this immediately. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Madam City Clerk, I've got a bunch of them that say 70B and 80B. So we're going to call them all again when it's 80B. Is that your intent?
The residents, when they completed the form, they checked them both off. It's at your discretion whether you want to consider them separately, but as public hearings, we do have to allow them to speak on the public hearing item.
On both? Because the other one's a public hearing as well, right?
The other item is not a public hearing.
Oh, so the other one, so I could just tell them to speak now on both items?
I believe so.
Madam City Attorney, or do we call them separately? Because
The
one is a public hearing.
Actually a joint meeting with the Housing Authority.
I'm sorry. The other is the 80B is a joint item of the City Council and the Housing
Correct.
Authority.
So you would have to take those
So
comments
separate.
separate.
Separate. All right. So right now when you're talking to us, just stick to 75B, and then I'll bring you all back, and we can talk about 80B once we're done with that. So Hugo Munoz, and after Hugo, Gil Salmon. I told you just stay up there, Gil. And then Ryan Sinclair, or Smoller.
Good evening, City Council. Yet again, my name is Hugo Munoz, longtime resident of Santa Ana, born and raised, 29 years old now. And here to speak. All right, I'm going to cut through the chase here. So, what we are really looking for is community benefits. I think that as someone that has kind of seen this battle, this long drawn-out battle between developers and some of the community organizations, I think it's time to really start working together. And I think Councilman David Benavides couldn't have said it any better. You know, we're really looking to partner and bring folks alongside us. I'm with Sacred, and you know, I get to spend a lot of time with folks that I also personally don't own a home. but a lot of our folks rent and are looking for really the ability to exist in Santana. We know that a lot of our folks already work tons of hours a day, and we're really just looking to create partnerships with folks. I think that that's important. So we know that Santana is also one of the second densest cities, and is the second densest city in California. And so we really need to address affordable housing, and really community land trusts is one of those ways to go about doing this. So we're really hoping that Heritage Project will come along and work with us and help us create a community benefit agreement as soon as possible. We're really looking forward to working with them and working with you as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gil, followed by Ryan, followed by William Devine.
This is my last one for the year. It feels like you're going to approve this. It feels like that because it looks like there's all sorts of ties between this project and the project on First, and it's become very complicated. But I hope you don't approve phasing this, because the housing ordinance came out of a lot of community involvement and a whole long process to create an ordinance that allowed for a very small amount of affordable housing, basically workforce housing, not even that affordable of housing, for the community. And if you look at what was just passed in LA, what we're asking of developers in this city is not that crazy. It really isn't. It's actually pretty reasonable. And the ordinance itself says that the primary way of complying with the ordinance is to build housing in kind. And so one of the things that the Planning Commission really articulated during their deliberations is that they're not really in favor of these lieu fees at all. And I think there's a lot of wisdom in that. If the developer really wants this to be built in phases, they have a way of building the affordable housing in phases. It's to build it on site, in kind, alongside the other housing. At the end of the day, you're talking about a very small number of housing units. They can be built in phases on site, and we're giving them a way out by saying, hey, pay $9 a square foot, and we're asking for it up front. It doesn't sound that unreasonable to me, and so I don't know why this has turned into such a complicated matter, which is like creating divisions and placing people at odds with one another. And you look at projects like the Reef project in LA, which also has a lot of issues, but you're talking about 5% affordable housing on site. You're talking about, $15 million to affordable housing. You're talking about a bike station with public showers. You're talking about a local hire agreement. You're talking about $3 million in job training. Like when you're talking about large projects that cities do, like the Reef project in LA, again, it's got its issues, but you're talking about just a much more substantial package. All this is, the item before you tonight is literally just to decide whether you're going to allow the payments in phases or not. And I think that we have to be very strong as a city to say the community got together, put this housing ordinance, it's got its requirements, and we should ask the developer to follow them. So that's all I ask of you.
Ryan, followed by William Devine, followed by Ryan Ogolnik.
Hello again. This is, as has been mentioned, this is a complicated situation, and I really like what Hugo said. I think we need to find a way as a city to work closer together on development. It should be easier for good development to happen in this city, for the community to voice what they want, and for them to get what they need out of these developments. And I'm committed to working with people to help spread information and work closer together on these developments. I sit on the Economic Development Committee and hear what they say. I attended the GROW conference where Hassan stood up and said there's 2,500 units in the pipeline. And when I read in the newspaper that 1,200 of them were at risk, that really made me alarmed, because we're counting on new housing be developed, both to bring high-income individuals here into our city and knowledge workers, and also so that there's a housing for people to live in here who are currently overcrowded, don't have access to good housing and dignity, and to lower the overall cost of housing. The first year I moved to Santa Ana, I paid the most for housing I've ever paid in my life, and I had to move out of Santa Ana for the second year and actually found cheaper housing, brand new construction in Irvine. That's a problem, and so adding a lot more housing is going to be our solution. I think that, you know, for this process, I tried to educate myself by reading the newspaper, talking to commissioners, talking to the activists, and talking to the developer. And the developer provided me with a lot of information about community benefits that were revealed in the initial reports, like over $1 million going to public art, over an acre of public space. And so there is this huge, and $12 million in fees, and I'm getting that though from them. I want to have that conversation with the city, with my community. I want us to have time to look at developments and move them forward and make sure that they fit our city and are not catastrophic capital. This is what we did downtown that you just heard. When I first got here, everything we knew about each other was rumors. And when we started actually talking to each other and working together, that's when all the big changes started happening. That's when the partnerships. And you brought up that which group is doing maybe more. Well, we couldn't do any of it without each other. And I believe that that's the true situation with the developers and the activists, and the members of this community need to work closer together. When I first got here, I asked an activist, how would a developer do it right? How would they come in and just really get no opposition? And they said, introduce them to everybody. Don't just bring them into a back room with the city staff or with the richest people in town or the bankers. Make sure that they get a chance to meet everybody, hear more from people, and build more of a relationship, so that we don't end up having to just make these decisions right at the last moment.
Thank you. Next speaker, William. Ryan, after William.
Yes, William Devine, and also on behalf of Ryan Ogolnik. We're both here as members of the development team for the Heritage Project, and we're really here just to answer any questions that might come up, so we don't have anything
All right,
else
if you can
at
just
this
be
time.
available, that'd be appreciated. So you're representing Ryan as well then? Yes. Okay. Drew Colquitt, followed by Pam Cepedo. All right. Carla Lopez del Rio, followed by Evelyn Torres.
Wow, I can't believe I'm awake. All right. My name is Carla Lopez del Rio with NeighborWorks Orange County. We started off in Santa Ana 40 years ago. We have helped thousands of residents here in Santa Ana, have invested and leveraged millions of dollars in homeownership and affordable housing. I am here to oppose number 75B. We want to, I'm a visual person, so I was trying to visualize why I get so excited when developers are required to provide 180 units when they're building much more. And if you picture this room, it's about 180 seats. You would have been able to help 180 people, but not just those people. You would be able to multiply that by their household, 3-4 times the amount. We have decided to move forward and monetize that into $15 a square foot. And all that goodness has gone away. And as Councilman Solorio said, it's not that easy to build. So the good news is that you have great residents, great partners in the community who are willing to, and not only willing to, but happy to locate new land, to build relationships, to raise funds, to build consensus, and to offer something even bigger than those 180 units would have been. So by you not providing the $15 a square foot, you're actually not really helping us help the city, because now you're putting that back on the city's table to provide that those 180 units back to the community. And I really truly believe that you would do a much better job if we are able to help you, and you're able to help us. So I really hope that you reconsider and
Thank
oppose
you.
it.
Thank you. Evelyn Torres, followed by Carlos Hernandez, I think.
Good evening, well, almost good morning. Anyways, I am a student and resident of Santa Ana. Being a freshman in high school, I am experiencing many newly found struggles in my family's financial situation. My dad works in construction out of town, and his work is not guaranteed most of the time. And my mom stays home taking care of my 3 little brothers and 2 little sisters. We live in a 2-bedroom apartment with 1 restroom, 1 small kitchen, and a living room with my grandma. That is a total of 9 people crowded in a small, expensive apartment. 69% of my family's income goes to paying rent. This means that we have very little extra money for basic expenses such as food, clothes, and bills, including in this luxury money are my schooling supplies, uniforms, sports equipment, performing arts material, and other expenses my education requires of me. Oftentimes, my family has to decide between paying the rent, putting food on the table, paying our bills, and purchasing schooling items for my siblings and me. In order to help my family with some of my expenses, I often find myself spending my weekends with my mother cleaning houses 7 to 8 hours a day, taking away time from me to do homework and study for my exams and spend quality time with my friends and families. Seeing my parents struggle with our finances due to our high rent causes lots of family stress. I know I'm not the only one in this situation because I have come across many friends and families that struggle with the same issue. Tonight, fight for more affordable housing in our city, and some ways you can do this if you do amend the contract is by raising the fees from $9 to $15 per square foot. The money that comes out should go to the community benefits, and for the incl project, you should allow them to borrow the money they are asking for because we need affordable housing now. Thank you.
Thank you. Carlos. Carlos Maladez, I believe it is, from Sacred, followed by Apolonio Cortez. Spanish. Okay, can we get a translator, please, to come on down? Esperen un segundito. Apolonio, you're going to require translator as well. Marcela Rosas y César Cubarrubias, and then José Hernández. Okay, adelante.
Buenas noches, señores miembros del Consejo. En nombre de Seikler le damos la bienvenida a los nuevos concejales. Les sugerimos que trabajen con nosotros como los que se fueron y los que han quedado también. Solamente vengo a leer una carta en nombre de Seikler que dice así. Señor alcalde Miguel Pulido y miembros del Consejo de la Ciudad, nos dirigimos a ustedes en nombre del Colaborativo para el Desarrollo Responsable de Santa Ana, Seikler. Somos una coalición de residentes, asociaciones de vecinos, organizaciones sin fines de lucro, miembros de pequeñas empresas y cooperativas que buscan una mejor calidad de vida para todos los que viven y trabajan en Santa Ana. Les escribimos para expresar nuestra firme oposición a la modificación de la Ordenanza de Oportunidades de Vivienda conforme a lo citado por los constructores del proyecto Heritage Village Residencial. La solicitud de la modificación propuesta se presentó a la Comisión de Planificación el lunes 25 de julio del 2016. La Comisión de Planificación no recomendó que el Ayuntamiento apruebe la modificación de la Ordenanza de Oportunidades de Vivienda. El desarrollador del proyecto Heritage está terminando con la posibilidad para que 180 familias accedan a una vivienda asequible y además pretende hacer en fases el pago de las cuotas de casi $10 millones, dinero que crearía la posibilidad de proporcionar los fondos necesarios para que otros proyectos de vivienda accesible puedan ser financiados. En caso de que se permita el acuerdo con Heritage Village, que los $9.35 que se deben pagar por pie cuadrado se aumente a $15, ya que con este aumento tendríamos un fondo mayor que tal vez se puedan construir las 180 viviendas accesibles. por lo que SEGRE hace público su rechazo a la enmienda de la ordenanza para el proyecto Heritage y apoyamos fuertemente la construcción de proyectos de viviendas para familias. Aplaudimos los esfuerzos del pasado de la ciudad para hacer las viviendas asequibles una prioridad y les instamos a mantener estas oportunidades de vivienda, que es un componente clave para la seguridad y desarrollo de nuestra comunidad. Gracias. Aquí voy a dejar una copia de la carta. Sí.
To the new elected members, congratulations. I hope that you work with us. I'm going to read a letter from Sacred to the Mayor Pulido and members of the City Council. We speak to you based on Sacred, Collaborative for Responsible Development. We are a coalition of residents, neighborhood associations, non-profit organizations, and members of small business and cooperatives that are seeking a better quality of life for all that live and work in Santa Ana. We write to you to express our firm opposition to the modification of the Housing Opportunity Ordinance according to what's requested, that is requested by Heritage Village OC, Alliance Residential. The proposed modification was presented to the Planning Commission on Monday, July 25th, 2016. The Planning Commission did not recommend that the City Council approve the modified Housing Opportunity Ordinance. The developer, Heritage Development, is finishing with this possibility that 180 families have access to affordable housing, and they also want to make these payments in phases for the fees of almost $10 million, money that would provide the necessary funding for other housing projects for accessible housing can be performed. And if you agree to Heritage Village's agreement, in case you agree that the Heritage Village agreement to $9.35 per square foot, we request that it be increased to $15 per square foot, because with this increase we would have more monies in order to build the 180 accessible housing that Heritage should provide. That's why Sacred makes public the refusal of this change to the ordinance for Heritage project, and we request the construction of affordable housing for families. We applaud the efforts in the past for the city to make accessible housing a priority and to have these opportunities that is key for the safety and the development of our community. Thank you.
And now, Apolonio. ¿Qué tal, Apolonio?
Buenas noches, miembros del concilio y personal de la ciudad. Pues, como leyeron la carta de parte de Sacred, mi nombre es Apolonio Cortés y soy residente de la ciudad de Santana, y pues queremos ver cómo nos puede beneficiar realmente este proyecto. Nosotros como comunidad no nos oponemos al desarrollo, queremos desarrollo de nuestra comunidad, porque parte de Sacred es un desarrollo responsable, pero responsable en la cual la comunidad tiene oportunidad de participar, tiene beneficios con los trabajos, acceso a vivienda, necesitamos acceso a la salud. Esos son los valores principales por los cuales en los está fundamentada Sacred. Entonces creemos que es importante que ahora este desarrollo, cómo nos va a beneficiar, cuáles son los beneficios que nos están ofreciendo. Entonces creo que es importante, si van a tomar una decisión, no sé si tengamos que hacer algunos acuerdos mutuos en los cuales se beneficien ellos. Creo que ya se les está dando la oportunidad del beneficio de construirlos en fases, probablemente, no sé, pero creo que y se les está dando que no construyan vivienda accesible. Entonces, creo que, ¿cuáles van a ser los beneficios para nuestra comunidad? Creo que es importante que tomen en cuenta esto en la decisión que vayan a tomar hoy. Y sabemos que ustedes han trabajado con la comunidad y queremos ahora sí, reiteramos que ustedes van a tomar la mejor decisión pensando en la comunidad, pero también queremos, y se ha dicho que hoy en la tarde nos tuvimos la oportunidad de reunirnos con los señores de esta compañía que está construyendo. Entonces, la verdad, le dijimos, ¿cómo podemos beneficiar a nuestra comunidad con su proyecto? Porque necesitamos vivienda en nuestra ciudad, pero entonces van a ser nuestra comunidad gana muy poco. No creo que es ilógico que nuestra comunidad pueda tener acceso a estas viviendas. Gracias, buenas noches.
Good evening, members of the council and the city staff. As you've heard the letter from Sacred, I'm Apolonio Cortez, a resident of Santa Ana, and I'm here to see how this project is going to benefit us, the community. We are not opposed to development. Sacred, part of Sacred's name is responsible development, so we want to have this responsible development. We like to have development that benefits the community, creates jobs, has affordable housing, provides for health. These are the main values of Sacred. It's important for us to know how this development will benefit us as a community. As we're making the decision, we might consider some agreements of mutual benefit. I guess if they want to build in phases, we like to have that community. But what is going to be the benefit for our community? You are working with the community, and we hope that you'll make the best decision for us. This afternoon, we met with some people with a developer, and we told them this: we need housing. We have our people have low income, so please provide for us. Thank you.
Okay, Marcela Rios. I think she needs translation as well. She left? Okay. Cesar Covarrubias. And then Jose Hernandez. Oh, no, Jose, you just want to speak on the other one, I think.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Cesar Covarrubias with the Kennedy Commission, an organization that advocates for affordable housing policy and the development of housing for extremely low-income families in Orange County. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak about this issue. I think it's very important to put into context how we're here. We talked a lot about, I think some folks mentioned 2,500 units, 3,000 units in the pipeline of housing in the city. Yet none of those are affordable to 70% of your population who falls into the low and very low income categories. That's unfortunate because at this stage, local cities have to develop their own programs to solve these solutions in affordable housing. Our state legislator did away with redevelopment, which was one of the primary tools for affordable housing development. The leaders in the city looked at their home CDBG federal grants. They looked at also their successor agency funds and said, okay, we need more than that to be able to address this critical issue in the city of Santa Ana. The affordable housing ordinance came into play. There was developers from market rate to affordable, stakeholders in the community, also advocates who worked on this to make sure that there was some balance on that. At this point, the only other tool for the city to address the affordable housing need is the in lieu fees that are provided. And that was an option that was provided to developers. Instead of doing units on site, which would be more costly, there was an option for a fee to be paid. And in that case, the developer would be helping with the city to form a partnership to address the affordable housing issue. So in this case, I think we have to understand that the need in the community is great. We can't wait for development to pay fees in phases if we're trying to address a critical issue now. There is a pipeline of of market rate developments in the line. There is not a robust pipeline of affordable housing developments that is going to be able to address the affordable housing need if we don't have the proper planning and the proper funding to be planning for those units. So it's critical that we have that resource now, along with the resources that are there in our local funds to make sure we're addressing the true need in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Cesar. All right. That is the last speaker, so I'm now going to bring it to the City Council for consideration. Who would like to go first? Nobody wants to go?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
From staff. So, from what I understand, there are 3 phases that are being proposed, right? About 1,200 some units. One of the largest projects I think we've seen, I don't know if ever, potentially, or at least in a long, long time. The 2 options here being discussed is having all of the funds be required to be paid up front, essentially now, right? Well, or in the very, very near future, or having funds be paid at the beginning of each of those phases, right? Let's say the developer, or let's say we require the builder, the developer, to pay for all 3 phases up front. They start construction on the first phase, and something happens, economy changes, something happens, and phase 2 doesn't get built, or phase 3 doesn't get built, or both. What happens? What situation does the city then find itself in if we've retained those funds, and especially what happens then if we receive those funds and then we've reissued those funds elsewhere? What's the situation there?
In the event that a developer can actually come up with the entire in lieu fee with the first phase. I say this because each phase requires its own financing, and typically each phase is financed separately. Should a developer have enough, deep enough pockets to be able to pay the entire in lieu fee, and the city takes that, and the developer at some point fails or decides not to build phases 2 and 3, then the city will be liable and required to return that money, and the city attorney could actually explain whether or not there'll be anything else.
I think one of the things to keep in mind is the way our ordinance is drafted. Your ordinance is drafted not to require the payment of in lieu fees. So we're not talking about a situation where you're requiring the payment of in lieu fees. If we were requiring the payment of in lieu fees, we might have an issue with respect to how those monies are spent. But your ordinance does not require the payment of in lieu fees, and I keep saying that because that's not what your ordinance requires. Your ordinance requires the building of low and moderate income units for them to be included within the project. If a developer decides that they do not want to do that, you allow them this option. It's an opt-out of the requirement to build. So if a developer opts out and decides that they would want to pay the money, then their choice is to pay that money up front. Regardless. Otherwise, they are required to build those units. They have an entitlement. Under the development agreement, they are entitled to build these units, whether they build these units over a course of 2 years or 15 years, whatever the term of their development agreement is. So when they choose to pay rather than to build, in my opinion, under the ordinance, that was the ordinance that they decided to build under. They don't have to pay the money if they don't want to. They could build the units.
So if the funds are collected and the other phases are not built, are you suggesting that then they're out of?
If they had chosen the option of building their units and they come in and they build units for you, let's say that they built the first phase of their units, I guess I would have to ask the planning staff, would you require them, if they were choosing to build their units versus to pay the in lieu fees, if that was their option, how many units would you require them to build in this first phase? A percentage?
And the way that part of the ordinance reads is that at each phase they're required to build, if they opt to build, the number of square feet that are required for that phase, commensurate with the phase. If they were to build the units, according to the ordinance today, they would only be required to build the number of square feet for phase 1. They would not, however, the distinction that the city attorney is introducing tonight is not something I had thought about earlier, but that the in lieu fee is, the way planning staff has always thought about it is that the in lieu fee, you have 3 options. You have the option of building the units, you have the on-site, you have the option of building the units off-site, or the rehab new units, existing units, or the third option would be to pay the in lieu fee. But however, the city attorney is bringing a legal distinction that I hadn't thought about originally. So, thanks.
And I just have a comment on that.
Go ahead.
I'm the attorney for the Heritage Project, and I disagree completely with the position that's just been stated here, because the fee itself is based on the construction of habitable square footage. And if it's not constructed, then there's no obligation. So if it's not constructed, then we definitely have the right to seek reimbursement of those funds. So I completely disagree with what's been stated. So just wanted to make that clear.
And that's why you have lots of lawyers in California who disagree, and I have a great deal of respect for this attorney. But my position is that this is not a mitigation impact fee. That is my opinion, in which if you have a mitigation impact fee in California, if you collect that fee and you do not expend that money within, I believe it's a period of 5 years, the developer may have a right to return of the money. This is an affordable housing fee, which is different than what we continue. When you have like a transportation impact fee or a park impact fee, those are different types of fees. That we can have a difference of opinion. I'm okay with that.
All right. More questions?
No.
Any, Councilor Sarmiento?
Well, it's already late to be tackling such a complex issue, and I know that we're going to be hitting midnight any moment now. This project has a very, very tortured past, and I know it's been a difficult one for us to try to reconcile. And I really, have a problem deciding it unilaterally and not deciding it with the companion project, which is on ADB. So to segregate the two makes it very difficult, because if we adopt and support this agenda item and we don't support ADB, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, because back in April, this council, with the exception of the 2 new members, adopted on a 6-0 the letter intending to support these funds, the in lieu funds, for the affordable project on First Street. And so now we're segregating this, and really we wouldn't even be here if the applicant would have complied with the ordinance as it was written, right? So I get it. I understand that the developer, from what I recall, went to seek some financing. The financing got difficult, and now they're asking for some relief, and I understand that. And I think that this council probably would have been willing to do that, and I think I'd be willing to do that, and I've stated such, but not at the cost of killing an affordable housing project that's so vital, right? So the whole purpose, the whole reason that this was supported was because there was going to be a companion project that was identified in the housing element, that was located in an area of town that's been blighted, where families need that housing. And as was mentioned before, there aren't any redevelopment funds available. The home funds and gap funding is very limited and very scarce, and this was going to fit that need. So I think to segregate them makes it very, very difficult for us to address, because I don't know how I can support this knowing that the companion project that allowed me to support it, not under protest, because I believe that concessions were made to the applicant, right? As was said, this is a pipeline project, so it's paying the in lieu fees at $9 a square foot versus $15. That was one. It was a conversion site where that was a light industrial site, and we converted it to residential. And look, the Planning Commission just struggled with this and denied the request. So we'd be going against our Planning Commission that has looked at this in detail. All that aside, I would be willing to support the phasing so long as there's some concession made, because if we can provide some additional housing, if we can provide some additional units, that's all fine and well, but there has to be some consideration for that additional concession that we're making. And I think that's what's been said about going from a $9 to a $15 increase per square foot. There's actually three ways you can address this, Madam City Attorney, not just building on site. You can have the developer build off-site or opt out and pay in this in lieu fee altogether. So there's actually three options available. I get that the developer is in a tough place. They thought that, that this was different and that you could, pay this over time or pay this in increments, and maybe no other city does this, but I've found other cities that do require it this way. Look, that's in the context of housing as a crisis, and for me, housing is sort of as somebody said, the new civil rights issue of our time. People are, they don't have a place to live, the rents are incredibly high, and for us to support a market rate at the expense of an affordable development just doesn't make any sense. And if we're going to do that, then look, I really don't know the logic or the rationale that I can support one or the other. They have to be tied together, and they have to be augments to one another and complements to one another, or it's just a very, very difficult time. And so I'm coming to you, staff, and asking you, how can we do this? And I know we segregated this because on April 19th, we adopted a proposal awarding inclusionary housing fees in lieu fees for the development of the First Street project and authorized a drafting of a conditional loan letter. And so, we supported that unanimously. The council member Tinajero wasn't present, but it was a 6-0. We're back here because the applicant is having difficulty financing this, the payment of the in lieu fees and the construction, so I get that. But now we're segregating and possibly killing an affordable housing project that we desperately need. And that affordable housing project is going to give 50% of its units are going to be for extremely low income, 30% AMI. It's going to have half of its units 3 and 4 bedroom. Now I challenge this council and staff who've been around for a long time. When have we seen a project that has 50% of its units for extremely low income residents, and for those 50% of those units to have 3 and 4 bedrooms? And so I don't know how we can reconcile the two, but we need to work something out where we can tackle this in tandem, or we just can't get very far on this one.
Mr. Mayor. Sorry. Who wants to speak? Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the enticing elements here was this. For a very, very long time, when I first got onto the council, the argument was that we should not create affordable housing because then more people would come into our city. And I've always argued that we always have people that are here that are financially strapped and are living in poverty, and so that they deserve a dignified way of living. And so I've always been a champion to bring in affordable housing projects. This one in particular really got me was what Councilmember Vince Sarmiento was saying, is that a lot of people don't know this, but you can qualify for affordable housing and still make $99,000 a year. And that is moderate to high affordable housing units. Typically what cities would do is they'd say, we're going to offer affordable housing, but they would create that housing at that marker. So then what ends up happening is your police officers, your teachers, your firefighters, people that have white-collar jobs that are making that type of money could afford those homes, and it was still considered affordable housing. This one is completely different. This is very low affordable housing, meaning that this qualifies people at when they're really living below the poverty line, to give them that dignified way of living. When you have a place to live, when you can have a bedroom for each child, or you have space, it creates a completely different trajectory for that child and for that family. You actually have an ability to break that cycle as well, and the generations behind it get to experience that as well. So for me, it was a win-win. We would get a good development within the city. At the same time, we were going to get very low affordable housing, which is something that I think everyone is advocating for here. As you move forward, you see that there was a struggle in the finance. And so there's a struggle in the finance, so the developer comes forward and says, can you help here? Because I'm not able to get the kind of financing that I thought we were going to be able to get. And in the meantime, I don't want the affordable housing units to die, so we can phase it out and build together. As each phase goes, you continue to build in those phases. So for me, there's times where you have to kind of give and take a little bit to assure that the people that really need the housing right now, that housing gets built. And so that's kind of my scope on this. That's how I'm seeing through the lens that I'm seeing it through right now.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I, like Councilman Sarmiento, was very perplexed that we are voting on two items that I thought they were mutually exclusive. And so just based on the information that I read, I cannot support an agreement that our Planning Commission denied. Number two, we made an agreement with the developer to build affordable housing units. He had the option. We asked if, what options you wanted. We came back and had the opportunity to give to a nonprofit affordable housing, and that conversation was had. But I don't know where we got lost in all of this, because I wasn't at the last council meeting when there was a vote that took place on this specific item. I was for the First Street as making sure that we were able to tie affordable housing project to this specific project. I was there for that vote. So here I see a 75B and then I see an 80B where we are asking the successor agency to fill the gap of $6.5 million. At what point did we go through an RFP process to give those dollars? And I don't oppose the First Street project. I'm very supportive. I think it's an amazing project that is very needed. But at the same time, we're not being transparent to being able to put that item and asking the city to cover those fees on behalf of the developer. I don't get it. I don't understand why the city staff would come here today and put these two items separately, and then the city manager to ask the city council to pay this from the successor agency, when that's the responsibility of the developer that we asked him to make the option. How do you want to pay this? And so I'm a little confused at this moment in time how we actually got here. And so it's kind of difficult for me to support either one at this time unless the developer is willing. Look, and at this moment in time, it's really up to the city council to hold the developer to the agreement that he said he was going to fulfill. This is not the city. This is not the city's obligation.
Okay, let's continue to take comment, then we'll come back and discuss some more. Councilor Solorio, please.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question and then some comments. The question for staff, it sounds like these two projects at some point were together. What was the rationale for separating the two items?
Thank you, Council and Mayor. The Heritage Project was approved, and it was about $9 million in lieu fee, and all of those monies were later directed to AMCL, the entire amount up to the amount they requested. I think it was 8.7 or something like that. Later on, Heritage said we would like to do the project in phases, and because it's being paid in phases, and the AMCL project needs the entire amount to be eligible for the tax credits, then the decision was made to look at options. There are funds available in the successor agency, and the theory would be those would be advanced to the AMCL project, and then as the later phases come in from the Heritage, they would reimburse the funding. So it would be more like a bridge type financing. It appears from looking at the materials and talking to the developer that within a year and a half, all those funds would be available. The other issue that I should mention is that the council policy has been to request for proposal process, But if a developer recommends that their funds be used, then of course that's something for the council to consider. And we're also saying that it is historically, to the councilwoman's point, that we RFP these funds. That's been historic nature. But because of unique circumstances this evening, we're saying that we recommend that these projects both be funded and that we support the phasing, but we also support the AMCAL project.
Okay. I generally support both projects. I think there's big need for housing in this community and a diversity of housing stock. The general plan is needed because if we really are going to develop a plan around housing, we need to know where in our city the levels of densities and counting units and having a real vision opportunity to reach it. But this is a good number of housing, and I'm supportive of this project. Also, it's largely market rate housing, but even with market rate housing, if you have that, there's going to be a good portion of Santa Ana residents that maybe are in more affordable apartments or homes, but they're going to move into this project, and so more affordable other varieties of housing will be opened up in the city, and that's a good thing. Also, as a side note, I also want to renovate substandard apartment housing that we have in the city. We have a lot of that, and we've done in the past projects like at Minnie Street in Townsend, where we do public-private partnerships to renovate projects, put affordability covenants, do things for the community, and we need to do more of that. I know the community benefit idea was raised, and I'm not opposed to those things, but we need to do things like that earlier in the process, not at the end. And then we're talking about affordability. Anytime we add more expenses to a developer, the prices of the homes or the amounts of the rents increase. So those things kind of run counter if there's an interest in affordability, but also additional expenses on the developers. I mean, I hear the city manager and the developer saying they're going to pay the fees. They're not trying to get out of it. They're just doing it in phases. And it is common, as staff said, that financing is done in phases. And it sounds like really within a year or so, or a year and a half, all those phases will come. The dollars will come. None of these projects probably are going to be done in a year and a half. So maybe there's still a way that even though the money's going to come in phases, that the AMCAL project could continue to be built out with the money as you go. So I'm supportive of this item. We have them, one at a time. New to the council, so obviously I'm only one of seven, but I just wanted to share those comments.
Councilmember Villegas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just not comfortable with the risk. If they're going to be doing it in phases and something could happen with the economy or who knows what, because we don't know what's going to happen, then we're going to get stuck, the city. And when things, I'm a fan of the AMCAL work. I know their work. Their one project they have on Memory Lane's really nice. Definitely we need it. I know we need a lot of housing. I'm for these things. I just don't like it when they get together. It gets a little messy. It's a little tricky. And when a planning commission says no, I need to look even further. I just don't want the city to take such a big risk, not knowing that what might happen. I'm not saying they don't have the good intentions of building it, but things do happen. So that's all I want to say.
Councilor Benavides.
He could barely talk. Yeah, you doing all right?
I'm fading, man. Yeah,
he's struggling.
So I'm waiting to hear if there's a motion or not, and then decide where I'm going to be on the item. I had some questions that I posed to staff. There are some concerns that I do have as far as any situation or obligation the city might be in. I'll end my comments there and see.
Well, look, I have some additional thoughts. I know that the concern is what happens if there is a default on behalf of the developer and they're not able to complete their project, and there isn't that repayment or that reimbursement to the city. At the very least, the city is paying for a very deserving, affordable project, a housing project. Even if it stood alone, even if there was no heritage, and the city has funds in its in lieu fund right now, and I think it's, can you correct me if I'm wrong, but it's, I believe, $9 million in that.
Yes, Council Member, I would like to address the risk issue because that's an important point. We're basing this on a 1/3 payment of about $3 million, and the remaining funds would be about $6 million, and we actually have almost $10 million available. So the risk to the city would be that we wouldn't get reimbursed if they were to default, but in terms of the money going to the account, but the only real risk is that we don't have an RFP process and we have this readily available project. So there's really not a financial risk. It's just which would you do? Do it now or wait for an RFP process? And that's a real risk. It's not a financial risk from my point.
Right.
It's a timing issue.
It is a time, and we wouldn't be here but for the relief that we are considering giving the developer, which all of us completely understand. And I think the councilman said it well. Things like this happen, unfortunately. They're unforeseeable, although financing is always foreseeable that there's going to be a possible problem. But I guess what I'm saying is that this project has been with us for so long. It's gone through committees that I've sat with Councilmember Martin, or Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, Councilmember Benavides, and the mayor has become intimately familiar with it, and I think all of us know it, and all of us supported it. And we all saw these as companion projects that were moving along. Everybody thought everything was fine when we adopted this in April. And then, now we're here again, struggling with this and possibly denying 2 projects, and one that's critically important. And so that's what troubles me, is that we're back here once again after such a tortured history of struggling to get here. And what would happen if we did go out and procure? Look, that takes another year or 2, and who knows where we are. This is a shovel-ready project, and I'm talking about the First Street project, that would benefit greatly from the support that we have. And I think, Madam City Attorney, you've always said, look, why don't you guys just support it independently, right? And we could do that if we really wanted to. It's been vetted. It's been before us. We've had the developer here from First Street and AmCal several times. Look, it's a project that the community is supporting. It's a project that the Planning Commission supported, because the Planning Commission denied the heritage phasing proposal. They didn't deny the First Street AmCal project. And if I've read correctly, I have letters here from Accord, from Sacred, from LHA, and a lot of others that are supportive of the affordable development. So I guess what I'm saying is, look, I want to help the developer. I want to see what we can do, but we can't do it to the detriment of this companion project that almost made us support, not obligated, but kind of holding our nose a little bit, because we knew that we were helping quite a bit. But these are projects that were tied at the hip. And
and I'd just like to say, Councilmember Sarmiento, when we addressed this issue back in April, one of the questions you posed to me, and that was a very difficult process, as you may recall, but one of the questions you posed to me was, well, do we have any other funding sources to support the housing project? That you asked that specific question, and we were informed that no, there was not sufficient money in these accounts to fully fund the AmCal project. That was the response we received. There was not sufficient funds. I guess it has come we now come to know that there were sufficient funds to fund the AmCal project. So I think your point to separate them is a complete policy issue, and it's up to your city manager to make recommendations to you as to which funds you use. My concern has always been this: an affordable housing project that is competing for tax credits needs to stand on its own, and when you pledge money to it, it needs to be money that you have in your hands. That's what happened here, because AmCal, we made a pre-commitment letter to AmCal, but that was only a conditional pre-commitment letter. We really didn't have the money in our hands, therefore they weren't able to go forward, and that's why we're back here again. I'm trying to make sure that doesn't happen to you again. I want to make sure that if you authorize a city manager to sign a letter, that letter is valid and it gives AmCal what it needs to go compete for its project.
So my last point that I'll make is that, and you can answer this as well, this isn't the first time we're sole sourcing money for an affordable housing development. I believe we've sole sourced up to about $9 or $10 million for projects on Mini, I think, that was mentioned earlier. We've done this before. It's not a common practice. It's not a good practice, I guess. But because, again, we started down this path with the understanding that this project was going to be fully funded, not by us, but by the developer's payment of the in lieu fees. It's sort of been this issue's been forced upon us to sole source because the developer can't pay that fee in full. So again, we're not breaking ground here. We're not saying, hey, this is the first time we're doing this. Look, the city's done this before, especially when there's a compelling need. And I think we've heard from the public, there's no more compelling need than providing housing for our families that can't afford it. So we know what the average rent is in the city, and it's hovering right around $2,000 for a one-bedroom unit. And we have the opportunity right now to make good on at least providing 70 units of affordable housing for folks. So I compel my colleagues to consider that. Like I said, I'm open-minded about assisting the developer, but I certainly don't want the affordable project on First to die as a consequence of us not being clear and having this kind of thrust upon us.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I think there's more comment, and I've got something on. Go ahead.
No, and I think that Councilmember Villegas' comment is well stated, and yeah, that's a great question. That's something that should be a concern. The one thing that, and don't get me wrong, I've thought about that, but the one thing that really moves me right now is I know both entities, and both entities have provided good work, and I do believe they're going to be able to move forward. For me, I want to be able to get those affordable housing units as soon as possible. And so I know there's other comments, Mr. Mayor, but I'm going to make a motion to approve on that.
Okay. Let me take additional comment if there is any. If not, let me, and then Mayor Pro Tem after me real quick. Look, when was it that we took this up earlier? A few months back, the April or so. I think I was one of the 6 that voted in favor, and I frankly pretty much saw it as a package, and it is different as a package. The struggle I'm having right now is that if one passes and one fails, whichever one you pick, I'm not sure anything's gonna happen or occur. And I don't think anybody thought we'd be in this quandary that we're in right now, because as we're accommodating the developer, we're really double accommodating. We're accommodating in allowing the phasing, but we're also accommodating in bringing in money from the successor agency to, make incl whole, because the developer is not, as we accommodate the developer. And I think that's part of what Councilmember Sarmiento is struggling with, is that in essence, when we took this on earlier, it was, again, pretty much a package deal, and it didn't put the city in the position that it's now putting the city in, to where we're having to come up with money from the successor agency, to bring this forward. Also, as I now realize, the city attorney is making a big deal, and maybe she should, about the fact that sometimes we vote, with an intent to fund, but it's not an appropriation adjustment. And I think that's part of the problem we had with incl, that, the vote that we took or whatever happened wasn't real money. And that caused other problems. So at this point, I do think we have to take them separately. I would, invite more comment, and again, to me, this is complicated and messy, but I don't see a way to make it unmessy. I just think at this point it is what it is.
The only thing that I would say, now that there's a motion and a second, and we're about to deliberate on it, I do know that, and I appreciate the developer taking the time to sit down with the community groups and some of their concerns. And you're right, you never want to impose exactions at the tail end of this because it's messy. It has an impact on everybody's pro forma. But at the same time, I think I hope it's incumbent upon you to do it voluntarily because it's important. It's important to build that relationship. And there are ways to maybe provide community benefits because there are community benefits already inherent in the development, and one of them is funding an affordable development that we saw. That was the largest community benefit that was part of this and made it palatable for everybody, right? So, but I do think there's other ways that you can be very specific on your scheduling, on repayment and replenishment of these fees. I know that that's important to the community folks and all of us, and maybe see what other ways that you can assist and provide a benefit. Because think about this, if the city is going to float this loan, basically, as the city manager said, provide a bridge loan for this, that's worth something. That's a concession that should be entitled for some consideration. I mean, if you were to go to somebody else, you'd probably get this at a higher interest rate someplace and you'd get charged for it. And so, I think there is some value to what you're receiving if you're asking us to give you relief and phase this out over time. And I get that you need it. I think it's important. We can certainly consider helping, but look, consider realizing that this is worth some value and see what you can do to provide an additional community benefit because you are getting some help, some additional help. And that's valuable. That's worth something. So that would be something that I'd offer up to you as some good faith that you could extend to the community.
Mayor Pro Tem Martinez,
Thank you, Mr.
please.
Mayor. Could I get an explanation as it pertains to the successor agency funds and the in lieu fee funds? And why we're choosing to use successor agency funds versus the in lieu funds?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. The use of the successor housing agency funds was a strategic decision to allow for deeper affordability of the units at the MCal's First Street project. The Heritage and MCal requested the bridge loan and requested us to use $3.5 million of our inclusionary housing funds and the rest from our successor housing agency funds. And so instead of doing that, we used $6.2 million of our successor housing agency funds such that we could instigate regulatory requirement that would require deeper affordability of the units at the project.
Great.
And MCal was agreeable to that, and it was reviewed by our an outside entity to verify that the project would continue to be financially feasible.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. On 75B, what we're asking for, again, just to reiterate, you're asking for us to go into phases, into 3 phases. Phase 1 and Phase 2 is currently possibly going to be developed. Phase 3, you don't have a plan yet. And so as Councilman Villegas mentioned, we don't know how the market is going to turn, and the developer is indicating that it's going to go in phases. In the first phase, that you're willing to give the $2 million or whatever sort that amount is, and then the successor agency and ADB would be giving the balance to fulfill the obligation for AmCal. And so again, we're kind of again taking the full responsibility as a city off the developer to fulfilling, because we're willing to give that gap, and which means that at the end of the day, this developer ultimately can say, you know what, it's already been covered. I may not have to pay these fees. The city's already made this agreement. And I guess that's where I have issue. And yes, we have sole source, but never to this level at this moment in time, just to give relief to a developer when we made an agreement with the developer that he had an option to choose how he was going to pay the affordable housing, whether it's on-site, off-site, or they were going to partner up with someone that they chose to with AmCal, and that's how this project came before us. And again, I'm not against the developer, I'm not against AmCal, but I want us to be transparent and open in how we actually got here and what we're doing. And I don't believe that it's right. I don't believe that I personally here today can support either one, just how we got here. This has nothing to do with me not supporting affordable housing. Nothing. I am a full support, but how we got here is not correct. It's not right. And I just can't, in my good conscience, be willing to support something like this.
Let me, if I may, ask a question, and I'll go to Solario in a moment. If you could just come back up. You said something that I just want to make sure I understand correctly. You're saying we're going to the successor agency. Is it because there's different flexibility with the money? Is it that we can do a deeper subsidy than we could with other monies? What did you mean by your statement earlier?
Well, the development agreement, the phasing for the development agreement, if it is approved by the City Council, this will delay MCAL's project. And so ADB, the purpose of ADB is to bridge that loan for MCAL's project, to make both the Heritage project move forward and MCAL's project move forward. It's a win-win for both projects. In regards to ADB and the request by the Heritage and by MCAL to bridge the loan such that the Heritage project can move forward and MCAL's project could move forward. The Heritage and MCAL were asking us to use $3 million of our inclusionary housing funds and $3.5 million of our successor housing agency funds to meet that that doesn't add up, but the $6.2 million gap. And so what we decided to do was to use 100% of the successor housing agency funds such that we could require MCAL to make 50% of the units at the project affordable to families at 30% AMI. We could require deeper affordability. And,
so deeper affordability means a greater subsidy?
Yes. Yes, sir. And that's a strategic win for the City Council if they approve ADB.
I get that one helps the other. I'm just trying to understand the nature of the money, and if it is a deeper subsidy, how much deeper is it?
But can you clarify that it's a greater lower income individuals, not necessarily the word subsidy?
You have two sources of funds. The in lieu funds come from your ordinance, the ordinance that's requiring inclusionary housing. There's really no restrictions on those other monies.
So is there $1 per unit? Is there a restriction?
Your successor agency housing funds, like your old 20% set-aside housing funds, come with all sorts of restrictions. Those are the requirements. So that's why these additional requirements are being imposed on AmCal's projects, because if you're going to use that money, you get tainted with all those requirements. There are no requirements for the use of our in lieu money, but we only have $3 million in that fund?
$3.4 million.
About $3 million in that fund. That's the reason.
But we get more.
Councilor Sarmiento, you want to?
No, but you get more affordable units for the more restrictive money.
Yes. Yeah.
The only thing I was going to mention, and I think you were saying it well, Judson, is that $3 million or 3.5 or 3.2, whatever it is, from the successor agency monies, that brings that affordability level down, so families that are 30% AMI, meaning extremely low-income families, will be able to afford these.
Right.
I mean, so that's the benefit using those successor fees. Because they are so restrictive, they mandate that we make these units much more affordable for families that are struggling even more than, like I think Councilman Tinajero said, families that are making $90,000 could qualify for 50% AMI, 60% AMI, And so this is a real benefit. This is a real win for not us, but for the community, because now we'll have families that can afford a 3 and 4 bedroom unit, with a much, much lower cost. And so that's where I see AmCal, that's also made it work in their pro forma, and I think KMA took a look at the numbers and it all works. So this is a win for, I think, the families here in our city.
More thoughts and questions, Councilor Lorio?
Yes. First, many of us have seen this. I mean, in any big development project, you have twists and turns and changes. So the fact that it's really just went from a bigger project to in 3 phases, it's more common than one would think. Or there are projects like one Broadway Plaza that many of us supported, and it's almost 2 decades later, and it's not done. So the fact that some circumstances of this project are changing really isn't that big an issue, at least to me. Also, I hear Councilmember Sarmiento saying really he's supportive of both projects. He just has some concern that this one may go forward, but not the others. So, but they're individual items, and we can support both if that's what we're inclined to do. In terms of the community benefit and asking the developer to do more, and I already spoke a little bit to that, but some additional points I would make is there are other community benefits in there already. Like, for example, there's a public art component, and it's an investment in excess of $1 million. There's going to be literally millions of dollars in property tax and other benefits for the community. In terms of what the city may be at risk of anything, it's going to happen in phases, and as the money comes in future phases, it's going to reimburse the city housing funds. So that's an important clarification. Then finally, even in the worst case scenario where they only build 2 out of the 3 phases, the only thing that's going to happen is we're going to use housing money to build affordable housing. And there's really nothing wrong with that. And all that money right now in these housing funds is just sitting there. No one's enjoying these affordable rents. No one's enjoying anything else going on in the city. So it's not a big loss to invest in that way.
Mr. Mayor, I believe we have
Yes, Councilor Benavides.
I believe we have a first and a second. I'm fading really fast, so I'd like to just call the question and
I agree. But can I ask for a friendly amendment, and if you don't like it, that's okay too. And that is that.
Go ahead.
I think what makes this more palatable too is that we schedule a timeline to when these fees are going to be paid, so that we include it into the motion, and also that we continue to have dialogue with the community groups and the developers, both on the on both projects. So I don't know if that's
So what is your friendly amendment? Do you have a timeline to the timeline?
that we create.
I apologize. Again, it goes based on the market and the schedule and everything, but there are proposed dates in here for when the phases are going to occur, and we recommend that be a aspirational goal, because you really can't 100% ever guarantee a payment.
Okay. Could we?
So there's a schedule in there already.
Right.
So.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think we're saying a year to a year and a half.
So
is what we're looking at.
we'll go with the original then.
Yeah, and in terms of these community benefits, assessment, the other parts in town that when we look at talking to the community, let's think about the surrounding business community, the surrounding residential community. I know we had 2 or 3 different, housing or community groups that may or may not be in the area. So in terms of community benefit, you also want it closer to the area. So let's be mindful of what conversations, and it'd be voluntary, and I'm sure they'd be willing and open to continue the dialogue. And again, part of it's a city responsibility. There's going to be property taxes, other money coming in. We can control how some of that gets used and put it in in the site as well.
Correct. So I think if it's okay, Mr. Mayor, can we call for the question?
Yeah, I think. Is there any other comment? If not, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
So we have one no. Now we go on to item 80A. I mean 80B. All right, Hugo Munoz.
May
followed by
I
Gil
make a suggestion,
Salmon.
given the late hour? Your first item was a public hearing, as is this one. If it's okay with the speakers who asked to speak on both items, we could ask the city clerk to incorporate within this public hearing the comments that were made at the preference of the speakers. That's just a suggestion given the lateness.
I will offer that, but if somebody insists on speaking, I don't want them to
Correct.
say that I denied them the ability to speak. All right, let's go to 80A, and then we'll go to 80B.
I'll move it. I'll second.
This is just the annual report. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye, those opposed, motion carries. Now let's go on to item 80B as in boy. This is the $6.195 thousand affordable housing fund for MCAL that we've been indirectly talking about. Now we're going to focus only on that. So, Hugo, you can speak or you can pass. What is your pleasure? Gil Salmon?
He's gone.
Ryan Smolder? William Devine? Ryan Ogolnik? Drew Colquitt? Pam Cepeda? Carla Lopez Del Rio? Okay, she's coming down. Evelyn Torres, you'd be next. And then Carlos Maldanez, I believe it is. Please go ahead.
I just want to reiterate that we are in support of that item, and it's a shame that you guys did not side with the community on the previous one.
Carlos. Apolonio. Can we get a translator down? Camine despacito, Apolonio. Más despacio, hombre, todavía no viene el tipo.
Ahí viene.
Ok, ya lo puede, ya empiece.
Okay,
Baje el micrófono, porfa.
Sí, nuevamente, pues el proyecto que se va a hacer de vivienda accesible, nuevamente de parte de SECRE, creemos que es importante que se apruebe, se haga, ya que esto va a ayudar un poquito a mitigar el alto índice de vivienda que requerimos aquí en nuestra ciudad, y pues queremos que lo aprueben. Es importante para nuestra comunidad, y de antemano creemos que, como hasta ahora lo han hecho, creemos que están tomando las mejores decisiones, y creo que esto de parte de la comunidad les agradece y crea un gran precedente de parte de ustedes, que el trabajo que están haciendo. Apreciamos esto y creemos que van a ser la mejor decisión. Gracias, buenas noches.
Again, we're here talking about this project for accessible housing. It's important that you approve this project. This will help to mitigate the housing needs that the community has, and it's important that you approve this in support of the community. We hope that you make the best decision and set this great precedent, and we appreciate your support. Thank you.
You know, your translation seemed a lot shorter, but that's okay. Marcela Rosas.
She left.
Cesar Covarrubias. And after that, Jose Hernandez.
Cesar Covarrubias with the Kennedy Commission. Thank you for the opportunity. I think it's imperative that we support this project since it is a companion project to 1,200 units of market rate housing, and it's imperative that we are providing housing opportunities across the board. It's probably an opportunity for us to also see how we continue to move forward with incorporating comments of the community and also of the development community to make sure that we are providing housing for all and providing housing for those in need who came today, and let you know that there is a huge need in the city. So thank you.
Jose, followed by Mario Turner and Gustavo de Aro, and they're available for questions, it says.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and city staff yet again. I'm here speaking on behalf of Accord, Orange County Communities Organized for Responsible Development, and we want to just state for the record that we are in favor of the First Street development happening with AMCAL. It's just, it's what we need, real affordable housing, and it's bittersweet, obviously. I want to acknowledge Sarmiento for your words and Michelle as well for really standing up for the community at this moment, because what just happened is truly a shame. It's just a step in the wrong direction. It's exactly what's happening on the macro and what's happening in the micro. We bend over backwards for folks that don't need tax breaks, that don't need subsidies, where we get this community works so hard to get these kind of help, and it just becomes, so we're just setting a very bad precedent. We're not against development or Accord. We never have been. We are for responsible development. And a responsible development would have been for them to just build the housing and not try to find loopholes. And it just seems that if you can hire high-priced lawyers and contribute during election season, then you'll get your way every time. So we'll keep that in mind.
All right, I believe that is it. Anybody else wish to speak on this? Because I had a lot of cards. I think I've just gone through all of them. So, see no one else, I will close the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, I'd
and
like
bring
to
it to council. Yes, go
make
ahead.
a motion to approve.
Any discussion?
I have some comments, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor. Again, we have a big need for housing and housing of all types in Santa Ana, so I'm pleased to do this, and I think the prior project is going to really help fund this project and is going to pay back the agency, make it whole. But on another topic, in terms of planning and addressing Mayor Pro Tem Martinez's point on the housing funds that are remaining, or that with the payback will grow, we need to have a plan on how we're going to use those dollars. Whenever you just have dollars accumulating and just collecting dust, that does nobody any good. There's a big need right now for housing. It's a good time, to build. It doesn't get cheaper if you wait. So maybe we can have a study session in the future to discuss, the housing successor fees, the in lieu fees,
Sure.
and what type of projects we might do, what type of RFPs we might do, so that we could be thoughtful and move some projects forward. Thank you.
Councilor Sarmiento?
No, I was going to just echo those thoughts and just talk about, I want to thank the speakers that spoke about both issues and agenda items, and it's late. We don't want to drag this out any longer. One pitch I would make is that as we look at future uses for these funds, I know at the last meeting we addressed the Community Land Trust. I think that may be another vehicle that we can use to develop more affordable housing, and that may be a tool that we use to maybe access some of those funds, leverage those with our partners. I think we have people that are engaged, and this is a way to also instill goodwill and good faith with those community members that we want to work with. And let's be genuine with everybody and say, if we really do want to address the problem of housing and we see it as a crisis, let's be committed and let's be, authentic about it. And so this is a good first step tonight. I appreciate in advance, any support that we're going to get here from the dais, but I do appreciate staff and the community helping on this. Thank you.
Let me just express a couple concerns and then any more comment, and if not, then we'll go ahead and go for the vote. I think when Councilor Villegas, spoke about the fact that under this arrangement, the city is more at risk, he is correct. Originally, when the projects were together, all the money was really coming from the developer. So, to me, that that's a different profile. Also, I know that here we're talking about some of the money having more strings and therefore being a deeper subsidy, if you will, so that lower income people can live there even than was previously considered. Normally we try to spread things around, and when we go through a competitive process, and believe me, there's a lot of good projects out there, we try to do more of that. In this case, we are going for a sole source and the projects were coupled. To me, now that they've been decoupled, it's a unfortunate, very unfortunate development, but I think Councilor Villegas makes a very valid point. So with that, any other comments? Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
No.
Those opposed, no. And no. So I think you were both yes. So passes 4-2. Do you need 5 votes for an appropriation adjustment, Madam City Attorney, or what are we doing here?
The answer is for the appropriation adjustment, we need 5 votes? Or what is the answer to that question, Judson?
Well, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. When we return in February with the loan agreements for this item, they will require five votes to approve.
But today requires 4 votes.
And so today we can work with 4. Yes, sir.
So today it's not real money then, right? It's not an appropriation adjustment.
It's a pre-commitment. Yes, sir.
All right. Because that's what that's what the city attorney was making a big deal about. All right. So with that, I think we're almost done. Madam City Clerk, do we go to the Housing Authority meeting?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion approved.
On the consent calendar, items 1 and 2. We have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. And now, Mr. City Manager, is there a report?
City Manager.
Any report out from the City Manager?
In the interest of time, Mayor, no.
Okay. So let me go to council comments. Councilmember Sarmiento, please.
Merry Christmas and good night.
Tinajero.
I'd like to defer to Councilman Villegas. I want to, I can't explain for you your rationale for what happened with the evaluation, the way it was written. I said I can't speak for you on the rationale for the evaluation that was put on the agenda and how it was written, so I can't speak to it until you mention it because it was in closed session.
Yeah, I understand I can't speak to it. I know it is closed session. And all I ask is that everyone give me the same respect and courtesy that I am giving you all. And I cannot speak to that. I will not. I'm very private about those type of things. I'm not about all this drama that goes on up here. That's just not my style. You notice I kept quiet, and that's how I am. So that's all I need to say.
No, and I think that we had a good meeting today. I think we agreed on some items, we disagreed on some other items, but there was good discovery, good questioning, and I think we made some good decisions tonight. I just think that there has to be a little bit of empathy, and there's empathy on my part because I've been in your shoes where someone has linked me to someone else's bad behavior. And so there's also a little bit, I'm asking for empathy on this side too because that person's bad behavior is also threatening to us. So I want to get past it, and I want to continue to move forward. But so I want to give you the benefit of the doubt. We're going to continue conversation.
I'm welcome to questions. That's you could have asked me a question ahead of time instead of this assumptions.
Right. And I think it's good always to communicate.
All right.
Absolutely. And I accept your apology. All right. Thank you, sir.
So with that, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, and I also am not sure if you will be closing the meeting in honor of Alejandra Garcia Williams, who was our former Mexican consul that passed away. I'm not sure if it was yesterday or this morning, and so I just want to make sure that we send our heartfelt prayers not only to the consulate here in Santa Ana, but also to the Sacramento office and to the family. Alejandra Garcia Williams was an amazing woman with amazing talent, very young, to die so young. She had cerebral cancer, and so I don't want to go into full detail, but I will say that she was a friend, somebody that really meant when she was here in this community, and as well when she was in Sacramento. So she will surely be missed, and just want to make sure that we honor her tonight.
Thank you. And with that, let's go over to Councilor Solorio.
Yes, I just want to thank my colleagues. We agreed on some things, not on some others, but I think we moved the ball forward on some items, and we got a lot of work still to do. We covered a lot of subjects. One we didn't touch a lot about is public safety, and I think with the spike in crime we've been having, we got to figure out through prevention and intervention, what else we can do to have our communities be safer. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilor Villegas.
Merry Christmas. Thank you, everyone.
I have the unfortunate situation here where I'm going to have to close with the three people that have passed away. One is on OCFA Fire Captain Eric Aviv. He was only 41, and he passed away last week. Unfortunately, he had serious health problems. He is survived by his family. He was a wonderful, family man, and he did wonderful work for us here in the city of Santa Ana as an OCFA police captain. Secondly, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, Alejandra Garcia Williams. In my opinion, she was way too young to pass away. She did a wonderful job here in our city, and then she went, I believe, to be the consul in Sacramento. And she has a beautiful daughter, a wonderful husband, did a great job here in Santa Ana. And in both cases, I want the clerk to please extend our condolences and all appropriate cards and flowers that we can send. And finally, and maybe the one closest to home, is Alexander Sandinal. He was on our Planning Commission until very recently. He was part of the Historical Society, the Orange County Sheriff's Advisory Council, part of the Rotary Club here in town, Goodwill Industries, board of the Bowers Museum, and just a wonderful individual. He told the LA Times that he spent time outside of Orange County in order to better enjoy Orange County whenever he came back. He was vice president over at CB Richard Ellis dating back to 1980. And, he was very active in the Hispanic community. As a matter of fact, he went to the UNAM in Mexico City, Universidad de las Americas. And then he graduated from American Graduate School of International Management, and then he had a Juris Doctor from Chapman University School of Law, and he also attended Claremont McKenna College. So, please, Madam City Clerk, if we can also extend our condolences, flowers, whatever is appropriate to the Sandinal family. He was a wonderful part of this community. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.